Ah, finally. I don't have to make an intro to this like I did with my Deltarune streams. Trying to get every little missing detail that I missed a little bit here. Anyway, hi, hello. Oh my goodness, hello, 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 hello. Making sure we are all set to go here a little bit. Hope everyone is having a decent Shmonday a little bit. Or in this case, Sunday. Shmonday could also mean Monday. Which could technically, when this is probably uploaded, will probably on Monday on YouTube here. I know Evil's been going on a little bit. Haven't really been keeping up with it. I've been too busy just watch like other Delta and stuff because I'm in that kick a little bit, like that high shit, you know. I did watch like the little bit of like some announcements here and there. It was like, oh, like Blaze Blue's about to start up. They're probably going to announce that one character that said they're going to announce a little bit here, which is fucking crazy to see after all this time. Because what, Jubei came out, what, 5 or 6 or something years ago? 6 or 7 even years ago, a little bit. So to see just Blaze Blue Central Fiction itself to be updated after all this time is kind of crazy. And we got a really good one, actually. Like, there is some, like, pessimism going into this, like, it's gonna be, like, fucking Alter Memory. No, what was the fucking not Blaze Blue game? That's the roguelike whatever, made by different people and just kind of, like, wearing the skin of the corpse that was Blaze Blue. I don't remember what the fuck it was called. It's so unforgettable! Oh, that was gonna character be from that, or like that one gacha game they tried to do, but when it went under and shit like that. But no, deadass, we got fucking Trinity. Like pretty much, yeah, that's a main Blaze Blue character actually, and shit. Kind of goes along with this Pride Month has been a very plural Pride Month a little bit. So just seeing Trinity, like, oh hell yeah, happy Pride. But yeah, and yeah, her render is like done by Moria as well, who has left the Arc System Works and stuff like that. So it's very good to see him contribute to that and stuff like that. As well as like apparently Tring was like the main character he wanted to see in the game and stuff like that. That's really cool. Well done. We'll probably check her out once we get close to the release date of her and stuff like that, because she's only announced. I don't think we have a date for her yet and shit. But yeah. Oh my goodness, Blaze Blue stream maybe sometime soon. But yeah, I guess kind of going into this sort of stream we're doing here, because hold on, it's been a minute since we talked here. We should probably get the PNG tuber on screen here. And this music is about to be over too a little bit here, so let me go and get in the view real quick here. Do the freaking there we go. Hi, hello. Hello, 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 hello. It is me, Laguo Jadeheart, your favorite little fishman VTuber. It has been a bit. It has been a little bit of a bit since we've done a visual novel, a big little visual novel reading stream. Like with 100 Line and Somnium Files and Shoot an Order last year and stuff like that. Then I figured while we're in the middle of summer, figured now is probably a good time to get to just find that next little kick, you know? That next little potential high a little bit. So I had some ideas on what to do. Like I was talking about earlier, like at some point I would really like to do a series of streams going over like Blaze Blue story modes. Because those are like visual novel story modes a little bit and shit like that. Going from like Calamity Trigger all the way to Central Fiction and stuff like that. As well as like, because yeah, those were pretty much like my first get-tos into like just fighting games in general, as well as just trying to like play them or whatever, and visual novel storytelling and stuff like that and shit. And I think that'd be really interesting to go back to, reflect on them and stuff, you know? Like, maybe we could do that sooner than later and shit like that, but I did decide, because, yeah, Blaze Blue isn't the only one that's getting a new character, because sometime before this, might as well get, like, the music playing here a little bit as I'm talking here, but, yeah, sometime before that, from French Bread, the devs that made Melty Blood and Under Night in Birth. They have announced a new version of Melty Blood, a sequel, expanded version of Melty Blood Type Lumina, which kind of like the reboot remake of Melty Blood, kind of like Tsukihime and shit like that. They got like a, what was her name? Lien? Black Lien? A little bit there, the cat girl. She's gonna be playable. We'll probably see some other stuff later because it comes out like early 2027 and shit like that. So I kind of figured, because I played like a good bit of like Melty Blood and Under Night in Birth. Not like super religiously. I have like more hours in like Guilty Gear and BlazBlue than I do in these titles and stuff like that to give a comparison. But there's stuff that I do respect, as well as their communities, and like as well as just as getting into them along with like other nasuverse stuff like Fate or whatever, just learning what's up with these characters, what are they about, and I don't remember much because it's been a bit since I did like a deep dive on these things a little bit, because I was kind of prepping for this stream. So I do kind of know a few things here and there getting into it. I still request no spoilers. I'm not going to spoiler proof this like we've done before. I'll probably do it as we're close to like finale levels and stuff like that, but yeah, this is pretty much going to be my first time going into the the major thing, into the big nasuverse type moon, big fucking cinematic universe here. Yeah, hello Skydam. And yeah, we're just good. Let's take a good old read at Tsukihime, a piece of blue glass moon. Just how beautiful the moon is tonight there. So yeah, this is a remake of like Type Moon's original Tsukihime from like what, 2000 and shit like that. And it's been around for a bit. Like this is really like Japanese only, and like what, 2021, and then like 3 years later, like kind of miraculously cut an English version a little bit, because I remember people are just talking about it's like it ain't gonna happen. But eventually it did happen. Have you read the original? No, I have not. I definitely considered it a little bit. I do like remember looking at like deep dives of it and stuff like that and shit. I was like messing around with, like Melty Blood and shit, like what are these characters about, whatever and stuff like that. But yeah, that's been like a long fucking bit here and shit, aside from like maybe like a meme or two. So it is pretty much as kind of like fresh into like Tsukihime that I'm going into here and stuff like that. I am aware that this is kind of like the Final Fantasy VII remakes of fucking visual novel remakes here. There's like part 1 out of like part 2. I like there's gonna be like another one like something Red Moon a little bit, where that focuses on what was her name, like Akia and the maid twins there a little bit, and I think Saki as well. There's probably gonna be a bit there. Oh yeah, I do remember hearing about that. Yeah, if you search on Google, you can just read on your browser there too a little bit. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, like, because this only has Arcade and CL's routes here. Like, if I feel up to it, we could probably, like, do that, actually, look up on the browser and do, like, the other 3 routes in the original and stuff like that. I feel like that could be fun, maybe. But yeah, I just figured it's just right there. The remake of Tsukihime, it's there a little bit, so I'm gonna do that. Strangely enough, this isn't on Steam. Like, this is only on consoles like the Switch and the PlayStation 5 that we're playing on right now. And it's like, why is that? A little bit. Because, like, you have, like, the Fate Stay Night remaster, and, like, Witch on a Holy Night, which I do have, like, right here, that we might look at later at some point. But, you know, this one just isn't on there yet. I don't know if they even, like, discussed it a little bit or anything like that. It's like, is it going on there? Like, oh, no, fucking. But, yeah. Yeah, I figure with all that little preamble here, let's go ahead and just see how beautiful this moon is tonight. This piece of blue glass moon, even. Game features an autosave function. Please not turn off power while the autosave. Okay. Great save data. Yeah. It's been forever since I've seen this menu, like the PS5 browser here. Okay.
ふと目が覚めた。暗い夜、家の中にみんなはいない。慣れた草と紙の匂い、積み木細工のような空。部屋の隅にはどろりとこびりついたような古い影。死に絶えた音の中で過去を偲ぶ。見ていた夢はもしもの話ばかりだった。
What if though?
例えば、
もし空が曇っていたのなら、もし気づくのが少し早ければ、もし彼が衰えていなければ、もし私が生まれていなかったら、それともしここであなたが目覚めなければ。
夜はますます沈んでいく。きっともう家の中には誰もいない。
Yeah, hello, Pixel Dominus.
一人きりは怖い
Hope you're
から
doing well over
みんな
there.
に会いたくて一人きりで庭に出た。ほーと吐く息が白くなっていく。庭はとても指先が痛くなるぐらい寒かった。凍る星、深い闇、さめざめと世界を照らす冷たい光。
Yeah,
屋
I'll
敷
go
の
for
庭
now.
はす
Okay.
ごく広く
Good to
て
hear.
周りは深い闇に囲まれて、森の木々は黒く黒く大きなカーテンのようだった。まるでどこかの劇場みたい。ざーっと梢の窓
Got
が
a big ass intro for this. Yeah, Takashi Takeuchi, pretty much like the main big writer, or not writer, artist, along with Kiniko Nasu.
遠くでいろんな音がしている。黒い木々のカーテンの奥、森の中でみんなが楽しそうに騒いでる。幕はまだ開かない。我慢できずに森の中へと入っていった。すごく暗い。森は深くて冷たい光も届かない。いろいろな音がしていろいろなものがある。けれど暗くてよくわからない。途中で誰かとすれ違ったかもよく記憶できないぐらい。自分の名前を呼ばれた気がして、もっと奥へと歩いていった。
Oh,
木々のベールを抜けた後、森の広場にはみんな揃って待っていた。わからない。向こうから見知らぬ人がやってくる。凶器を手にしてやってくる。みんなをそうしたように僕もバラバラにしたいみたい。よくわからない。ぼんやりとその人を見る。なすすべもなく凶器を待つ。けれどいよいよという時に誰かが僕の前にやってきて、僕は子供だからよくわからない。びしゃりと温かいものが顔にかかる。
oh, that's cool.
赤トマトみたいに赤い水。
That's Gore, my mother over there.
本当によくわからないけれど、ただ寒くて僕は泣いてしまいそうだった。森は黒くて見たくない。 地面は赤くて見たくない。だから空を見上げることにした。目に温かいヒーロが混ざってくる。眼球の奥に染み込んでくる。だけど全然気にならない。夜空にはただ一人きりの月がある。見知らぬ人は今度こそ僕をバラバラにしようとやってくる。なのに僕はぼんやりといつまでも青い影を見上げている。すごく不思議。どうして今まで気がつかなかったんだろう。ああ、今夜はこんなにも。何も見えない。世界がだんだん消えていく。その中でずっときれいに輝いてる。
There's Kinoko Nasu. Put a whole fucking lot of money on this intro. Good lord.
今夜はこんなにも月がきれいだ。
All right, now we in, man. Yeah, Tsukihime, or some would say Tsuki, whatever that one fucking video was. Yeah, piece of blue glass moon. Alrighty. This is a work of fiction. Any persons or groups that appear therein are entirely fictional. Any resemblance to actual person or groups is purely coincidental. This work contains a depiction of violent scenes of a disturbing nature. Recording publication of an image and voice videos in this game forbidden without the consent of the rights holders. Use of recording stream functions permitted. With the exception points where these functions have been restricted, please observe. I should be fine, right? Well, too late. We'll see. Going into it here. You know, I thought we were gonna like get like options here. No, we just jump right into it here. What if I press pause? Quick saving? That does quick save. Okay. I'm scared to press a button and it's going to skip something, so we're just gonna have to get into it here. What about the... oh yeah, touchpad bring... So they have a cursor? Okay. I mean, they already have like the one thing for this to be on Steam. They have a little cursor here on like my little PS5 D-pad here, touchpad here. Yeah, why is this not on Steam? Like fucking... Okay. Oh, okay, like bring up this here. Listen to voice recordings, quick load, quick save. Up the next scene, fast forward, auto scroll. Okay. What if I go down here? Oh, this lets you see more of the background there. That's cool. All right. Hey, and this goes like a... Yeah, why is it... I'm fucking... This is like on the PC Steam version. I would totally get what... But there isn't a version of that on the thing, though, so it's like, why? Like... Okay. I'm just gonna put it right there. I'm sure it'll go away later. I wake up to find myself in a hospital bed. There are curtains that gently sway. A chilly breeze enters through an open window. I instinctively squint at the harsh color of the room. Where am I? What day is it? What happened to me? I can't seem to think straight. Ugh. I try to push myself up, but a sharp pain courses through my body. My breath catches in my throat. I start gasping for air like a fish. Like me, actually. Is this what they mean by seeing stars? The moment I place my hand against the hard bed, pain erupts from the inside out again. Ugh. Ugh, Colonel. Still lying down, I take a deep breath and look over my body. Both my hands are covered in bandages. My left leg's also set in a plaster cast. I feel a tightness around my head, so it must be wrapped up too. A large, thick adhesive strip is stuck to my chest, like it's hiding something bad. My left arm has a tube poked into it. Some part of me understands that it's an IV. I guess I must have seen all this while I was drifting in and out of sleep. The other room, dimly lit and reeking of medicine and chemicals. So I'm fucking. My voice slightly changed there because there was like, yeah, a little bit. It was kind of cool though how that sounded. At least that internally sounded in my end. Like, I should do that again a little bit. I'm not doing that again, but it would be kind of neat. The array of tubes poking out from under the bandage on my chest. The scary man in a suit who came to see me. My little sister getting scolded by the man when she came to visit. And the doctor as giddy as a child. I remember all of it like it was a dream.
君、もしかして目が覚めてない？
I hear the voice of an unfamiliar woman. I don't have the strength to answer her. She then bursts out of the room, frantically calling for the doctor. Pitter patter go her steps. She really shouldn't be running in hospital, even if it's to get me help. Unable to lift my body, I turned my head and looked up at the window. I feel a sharp pain in each of my eyes, as if a jagged knife were poking and prodding around inside my brain. The sky outside is so blue, it looks unreal. I find my eyes flinching not from the white, hot glare of the sun, but from the spotless stretch of blue. Days pass. Since waking up, I still haven't been able to move from the bed. My only view of the outside world is the same faraway sky as before. Gently, the curtains flap. A dry wind touches my cheek. The stainless swath of blue leaves my eyes, feeling woozy. Where am I? What day is it? Why am I in a hospital? Gradually, the answers come to me. Except for one. I keep looking out the window, a thought just out of reach. Something important. A tearful promise. Can't remember.
はじめまして、遠野四季君。
Yeah, Mr.
回復おめ
Shiki
でとう。
That's the dude from Melty Blood. With the glasses and it stabs you a little bit. Word from men I've only just met. He offered me a handshake. With his gentle smile and soft-spoken voice, he seems like a kind man. Though I get the feeling he's someone who could wipe the smile off his face at the flip of a switch. The clean white coat he wears fits him perfectly.
四季君、先生の言っていることがわかるかい？
いえ。僕はどうして病院にいるんですか？
覚えていないんだね。君は道を
Oh,
歩いている
jeez.
時、自動車の交通事故に巻き込まれたんだ。胸にガラスの破片が刺さってね。とても助かるような傷じゃなかったんだよ。
The man draped in white smiles as he utters something a doctor probably shouldn't say. It's a miracle that you're alive. The queasy feeling I was holding back threatens to spill out after I hear those words.
眠いです。眠っていいですか？
ああ、そうしなさい。今は無理をせず、体を休ませてあげないとね。
The doctor continues smiling. Honestly, it makes me feel uneasy.
先生、一つ聞いていいですか？
何かな、四季君。
どうして体中に落書きをしているんですか？この部屋もところどころひびだらけで、今にも崩れちゃいそうです。
For a brief second, the smile vanishes from the doctor's face. Then he rises out of his seat, smile reapplied. His shoes clack against the floor as he disappears behind the curtain.
やはり脳に異常があるようだ。脳外科の芦谷先生に連絡を。それと、視神経にも損傷の疑いがあるな。午後は眼科検査に回すように。
I think I'm fine. The doctor whispers to his nurse, his voice cold and harsh, starkly different from before. Oh god.
なんなのみんな体に落書きしてる
All these lines everywhere. The frenzied lines cling to every surface of the hospital. I don't know why, but just seeing them is enough to make me feel sick.
なんだろうこれ
There are even scribbles on my bed. I touch one of them with my finger. The finger slides in.
Oh.
If I had something thinner, I bet I could go even further. I grab a plastic knife off a nearby tray and trace one of the scribbles with it. With no effort at all, the knife sinks down to the handle. Enjoying myself, I glide the knife along the lines in the bed. Oh. With a heavy sound, the bed falls neatly into 2 pieces. I just chopped my bed in half here. I turn to the voice behind me. The shriek belongs to a nurse standing at the door, her face stiff with shock.
どうやってベッドを壊したんだね、四季君。
It's time to drink water.
Can I drink some water?
It's time to drink water.
Yeah, imagine just like fucking, why is this bed cut in half? Like fucking, how'd you do that? I know the doctor hasn't asked me why I broke it, but how?
その線をなぞったら切れたんだよねえどうしてこの病院はひびだらけなの
いい加減にしないか、四季君。そんな線なんてないんだ。それで、どうやってベッドを壊したんだい？
だから線をなぞっただけなんだ
わかった。この話はまた明日にしよう。
The doctor lets out a sigh. He stopped smiling as soon as I mentioned the scribbles. I guess his switch is broken. This hospital's full of broken things. In the end, no one believed me. No matter what it is, I can cut it cleanly by slicing the lines with a knife. I don't even need to put any muscle into it. It's easy, like cutting paper with a pair of scissors. The bed, the chair, the desk, the walls, and even the floor. None of them are any different. And I've never tried it, but I'm positive it'll be the same for people too. No one else can see the scribbles. Only I can. I think it's because everything is falling apart. And these are the seams holding them together. Just like my chest. It still hasn't fully healed after the operation, so they stitched me up where it would otherwise fall apart. That's gotta be it. I mean, how else could a kid like me cut up a whole wall? Just cutting like pieces of paper. The nurse screams again. Seeing the holes in the wall, she glares in my direction. Her shriek goes on and on. Luckily, something is up with my ear, so it doesn't sound all that loud to me. The drawn-out noise fills me with dread, like the sound of a burning cicada. Everything is in tatters. The idea of opening my eyes, of living at all, is enough to make me want to disappear. All this time, I never knew about the stitches holding the world together, and how easily they can break. No one else sees them. That's why they can go on living just fine. They don't know about the cracks all around us. They don't know how damaged their lives are. But I see it all. It chills me to the bone, holding me in place. Since it happened, everything sounds muffled, like my ears have been stuffed. Only the gash in my chest screams like a siren. But what happened? And when? No matter how hard I try, I can't remember. And scratch my head over it doesn't help either. My brain must have gotten rid of that information to make space for something more important. But the question still leaks out like water from a tap. Oh, I think I get it. The pieces all fit. That's why there's no mirror in here. If there was, the very first thing I would do... Hold on a minute, fucking... The very first thing I would do is it. I'd be laughing while I lay there shattered, which means they're not the ones in danger of breaking. It's me who's broken. Now it all makes sense. Why 2 weeks have passed and no one believes me? Why 2 weeks have passed and no one's come to see me? Why 2 weeks have passed and I'm the only one living in this stitched together world? I don't want to be in this hospital anymore. I don't want to be surrounded by these scribbles. I have to get somewhere far away where there won't be any people around. I'm not the weird one. It's this place that's weird, is what I tell myself as I make a run for it. Even the grass has little lines on there too. But the wound in my chest stops me from getting too far. By the time I realize it, I've ended up in the field next to the hospital. I didn't get very far at all. My chest is burning. I squat to the ground miserably, batting at a bout of coughs. I can't stay here. I can't go anywhere else either. There's nowhere to go for someone who can see all of the stitching. Another wave of coughs hit me. That hit me too in a little bit. Hold on a minute. No one's around. A sea of grass at the end of the summer. It wouldn't be the worst place to disappear. The thought is suddenly interrupted.
君、そんなところでしゃがんでると危ないわよ。
The voice of a woman cuts through to my ears, clear as crystal. Oh. Oh my goodness, hello!
ただでさえちっこいんだから草むらでうずくまってると見えないのよね。
Let's go punk! It was me, I was about to punt you across the field there. Yeah. It's that girl with the red hair and the white tee and the blue jeans and melty blood. So yeah, something a little interesting here in terms of like my whole just to talk a little bit here. As far as like how my knowledge with like the series goes or whatever a little bit. Because yeah, this is Alco. I don't remember her last name. But Alco nonetheless. And she is the protagonist of Witch on the Holy Night, actually. And for a bit, I thought that was like before the Tsukihime, but no, this is actually like her first appearance and stuff, as far as I remember how that goes and shit like that. And that was like written after like Tsukihime and shit like that. It's like, huh, a little bit. But yeah, because yeah, there's like a lot of like Type Moon stuff here that I can only remember vaguely, or like I know about it. I'm not the expert here. Like, I know that some of this stuff is like based off of Nasu's and Takeuchi's like first like light novel, not visual novel, Kara no Shiokai, or what was like Beyond the Sinners, I think it was. The one that has like Ryogi Shiki in it. The other knife girl that can also see stitches or whatever. Because yeah, she was also melty blood. Well, yeah, no. I think it's neat. And yeah, it's the shot here a little bit. The woman scolds away, her finger pointing at me grumpily. You say you were gonna punt me? Like fucking... I feel anger creep up inside of me. I'm not that small. I'm only the fourth shortest in my class.
蹴り飛ばされるって誰に？
バカね。そんなの決まってるじゃない。
Is this autoplay?
ここにいるのは私と君だけなんだから。私以外に誰がいるっていうの？
The woman sure looks proud of herself, crossing her arms like that.
ま、ここで会ったのも何かの縁だし、少し話。
Yeah, Aoko Aozaki. Dude, she's like a JoJo, but it's like ow ow a little bit. She speaks casually like one friend to another and offers out her hand. Seeing no reason to refuse, I introduce myself as Shiki Tono and accept her offered hand like I'm being pulled in magnetically. Talking to her is fun. She doesn't shoot down anything I say just because I'm a kid. And she treats me like a person, listening to my every word. I tell her all about myself. I tell her about home, about my long family lineage. how my dad is tough on etiquette and stern all the time. How I have a little sister, Akia, who's really quiet and follows me everywhere. I always play with Akia and our friends in the garden, which is as big as a forest since we have a huge mansion. How the attic is our secret spot. How I'm bad at word games. Guy who's bad at Scrabble. How everyone says I'm going to grow taller. How I used to like the smell of hospitals, but how I don't. How I love the sky when it's clear and blue, but looking at it makes me want to cry. How I'm glad to be alive. How I don't even hate the doctor with the pretend smile. I surprise myself. I keep yapping away feverishly.
おっと、もうこんな時間。悪いわね、シキ。私、ちょっと用事があるから、お話はここまでにしましょう。
The woman starts to leave. The thought of being alone again fills me with sadness.
じゃあまた明日。ここで待ってるからね。君もちゃんと病室に帰って、きちんと医者の言いつけを守るんだぞ。
She says it so naturally, as if the idea that we weren't going to meet again tomorrow had even crossed her mind, and leaves.
また明日。
We'll get to talk again tomorrow, just like we did today. So happy. It's the first time I felt something so strongly since waking up from the accident. Going to the grassy field in the afternoon has become a regular thing. The lady will get angry whenever I call her Aoko. She seems to hate her own name. Unsure what to call her at first, I eventually settle on Master. Master always listens to whatever I have to say, and solves each and every one of my problems. Since the accident, I've hated talking to people, but thanks to her, I'm slowly becoming my old self again. Being here on the grassy field is the only time my worries slip away and I feel like the old me. I don't know who she really is, but I get the sense she could actually be a real teacher at some school. Not that it's any of my business. Being around her is fun. That's all that matters.
ねえ先生、僕こんなことができるよ。
I could cut this tree in half, like fucking... I want to surprise her. I pull out a knife I took from the hospital, and I cut this tree standing in the field. Tracing the lines I sliced from the center of the tree to the bark.
すごいでしょ。落書きが見えてるところならどこだって簡単に切れるんだよ。こんなの他の誰にもできないよね。
So what if like she didn't have this ability, just had a very fucking 1000 degree knife right now, very old bit, like... Even Aoko's like, I don't know if you should do that, like fucking... She's speechless. I get into a groove and decide to seek my knife in a horizontal line across the base of the tree. Ooh! She rushes towards me and I feel the palm of her hand slap my cheek.
やめなさい。君は今とても軽率なことをしたわ。
She stares at me seriously. It's an unforgiving look, the determined gaze of someone about to punish an evildoer. How could I be so stupid? I was having so much fun. I completely forgot. These scribbles shouldn't exist, which means someone like me who can see them shouldn't exist either. A feeling of regret seeps into my chest like blood. I wish I could crawl up into a ball and die. That tree was the last reminder that this field was once a forest. And desperate to show off, I went and destroyed it. For no real reason at all.
ごめんなさい。
I feel tears trickle down my face. I know boys shouldn't cry, but I can't help it.
シキ。
I hear my name called softly. Suddenly, even with the knife still in my hand, she hugs me tight.
謝る必要はないわ。うん。まあ、確かにシキは怒られるようなことをしたけど、それは決してあなただけが悪いってわけじゃないんだから。
悪いのは僕だけじゃない。
ええ、
でもね、四季。それとは別のところで、今誰かが君を叱っておかないと取り返しのつかないことになる。だから私はあなたを一人の人間として見た。同じ立場の人間として意見して、怒って本気で叩いた。力加減を間違えていたら、
I could have really put it hard there, kid. Like just your head just kicked off like a football a little bit. Her words truly frightened me. It isn't that I'm afraid of her killing me, but that I have pushed her into almost doing so. The thought of it makes my heart sink.
泣かないで、四季。私も謝らないから。あなたはそれだけのことをしたんだって覚えていてほしいから。その代わり、四季は私のことを嫌ってもいいわ。先生のこと嫌いじゃないよ。そう。本当に私が君に出会ったのはこのためだったみたい。
And just like that, as if to melt away my feeling of regret, she quietly asks me about the scribbles I keep seeing. When I start telling her about the lines, I feel her hug me tighter.
四季、君が見ているものは現実のものよ。決して見えてはいけないものだとしても、他の人間にとってはありえないことだとしても、その線は幻じゃない。あなただけにある現実。そっか。じゃあやっぱりおかしいのは僕だけなんだね。ええ、あなたはおかしい。
Yes, you are.
そこはごまかしようがない。
I fight back the tears. What she said stings 1,000 times more than when the doctor doubted me. But it's not like I didn't see this coming. From the very start, from the moment I woke up, I've known the truth. I shouldn't even be alive.
謝らないで。その異常はおかしいだけで説明がつかないものじゃない。道理が通っているものなら、人間は何にだって向かっていける。これ私の経験則ね。どんなに馬鹿げたデタラメがやってきても、知恵と勇気で乗りこなすのが私たち人間よ。
My first lesson, she calls it, with a hint of embarrassment. Having a strange condition isn't a problem itself. The problem is how I choose to deal with it.
じゃあこの落書きも説明できる？もちろん。ものにはね、壊れやすい箇所というものがある。いつか壊れる私たちは壊れるがゆえに完全じゃない。君の目はそういったものの末路、言い換えれば未来を見てしまっているんでしょう。未来を
The
見てるの？
future.
そうよ。今はそれ以上は知らなくていい。もし君がそういう流れに沿ってしまう時が来るなら、必然としてそれなりの理屈を知ることになるでしょう。先生、何のことだかよくわからない。ええ、分かっちゃダメ。今大事なのは一つだけ。その線は決していたずらに切ってはいけない。君の目は物の命を軽くしすぎてしまうから。うん、先生が言うならしない。それになんだか胸が痛いんだ。ごめんね先生、もう二度とあんなことはしないから。よかった。四季、今の気持ちを絶対に忘れないで。そうしていれば君は必ず幸せになれるんだから。
She uncoils her arms, freeing me from her embrace. The sensation, cold and yet warm, fades away.
でも先生、この落書きが見えてると不安なんだ。だってこの線を引けば切れちゃうんでしょ。なら僕の周りはいつバラバラになってもおかしくないじゃないか。その問題は私が何とかするわ。どうやらそれが私がここに来た理由のようだし。
She heaves a long sigh and then smiles at me.
四季、明日
君にとっておきのプレゼントを。私が君を以前の生活に戻してあげる。
The next day, on the 7th day since I first met Master, she comes to the field hauling a huge trunk with one hand.
はい、これをかけていればもう妙な落書きは見えなくなるはず。
She hands me an ordinary pair of glasses.
僕目は悪くないよ。
いいからかけなさい。度は入ってないから。
I do as she says and put them on. And the moment I do,
ああ、
got rid of the scribbles.
すごいよ先生。落書きがちっとも見えない。
当たり前よ。
Damn right they are.
招きのところの魔眼殺しを奪ってまで作った
Mystic Eye Killers.
粗末に扱ったらただじゃ置かないからね、シキ。
大
Cool.
事にする。けど先生ってすごいね。あれだけ嫌だった線がみんな消えちゃって、なんだか魔法みたいだこれ。
それも当然。だって私魔法使いだもん。
She's a magician. Oh. A smug grin stretches across her face as she drops the trunk to the ground.
でもね、シキ、その線は消えたわけじゃないわ。ただ見えなくしているだけ。そのメガネを外せば線はまた見えてしまう。
見えないだけ？
ええ、そればっかりはもう直しようがないことよ。君はその目となんとか折り合いをつけて生きていくしかないの。
やだ、こんな怖い目いらない。またあの線を切っちゃったら先生との約束が守れなくなる。
ああ、もう二度と線を切らないっていうあれか。バカね。あんな約束気軽に破っていいわよ。
Okay.
そうなの？だってすごくいけないことだって言ったじゃないか。
ええ、いけないことよ。けどその目は誰にも頼らない君個人の力なんだもの。だからそれを使おうとするのは君の自由。その目があることについて君以外の他の誰も君を責めることはできない。問われることがあるとしたら、あなたがその力で何をしたかということだけよ、チキ。
僕が何をするか。
She stares into my eyes of trying to peer inside.
そういうこと。うん、やっぱりいい目だ。正直言うとね、初めて君と会った時、めんどくさいのにぶつかっちゃったなーって思ったんだ。だって君、見た感じいろいろなくしてきたみたいだから。でも、問題なんてなかった。君はちゃんと生きている。なら、人生かけて取り返していきなさい。
Even with a whole lifetime, I could never find the words to describe the light I felt in my chest, or the rush of joy that came with it. You belong here. She referred my reason for being, more forcefully than anyone.
シキ、君は個人が保有する能力の中でも、ひどく得意な能力を持ってしまった。けど、それが君にあるということは、何かしらの意味があるということなの。神様は何の意味もなく力を分けない。君の未来に
The eyes of death perception?
その直視の目があると思う。
What a fucking name. +2, a little bit actually, like for real. Yeah, Mystic Killer Eyes of Death Perception. I had a lot of fun wordplay with this.
だからこそ忘れないで。君はとてもまっすぐな心をしている。今の君がある限り、その目は決して間違った結果は生まないでしょう。成人になれ、なんてことは言わない。君は君が正しいと思う大人になればいい。いけないということを素直に受け止められて、ごめんなさいと言える君なら、
10年後にはきっと素敵な男の子になってるわ。
She stands and reaches out for the trunk.
あ、でもよっぽどのことがない限りメガネは外しちゃダメだからね。特別な力は特別な力を呼ぶものだし。はい、私からの忠告その2、反則の出しどころ、勝負どころをよく考える。そうならないことを祈っているけど、どうしても自分の手には負えないと判断した時だけメガネを外してよく考えて力を行使なさい。その力自体は決して悪いものじゃない。結果をいいものにするか悪いものにするかはあくまで君の判断次第なんだから。
She picks up the trunk, and without even saying a word, I know. It's time for us to say our goodbyes.
無理だよ先生。僕だけじゃいいことになんてできない。本当は先生に会うまで怖くてたまらなかった。けど先生がいてくれたから僕は僕に戻れたんだ。ダメなんだ。先生がいなくちゃこんなメガネがあったってダメに決まってるじゃないか。
四季、心にもないことは言わないこと。自分自身も騙せないような嘘は聞いている方を不快にさせるわ。
Masters' pleasure is readily apparent in her expression. She then flicks my forehead.
自分でも分かっているんでしょ。もう大丈夫だって。ならそんなつまらないことを言ってせっかく掴んだ自分を捨ててはいけないわ。それじゃあお別れね。バイ、シキ。どんな人間だって人生ってのは落とし穴だらけなのよ。君はそれを何とかできる力があるんだからもっとちゃんとしなさい。
She's really leaving. I'm sad, but as her friend, I want to see her off right.
さよなら先生。
よし、
Sayonara.
上出来上出来。その息でいつまでも元気でね。最後の教訓、ピンチの時はまず落ち着いてその後によく考えること。大丈夫、君なら一人でもちゃんとやっていけるから。
She smiles fondly. A gust of wind sweeps through, sending a ripple across the sea of grass. She's gone.
バイバイ先生。
As I say the words, the realization I'll never see her again sinks in. Left with me are a treasure trove of advice and a strange pair of glasses. In just 7 days, I feel like I've learned the most important things of all. As I stand there aimlessly, tears start welling up. I'm such an idiot. All I said was goodbye. Not once did I say thank you. I'm discharged from the hospital soon after. I won't be going back to the Tono household. Instead, I'm to be taken in by another family. My body's recovered, but there are still lasting symptoms. To the Tonos, this means I'm defective. I'm no longer needed. I don't care. Shiki Tono's going to be fine on his own. A new life and a new family are waiting for me. I leave behind the hospital room where I spent my 10th summer. The curtains by my window sway in the breeze, just like always. I take one last glimpse of the blue sky. As I do, a dry breeze washes over me, spelling the end of summer. Really sweet prologue here, actually. Really like that a lot. Day 1. Homecoming 1. Oh boy. Oh, I'm on the twain, looks like here. Yeah, real quick here. Would be like a good time to do a little... Yeah, do we have like a button for like a save slot thing or no? I'd like press more buttons, but I'm scared to do that right now. Maybe several hours later when we're getting close to the end, I'll probably fuck around with the buttons here. Or maybe just like look up quickly or just be safe here maybe, but we'll just do a quick save here. There we go. The tracks take a sudden dive, leaving the surface behind. Casting artificial light across the tunnel walls, the train makes its way through the darkness. The car creaks around me. Man-made lights pass by at regular intervals. The vibration through the seat lulls me into reflection on this short little journey. It's early, 6:33 a.m. 30 minutes have come and gone since I got on this train. That's how long it's been since I said goodbye to the people who took care of me all this time. How I react to this probably says a lot about me as a person. I'm sure some people might feel
It's
sad
time to drink water.
and drink water.
It's time to drink water.
I'm sure some people might feel sad and wish they could have stayed longer. Others would have accepted it without a second thought. I wonder which side I fall on. I realize after a moment that I don't really feel either. I'm the only one sitting on the 8-seater bench. The seats in front of me are empty. There are only a couple of other people on the train, including a sleeping man in a suit on the bench next to mine, and a woman standing in front of the door. It may be it may be early, but it feels particularly empty today. The noise from outside is strangely muted, but maybe I'm just lost in thought. The train vaguely reminds me of a spaceship traveling through the darkness of outer space. No sound can reach it out here. The only things here are my stupid daydreams, the sound of my heart beating, and my memories from an hour ago. It came like a bolt from the blue. Makihisa Tono has died. Shiki Tono is to return to the Tono household immediately. The first contact I've had from my family in 7 years, and that's how it goes. The Tono family's word is final. I'm still a student, and they pay for all my expenses. But choosing to return to the mansion today instead of yesterday was my one act of defiance. I just want to stay a little longer at the home where I'd spent so much of my life. It was all I could do for the family that took me in and treated me like their own. Thank you for breakfast. It was delicious. I finish my meal and leave the table before the sun even rises. After taking one final glance at my room, I clap my hands together in thanks. It's not much for all the time I stayed here, but I don't want to leave anything unsaid. I led a happy life here. That's what I want to carry away with me. Keiko saw me off alone as I left the Arima household. Yeah, Arima. Wasn't this, Miyako Arima? Or is like maybe, I'll have to like maybe look into that. Anyway, I asked to leave quietly without waking the others. Thank you for everything. Oh yeah, there she is right there. That's that girl that does like that big elbow drop in the air or whatever in the melty blood. That's also my main. I do like playing as her in that game. Give my regards to Dad and Miyako for me. 7 years. The woman who acted as my mother in that time looked terribly sad. I never once thought I'd see her like this. Life may be hard at the Tono Mansion, but you'll be okay, understand? Don't overdo it. Make sure to look after your health first and foremost. I take her words of encouragement to heart. My time spent with them was peaceful. I just hope I didn't cause the Arimas too much trouble during my time with them. It's been 7 years. I've had plenty of time to recover. I'm a lot sturdier than I look, you know? Yes, you're right. The Tonos are quite the unusual family, but you're not one to let that bother you. You've always been a strong boy. She smiles through her sadness, and I smile back. I'm happy that she still considers me to be her child. I think you're giving me a little too much credit. Well, I should get going. Take care, Mom. Goodbye, Shiki. Take care. Keiko knows that I won't be coming back. She sends me off with tears in the corners of her eyes. That was just 40 minutes ago. That moment marked the end of my previous life. and the start of my new one. Ooh. The VO outside shifts slowly. We must have crossed the river that separates the suburb in Yashirogi and arrived in the city of Soya. The train begins a return climb to the surface. I can feel the gentle incline. Bright light shines through, piercing my eyes, which I've grown accustomed to the artificial dimness of the subway. Big city. Yeah, 2010 city for that matter. Because, yeah, I think the original Tsukihime was more based off, like, 1990 city. No, it's at 2010 now here. Or somewhere along that line here. More modern, a little bit. The train sweeps toward the city. The majority of its inhabitants are still asleep. Outside, the air is chilly. A fall morning in the month of October. The heat of summer is little more than a faint memory now. I've watched the same view nearly every day for a year and a half now. But this is the last time I'll be taking this train to school. Memories of the past 7 years rush by like the scenery outside the window. I survived a terrible injury that would have killed most 10-year-olds. I met the woman that would become my master, my mentor in life. I went to live with the Arima family, and now I'm halfway through my 2nd year. The thing Master feared might happen when we parted never came to pass, and as long as I have these glasses on, I don't have to worry about seeing those lines again. And so, Shikitono has led an ordinary, though at times difficult, life. That all changes today. There's nothing major like feeling I don't belong or anything like that. I just don't feel right going back to the way things were before. Having lived a normal life these past few years, the Tono family's way of doing things just seems like a pain, or at least more trouble than it's worth.
だいたい学校より広い洋館とか想像つかないんですけど。
I'm surprised I was able to handle it when I was a child. The thought of going back to that old-fashioned way of life is daunting to say the least. The train stops at a large station for a few minutes. The local line I'm taking has to wait for the express to pass. The platform is empty. Usually I would expect to see morning commuters in suits on their way to work, but it's particularly quiet today. The express passes by on the neighboring rails. Thank you for your patience. The next stop is... An announcement I've heard hundreds of times plays. The door closes with a hiss of air. I see that there are 4 stations left of Soya Station, the station where my school... Oh, oh, oh! Oomph!
危うく首が飛ぶところでした。
A girl wearing my school's uniform slips through the automatic doors as they close. Her ribbon is green, so she must be a 3rd year. I feel like I've seen her before. The bag she's holding in her hands must contain things for her club activities. Try to get cozy for a second here. Our eyes meet for a moment. The girl continues to stare at me. Just when I notice that she's walked closer.
おはようございます。朝からお騒がせしてごめんなさい。
あ、いえ、こっちこそすいません。ジロジロ見ちゃって。
The way she smiles has me apologizing almost by reflex.
いえいえ、目立つようなことをした私に非があるんです。
Knowing this.
そして恥ずかしいところを見せてしまいました。
Let's say, like, no, I already know who this character is just off of playing Melty Blitz. So seeing her do like these poses here a little bit, it's like it's really funny in retrospective.
でも、
She's so normal. It's so Genki.
本当なんですね。
The girl laughs lightly. I'm distracted by her laughter and... Oh!
ほら、私ですよ。先週会ったばっかりなのに、もう忘れちゃったんですか？
No.
あれ、シエル先輩。
Yeah, CL. In an instant, my memory is jolted awake. I knew she felt familiar. I crossed paths with her a number of times. And now that I think about it, there's probably not a person in the whole school who doesn't know CL. I thought they were about to give like a character title card here for a second. I was like, that's CL right there. Soya High's most revered third year. It looks like they're about to do it with the fucking it's leading up to it here. Happy to offer advice to any distraught first year. I love these background changes. Eager to solve the woes of any troubled second year. And quick to save underclassmen from the ire of the third years. Some students call her the true student council president, considering most people rely on her over the teachers or our actual student council. She even helped me with something just last week. Man, how out of it am I? CL's right about how I hate mornings, but thinking about returning home for the first time in 7 years must be killing my brain cells. Ooh, okay. Got options here. Yeah, I feel like at some point I might need to look at like the flowchart or whatever, because I imagine there are like bad ends or whatever and stuff like that. But I'm just playing normally a little bit here. Whatever I feel like here. Let me see. Yeah, just double checking here. Yeah, it would be nice to have like a save option here, but I don't. Anyway, can't think of a single thing to say. Think of something to ask. Take the opportunity to admire what's in front of me. What am I feeling here? Fuck it, go in. I can't help but be intrigued. My eyes drop from the bag on her shoulder down to her legs. I mean, those legs, they're nothing short of amazing. Absolute perfection. Coursing with the quiet energy of flowing water, they feel ready to surge into motion at any moment. I try to pull my eyes away, but I'm utterly transfixed. They're truly a work of art. Never before I have seen strength and beauty in such perfect harmony. Although they're pleasantly defined, they're a sprinter's legs at heart. Rumor has it that CL set a new school record outside the track team anyway, during the fitness test the other day. These legs ran 100 meters in 13 seconds. They're more valuable than diamonds. She does that one move where she grabs your neck with her legs and just twists you around like in Time Lumina a little bit. Fucking. I'm in the middle of something important. He's like, okay, Oh my god. But it's not like I'm her trainer or rival on the track as much as I wish I were. Even if I were to unveil all the secrets of her speed, it wouldn't do me any good. Man, this visual novel's got jokes. Big budget jokes for that matter. All that FGO money's going to good places here. How does one express how it feels to be captivated by such beauty? Some claim that true beauty cannot be expressed in words, but it's not defeatist to suggest that something beautiful cannot be called what it is. Will the day ever come when humanity transcends its myriad biases and prejudices to put to words the true nature of... Oh. I'm surprised there wasn't a sound effect there, like, little, just a, yeah, fucking, I don't know, like, what's the sound effect I have here? Freaking, do the... Again, I need to fix my sound where, like, the most I got is still, like, just fucking... she just hits you with that, like... Does a skateboard trick on you, like, fucking... Yeah, my fist. Ignoring my throbbing head, I pick up this object that has fallen onto the seat. It's a shiny metallic object that fits perfectly in the palm of my hand. As I say, it's a phone. Oh! She's like, that wasn't really cool how you did all that. Fuck you. Like, throws a phone at you.
これかな。ちょっとすごい角度で飛
I
ん
like her jacket, though.
振り回して遊ぶアプリでも入ってたの。
They're not testing throwing speeds or something?
バカじゃないですか。ありがとうございます。
The girl coolly retrieves her phone and moves to the other end of the car. Zio and I stare at each other, speechless. I really love that we just changed the tone of this after, like, the beginning of this here and just fucking... For better, for worse, I've come back to my senses. I cough to try and reset the conversation.
すみません。ちょっとぼーっとしてました。それよりどうしたんですか。先輩、部活やってませんよね。
いえ、何を隠そう。ボランティア活動の帰りなんです。ほら、生徒会公募で公園のゴミ拾いがあったでしょ。あれをちゃちゃっと先ほどまで。
Oh, now it all makes sense. Seal's always running around helping out somebody or another, looking lovely in those glasses all the while.
早朝から30分だけの奉仕活動だったんですけどね。他の皆さんは一旦帰宅したんですが、私は面倒なのでこのまま登校してしまおうかと。
Her bag clatters as she shifts it on her shoulder. I'd assumed it was full of club equipment, but it must be cleaning stuff. Oh.
中身見たいんですか。先輩の持ち物をチェックするなんておとなしそうに見えて大胆ですね。
She draws closer and looks into my eyes. Her face is so close to mine I can feel the warmth of her body. And those legs. Flustered, I can't figure out where to look.
いえ、そういうわけじゃなくてですね。もし折りたたみ式のほうきとか熊手とかなら珍しいなと。
ほうほう。私の万能高枝切りばさみも見たい。
Oh, my multi-purpose head shears?
それでしたら放課後いつもの姿に来てください。
Face with such a heartfelt smile and ended up blushing. I like to say something clever or witty, but as simple yes is all I can manage. Bro spent all that time thinking all the fuck about her legs, like I can't think of anything for say out loud. I don't even know which room the tea ceremony club meets in, but I'll figure that out later.
約束ですよ。ここだけの話、部費で購入したお茶受けが余ってしまいまして、日持ちするものではないので、元気な男の子の協力が不可欠なんですね。
Don't you just mean eat them? Like, why polish them like fucking...
そうですか。じゃあ予定が合えばぜひ。でも食べ物に釣られていくなんてなんか猫みたいですね。
Yeah. Cio's warm smile makes me feel comfortable enough to crack a joke. She adjusts the green ribbon around her neck.
どちらかというとワンちゃんではないでしょうか。
I say more of a dog. Love this pose. It's like sparkle on. It's Wednesday. Don't forget to be yourself. Like.
というか、猫かもありません。最後まで頼りになるのは律儀で頭のいい犬科です。
Unfortunately, I do have a cat, so this is where it ends a little bit. For a reason I don't quite understand, she seems to feel strongly about this. As we're both heading to the same place, we continue to chat. We talk about last week's midterms. We wonder why the sports festival has been reduced to a one-day event. We complain about the cafeteria always serving the same things. After getting into a heated discussion about the plan to restrict phones at school, we tire each other out, sign unison, and change the subject. We laugh as we trade opinions on the movies we've seen recently. 15 minutes go by in a flash. It's easy talking with her. She is, after all, incredibly popular among everyone. I don't want this to end, but we only have a few minutes left before we get to Soya Station. I try to bring up something else to talk about, but...
ちょっとうるさいんですけど。
I'm gonna throw his phone at you again if you don't. We've forgotten where we are. Seal and I bow our heads in apology.
怒られちゃいましたね。
ごめんなさい。私の笑い声が大きかったんです。きっと。
With that, our conversation comes to a halt. The friendly cheer that filled the air just moments ago has vanished. It's quickly replaced by that familiar city silence, that cold space in which everyone is a stranger. Alrighty. The train pulls into Soya Station. It's just before 7 a.m. I left for school a bit early today, so the town hasn't quite woken up yet. It's quiet right now, but in about an hour we'll be bustling with traffic and computers. Compute? Just walking computers. It's like, whoa.
今朝も交通量が少なめですね。最近街の目覚めが遅い気がします。皆さん夜更かしなんでしょうかね。
That's what I'm doing. As Ciel shares this odd observation, I notice how heavy her bag looks.
荷物学校まで持って行きましょうか。
ああ、いえいえ、お気になさらず。私は寄っていくところがありますので、ここでお別れですね。
She smiles a goodbye and waves as she runs off. Her lithe legs carry her so swift I almost expected a comical whoosh. I feel an urge to start running too, though there's no reason for me to hurry. I probably shouldn't be running anyway, considering my condition. I start walking towards school at my usual pace. But just as I set off, the girl from before emerged from the ticket gates. She passes by briskly, slowing only to stare a few choice read that fucking wrong. Slowly only to share a few choice words.
動物的にも程があります。公共の場で恥ずかしいと思わないんですか？
My bad. I thought it would be funny. And with that, she stalks away. I make my way to school, my steps heavier than usual. It's just about 7 when the main entrance to school comes into view. Students hurry through the gate to go to their club activities. They must be trying to make the most of their time before homeroom starts at 8. Soya Municipal High School. Yeah, municipal, one of those words. An old school celebrating 40 years since its founding. Our college admission rate isn't bad, our clubs do fine, and rules aren't particularly strict. It's as normal a school as you can find. The only complaint male students have is that their uniforms are too old-fashioned, but the school doesn't pay much attention to it. As for the girls, their uniforms were changed 3 years ago. Apparently, the school was worried that keeping the older sailor uniforms would lead to a drop in enrollment. Something feels out of my place on my usual walk to the school. Things feel busier than usual. Pale-faced teachers rush to the faculty room. A black car I've never seen before is parked in the parking lot. There's a chill in the air. Images flash through my mind. A sparsely attended funeral. The cold black of a hearse. I sigh at my own dark thoughts. Trying to shake off the uneasy feeling growing inside me, I head for the classroom. There's no one else here yet. I sit in my chair and kill time until homeroom begins. More people begin to fill the room as I get in some studying. And dying and choking. I managed to survive somehow.
あれ？一番乗りは私らじゃないんだ。どうの早くない？
ああ、あれか、ボランティア。でも今日だったっけ？やっぱ俺サボったかも。
The students of 2C get along well compared to the other classes. We're pretty casual with each other before taking our seats. I catch up with classmates who have just ended their club activities. We go through your typical laundry list of things, from last night's H&N News to stuff that happened just minutes ago at school. We're just talking to pass the time, but this is an important morning ritual of ours. A warm-up exercise to start off the day. We'd only tire ourselves out if we tried to have a real conversation about everything, especially in this age of information. The mood in the classroom changes suddenly. Lively chatter dies down to a whisper.
なら道塞いでんじゃねえよザコども。朝っぱらから群がりやがって通行の邪魔だろうが。
Crude remarks you wouldn't expect to hear among this otherwise harmonious bunch cuts through the tranquility. I don't even need to turn around to know who it is. Only one person could do this to a room. Oh!
Jeez! Good morning, Megane-kun!
Good morning, Meta-kun.
今朝も新規臭い顔しやがって。まあ、
You look especially like a punk-ass bitch today. Dude, is this like prototype Emil here with this fucking the design of this guy here? I would not be surprised that would not inspire him in like Fate Stay Night or whatever here. Yep, only him. A delinquent with a little respect for the sanctity of our school.
おい、挨拶どうした？人が珍しく朝から来てやってんのに、おはようの言葉もなしですか？むしろ朝からいてくれてありがとうぐらいの気持ちはないのですか？
ないよ。朝から濃い顔見てげんなりしてるだけ。そもそもありがとうとかないし、お前のために学校に来てるわけじゃないし。
何？バカ言うなよ。俺は遠野のために学校に来てるんだぞ。そんなの不公平じゃんか。
I'm at a loss for words. Sometimes I wonder why we're even friends. He has a dyed head of orange hair and piercings in his ears. Sporting a perpetual scowl that's practically begging for a fight, he seems to follow the delinquent dress code to a T. Though his brand for counterculture may be a little out of style, he still looks the part of a good punk. His name? Arahiko Inui.
まあいいか。朝から教室に来るのはいいことだ。おはよう、アリヒコ。ついに出席日数を気にしだしたか？
いや、そこは別に気にしてない。まだまだ余裕はありますよ。今日は家に姉貴がいるんでサボれなくなっただけ。つうか朝まで鉄腕してたんで。
I was playing mahjong all night.
そうか。
A real mom never quit, whatever the fucking quote is.
おやすみ、クズヒコ。
Yo, Trashiko?
何その冷めた反応。それが中学からのライバルに対する態度ですか？もっとこう熱い対応してくれませんかね？
なんで俺とお前がライバルなんだ。無軌道に行きたいんなら街で同行の死を見つけてろよ。あんまり構わないでくれ。
He does still owe me a bunch of money. I looked back in middle school. Which makes him more of a moocher than a rival. Dude, that owes me $20.
どうしてかな。遠野ってば俺にだけ冷たいよな。
You owe me $20.
他の奴らには成人君子みたいなやつなのに不公平じゃね？
You owe me $20. Like, it's only gonna change when you do that. Like.
なんだ、分かってるじゃないか。世の中、公平なことってあんまりないだろ。
そりゃそうだけどよ。やっぱお前、俺には特に冷たくね？
I'm gonna keep saying it. Like. Arihiko lets out an exaggerated sigh. I don't mean to treat him any certain way. Everything just naturally ended up this way after years of, I guess, unfiltered treatment. We may have completely different interests and tastes, but we seem to operate on similar wavelength.
まあ、家から逃げてきたはいいとして、普段から夜型のお前が朝から出席するなんて、どんな風の吹き回しだ？ちょっと、いや、かなり普通じゃないぞ。
まあな、俺だってそう思う。たまたま目が覚めたからって来るもんじゃねえよな、学校ってやつは。ぶっちゃけもう帰りてえ。ああ、やっぱ学生には勉強する意思とか必要なんですかね？
He's not wrong, but when he says it like that, it almost sounds like he wants an award just for making the trip to school.
そのあたりの議論は今度、暇な時に鏡に向けてやってくれ。俺が聞きたいのは、なんで街に行かないかってこと。
そりゃあれだよ。最近は何かと物騒だからですよ。腹ごとこなすのもただじゃねえし、 あっちには体力ある時しか顔出したくねえわけ。
ぐっそ。
おう、遠野だって知ってんだろ。で、派手に出回ってる通り魔事件の話
The
で。
serial killer has been making the rounds like they own the place.
巡回しているしな。
Ah, phew! Serial killer makes me want to sneeze. Okay, that's cool.
そっか。そんな話もあったっけ。
Hearing Arahiko talk about it reminds me. The goings on in Soya hadn't bothered me while I was living several stations away with the Arima family. It was all over the news. I seem to remember.
なんだっけ。すごく低俗な売り文句だったけど。深夜の通り魔事
The
件。
Soya slasher.
連続猟奇殺人事件な。被害者は大抵若い女で、2日前に発見された仏さんで8人目。かつ、
Yeah, an
全
X
員の喉
carved
に
into their
バツの字
throat.
の傷跡があるとかないとか。
Weird. My mind can't even picture something like that.
違うよ、乾くん。
It's time to drink
殺されちゃ
water.
った人はみんな体内の
It's
血
time to
液
drink
が
water.
著しく失われている。だよ。
You know, drink this water or blood for that matter. Oh! Yumi? Yeah, is that her? The fucking... Yumi Zuko pokes her head out and corrects us, likely drawn by how loud we are.
ああ、そうだったそうだった。現代の吸血鬼かっていう見
The
出しだった
modern
も
day
んな。
vampire.
サンキュー、ユミズカ。おはようさん。
Yeah, I'm trying... It was like Saki, wasn't it? Saki Mizuka. She's the other multi-blood character. That's also oomph.
乾くんもおはよう。
She's also doing really good poses here.
傷が全くない場合と損傷の激しいタイプに分かれてるだったかな。
詳しいんだね、弓塚さん。
そんなことないよ。この街で起き
I
た
just think murder's interesting.
ニュースを見てれば嫌でも覚えちゃうことだと思う。
とま、そういうことだよ、遠野。いくら俺でもな、夜中に殺人犯が出歩いているうちは夜遊びなんざしねっての。最近は真面目に家の中で夜更かししてるわけ。
なんだ、そんな理由だったのか。まともすぎて逆に意外だ。殺人犯に怯えて家にこもるなんてお前らしくもない。
らしくないじゃねえよ。普通は殺人犯に怯えるだろう。こっちはやる気がねえのに、あっちだけやる気満々とか、不意打ちにも程がある。絶対にごめんだね。俺はまだ人生棒に振りたくねえ。
ああ、そっか。そうだよな。狙われたらとことんまで付き合うしかないってことだもんな。
お前ねえ、そこは逃げるって選択肢はねえの？なんでとことんまで付き合うんだよ。
だって逃げられないんじゃないのか、そういう場合って。
遠野に振った俺がアホだった。
Are you trying to like rage bait against me and against the killer here? Like fucking.
実際の話、俺も殺人犯は気にしてねえ。ああいうのはほら、天才だろ。出会っちまう方に運がない。俺が街に出ないのはもっと現実的な理由でさ。最近、北口駅前で新手のバカどもが湧いてんだよ。
The north exit, located on the opposite side of the station from a business district in downtown Soya, a bustling hub that never sleeps. Arahiko lives on the north side of the station himself. These fools must be pretty bad if he's going to such lengths to avoid them.
どうのも聞いたことねえか？度胸試しのようなもの。秘密の入り口から地下道に入って奥までつければ大金が手に入るってやつ。
それなら私も聞いたことあるけど、それってただの階段じゃなかった？
ああ、結構昔からある都市伝説だったらしい。それを儲け話っぽく仕立てて利用してるバカどもがいるんだよ。どっから流れてきた新参者か知んねえが、おかげで北口の空気の悪さはシャレにならねえ。俺、基本的に痛いの嫌だし、あんだけ派手にやってればポリも動くだろうし、連中が捕まるのでしばらく自重して家にこもってんのよ。
An urban legend on the north side of the station. I guess I hadn't heard of it since I didn't live nearby. Though I suppose it'll be my problem too, starting today.
なんだよ、反応薄いな。さてはあれか、朝から貧血でぶっ倒れたのか？
いや、今朝はまだ大丈夫。心配してくれるのはありがたいんだけどね。そう四六時中貧血を起こしてたら体が持たないよ。
まあそりゃもっともだ。遠野が大丈夫だって言うんならまあ大丈夫なんだろうよ。
ほら、授業が始まるぞ。早く席に戻って寝ろ。
はいよ。と、そうそう、今日の昼飯な、食堂でするからな。驚きの特別ゲストをお呼びしているので楽しみにしてやがれ。
Arahiko laughs suspiciously as he saunters back to his seat.
それじゃあね、遠野くん。
あ、うん。弓塚さんも付き合わせて悪かったね。
She walks back to her desk, her footsteps light as a feather. Five minutes after the bell for homeroom, and our teacher still hasn't appeared. Just as homeroom is about to end, the teacher next door drops by to tell us that Miss Toyama won't be coming today.
やったー、今日の数学自習じゃん。
Someone sounds like they just won the lottery. Miss Toyama is our math teacher. With her absent, we'll have free study instead. Once you finish the worksheet you're given, you're free to spend the rest of the time however you want. Some use the time to study, but others just kill time. I started on my worksheet. I actually have no problem with studying. I quit going after school as a child, but that was after I was told getting into a good school would be impossible for someone with my condition. Whether you choose to go to college or straight into the workforce, knowledge is never a bad thing to have. I raise my head after solving a few problems and look over the students near the hallway. I can only hear bits and pieces of their conversations, sitting as far away from them as I am.
やっぱり信じられない。
朝練の時、先生たちが血相を変えて職員室に。
まだ噂だから。
でもそんな簡単に。
ひどいよ。なんでそんなことに。
Something certainly feels wrong, I think, knitting my eyebrows.
昨日の事件。
校長室に刑事っぽい二人組が。
I brace myself for what's coming. As familiar as I am with this feeling, I find myself not wanting to accept it. I hold my breath in anticipation for the words to come.
だからさ、遠山。昨日死んだらしいよ。
Oh god. I close my eyes, trying to hold back the headache. The morning passes without the rumor about Miss Toyama spreading much further. The classroom is a mess now that it's lunch. Some go to the cafeteria, others go to the courtyard, while still others stay in the room and open their lunches at their desks. What should I do for my lunch? Ooh, okay, we get options for this here. Yeah, meet up with Arahiko in the cafeteria. I'll stay in the classroom. I'll go in the hallway for now. Yeah, Arahiko was like, yo, you should meet up. And he's like, yeah, I think we can do that here. Imagine like class we can hang out with Libsaki there. Maybe CL in the hallway here. You know, Arahiko said mention. We'll go to see Arahiko here. See a special guest even. Arahiko disappeared after 4th period. He must be saving seats in the cafeteria. I never promised Arahiko I'd go to the cafeteria with him, but there's no real reason to ditch him either. Might as well spend lunch there today. Oh, it's crowded in here. The cafeteria looks almost full. The line is so long it would probably take 10 minutes just to get your order taken. I gaze at the students waiting with their order receipts in hand as I make my way to the table.
それで有彦、特別ゲストって誰？
それがまだおいでになさらぬ。食堂で待ち合わせだったんだが、ちょっと待っててくれ。様子を見てくる。
Arahiko hurries out of the cafeteria, leaving his curry udon behind. I've ordered Jikara udon for myself. Hope he gets back before my noodles get soggy.
ダメだ。先輩どっか行っちまったらしい。
ゲストって3年生だったのか。
おお、面白い先輩だな。ここ数日アタックしてようやくランチご一緒ツアーまで取り付けたんだよ。今日は他に約束ができたとかで学校中を走り回ってるらしい。
忙しい人みたいだね、どうも。
忙しいっていうか、全自動マッサージ機みたいな人だ。
Oh. Haruhiko breaks apart his disposable chopsticks, looking objected.
ま、今回は仕方ねえわな。じゃ、いただきますと。
Itadakimasu.
はい、いただきます。
We both dig into our udon. A lot of irons in the fire. What a strange way to describe someone. So I have to say that my curiosity has been piqued. But I'll ask you more about that later.
で、本当のところ、
どうって何が？
今日お前が朝から教室にいた理由、いちこさんが家にいるって嘘だろ。あの人、今昼間の仕事についてるじゃんか。
I ask Arahiko as I slurp my Chikara udon. Ichiko is Arahiko's older sister, who works full-time. She's a bit of a mystery, but she's always taking good care of us.
ああ、そっか。バレるか。殿、今日から実家に戻るのか？
そうだけど、その話したっけ？
してねえよ。俺は姉貴から聞いただけ。それでだな。殿がブルー入ってないか、ちょっと確認したくなってな。
そうか。それで、成果は？
早起きするほど面白い見せ物じゃなかったぜ。が、
ご期待に添えず申し訳ない。ほんと、有彦暇人だな。
暇人だからゴシップ好きなんですよ。殿はさ、小学生の自分からよそに預けられてたんだろ。どんな理由かは知らないが、それから7年も経つんだ。なんで今になって感動してた息子を呼び戻すんだよ、お前さんの父親は。
感動されていたわけじゃない。なんとなく屋敷から出るように言われた。
殿君、君ね、なんとなくで子供を家から追い出す過程があったら、それは悲劇じゃなくて笑い話ですよ。ただし、ほら一歩手前、寒すぎて笑えねえけどな。
Arahiko laughs in an exaggerated manner. The way Arahiko never takes anything seriously is one of his best qualities. The truth is, my father and I had been on bad terms long before the car accident and hospitalization. The Tono family is a distinguished household dating back centuries, with customs very different to those of a regular family. My childhood memories are of an enormous old house and the oppressive, antiquated practice of the family within. The Tono family is wealthy, with shares in a wide variety of companies. My father, Magahisa Tono, wasn't much of a businessman, but the assets he inherited from my grandfather were more than enough to help his business make a fortune. A mansion from another era. A high-class lifestyle that valued history and decorum. Any child would have found life in that mansion unbearably dull. So when I was told to go live with the Arimas, I had no qualms about leaving my real family behind. I think it was the best outcome I could have asked for. I got along well with the Arimas. Keiko and Fumiomi treated me no differently than if I had been their child by birth. I'd always wanted to be part of a normal family. And live with the Arimas gave me that opportunity. I don't have any regrets there. Oh, with one exception. My sister, Akiha. She was a year younger than me, and I left her behind at the Tono Manor. I wonder if Akiha resents me. I mean, why wouldn't she? I left her in that giant, lonesome house, with no one for company but that pig-headed old man. It's not hard to imagine Akiha It's not hard to imagine what Akiha thinks of me. Of the brother who ran away from it all.
そうだな。確かに。なんとなくで家から追い出されたら、そりゃ笑うしかない。
だろう？おまけに、二度と敷居はまたぐなっていう決め台詞付きだ。世間様ではそういうのを感動って言うんだ。今まで聞かなかったけどな。お前、なんで感動されたんだ？
Yeah. I don't have a good answer for it myself. I think in the end it may have just been a lot of unfortunate coincidences. I was unlucky.
ま、話したくないならいい。
Arahiko picks up his bowl with both hands and drinks down the broth. Lunch always feels so short. I follow Arahiko's example and quickly down the rest of my food. School comes to an end for today. I look out over the schoolyard from my seat, unable to will myself back to the mansion. The classroom dyed a red-orange by the sunset. Looks like a watercolor painting. Makes my eyes throb a little. There's something about vermilion that's unsettling. As a hue pierces my eyes, I'm hit with a wave of nausea. I guess I have trouble with anything that reminds me of blood. The reality is, I've grown weak to it. "7 years ago, I was on the verge of death. I was caught in a terrible accident, a building collapse. My wounds were so severe that most people thought I didn't have a chance. Luckily for me, all my injuries are focused in one place and my doctors were able to get it to me fast. It almost feels like it happened to someone else, thinking back like this. There's a lot I still don't know about it." Yeah, 10-year-old chick was like, it was like a car, and there's like 17, 18-year-old was like, it was a building now. Like, fucking. Something struck my chest with such force that impaled me. I passed out immediately. Like a machine that had its plug pulled. All I remember after that is the pain and the cold. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. I guess maybe he remembers it as like the building. The doctor was like, no, it's a car, a little bit or something. The scar still remains on my chest. From what they told me, I not only hit my back hard, but a piece of glass pierced my chest as well. That's how I got that's how I got the burn-like scars on my chest and back. When I was finally able to look at the wounds, I almost passed out from the sight of them. Ever since then, I've been prone to bouts of anemia. I've caused a lot of trouble for the people around me, collapsing suddenly all the time. I assume that's why Makihisa Tono, my father, decided that I wasn't healthy enough to be his heir. Old lines. I hold down the urge to vomit. I breathe deeply, waiting for the needling my eyes to subside. A mark of death hidden under my school uniform. I've been able to see the lines ever since the accident. It's only thanks to the glasses Master gave me that I kept some semblance of a normal life. Without them, I'm sure I would have gone mad a long time ago. Keiko was worried that the tones weren't normal when we said goodbye this morning. But there is no need. The reason being, I'm hardly normal myself. I push my glasses back up the bridge of my nose and grab my bag. I can't stay in the classroom forever. I wander around school or go back to the manor. Let's wander around school. Honestly, I'm still not quite ready to go back. I don't really have anything to do, but maybe wandering around the school will help ease my nerves. Come to think of it, I made plans with someone this morning.
そうだった。電車の中で
Oh yeah,
サバ
CL.
ーブに顔を出すって話をしたんだっけ。
Must be fate that I remember that at this exact moment. I still got time before the school locks up. Might as well check out the tea ceremony room. The tea ceremony club's room is hidden at the end of the student club's annex. It took me about 10 minutes to find this place. Far longer than I expected. It didn't help that nobody knew anything about a tea ceremony club. I ended up going to the faculty room myself and looking it up on the floor plan. And now I'm here.
すみません。先輩、いますか？
I knock on the sliding door as I call out. A moment later... Hello, Oomph.
おや、誰かと思えばトーノくん。
The face I know all too well emerges.
もしかして遊びに来てくれたんですか？いえ、これは遊びに来てくれたと見ました。 さ、そういうことなら中にどうぞ。ちょうど遠野くんと話したかったところです。
はあ。それじゃあ遠慮なくお邪魔します。
I'm a little taken aback by Ciel's eagerness, but I did come here just to see her. I step into the tea ceremony room. The room is far more authentic than I thought it would be. It's actually a full-on Japanese-style room.
驚いた。うちの学校にこんな教室があったなんて知らなかった。完全に趣味の部屋じゃないか。
私もそう思います。形式上は部活動のためということになってましたが、校長先生の趣味でしょうね。もっとも私が入るまでは使われていなかったようですが。
She walks onto the mats ahead of me. With a clatter of porcelain, she begins preparing the tea.
先輩が来るまで使われていなかった。
そうなんです。もったいないことに茶道部は部員数ゼロの架空部活に甘んじていたのです。お菓子は心の安定剤、和菓子の良さを伝える道が廃れているなんて、街から笑顔が消えるようなもの、
Okay.
いえ雨の日に捨てられた子犬を見捨てるようなもの
Girl really likes her sweets.
ですので、先生方にお願いして茶道部を再開させていただいたんです。部員はまだ私一人なので5人揃うまでの仮運転ではありますけど。
そうなんだ。先輩好きなんだ、お菓子。
I'm pretty sure there's more to the tea ceremony than that, but that's not my business.
はい、本命は洋菓子ですが、丁寧に作られたお菓子に寄せはありませんから。ともあれ、茶道部の首相として地道に勧誘活動を続けているんです。そのおかげで放課後とか休み時間とか、こんな風に自由に部室を使わせてもらっているんですよ。遠野くんも何かありましたらぜひ。私、放課後は大抵ここにいますから。
そうなんですか。
It's as if she's using the club room as her own private space, like a secret hideout. Ugh. Though I'm flattered by Ciel's invitation, I wonder how this will help with the revival of this tea ceremony club.
けど、遠野くんも物好きなんですね。確かにお誘いはしましたけど、あれだけでここまで足を運んでくれるなんて。
Her teasing causes the back of my neck to grow hot. I wasn't trying to hit on her, I just figured I'd stop by. But as I form my reply, I realize I'm making
い
excuses.
や、本当に特に理由はなかったんですけど。
But she does have a good point. I'm not usually the sort of person to take someone up on this kind of invitation. Come to think of it, why did I come here? What am I doing here?
これは失礼。強くかけすぎちゃいましたか。
She murmurs to herself and claps her hands. I squint against the red afternoon sun pouring through the windows. While I was busy admiring the room's decor, Ciel took some floor cushions out of the closet and laid them out on the tatami mats. Looks like we're gonna have an actual tea ceremony.
あのさ先輩、俺こういう作法苦手なんですけど。
そこは問題なく、私だって流した手前ぐらいしか知りませんよ。遠野くんはどうぞ自由に楽にしてください。
On the table are a teapot and teacups, as well as some snacks to go with the tea. The snacks are nothing fancy, pre-packaged mini cakes and rice crackers that can be found at any convenience store. I guess this really is just a place to drink tea and chat.
気軽におしゃべりするだけなんですから、堅苦しいのはなしにしましょう。そういうのは楽しくありませんからね。正座とかしないで足を崩しちゃってもいいですよ。
She smiles softly as she pours 2 cups of tea.
はあ、真面目なんだかおおらかなんだか、よくわからない人ですね、先輩は。
I take the cup of tea and bring it to my mouth. I had no part in it, but the Rimas ran a tea ceremony school. Growing up in their household, I've become quite accustomed to spending time drinking tea in a room like this. I drink slowly, savoring my time here as much as the tea. And then I notice it. Ciel's staring at me with an uneasy look on her face.
どうしたんですか、先輩。浮かない顔してますけど。
ああ、なんだか遠野くんの方が落ち着いてるなってちょっと驚いてました。
いや、うちはもともと厳しい家だったから、こういうのに慣れているだけです。それより先輩、話がしたかったって何ですか？
はい、朝のお礼をまだしていなかったので、電車で迷惑をかけてしまったでしょ。だからそのお詫びとしてこうしてお世話をしてあげたいなって思ってたんです。
Ciel smiles, not seeming to realize what she said.
お世話って、なんか日本語の使い方間違ってるよ、先輩。
あれ、そうですか？礼を尽くしておもてなしをすることをお世話をする。
言わない。間違いではないと思うけど、ちょっと正しくないというか。
そうでしたか。ごめんなさい。にわか知識でおかしなことを言ってしまって。
Her shoulders slumped dejectedly. Now I feel bad for making her feel bad.
心伴っていましたよ。正直に言うと嬉しかったです。作法はまず心からとも言うし、もてなす側の気持ちが本物なら、些細な間違いなんて
I can't help but try to cheer her up. Oh, she mad. Ciel looks me right in the eyes. She's so focused on me that I feel like I'm some kind of rare specimen at the zoo. The analyzer fucking...
先輩?
Maybe I'm just not used to it, but being stared at like this is incredibly awkward.
遠野くん、やっぱり似合いすぎてます。私より年下なのに落ち着いていて生意気です。
Ciel glares at me. For the second time I find myself confused about why she acts the way she does.
すみません。なんだか偉そうな言い分でしたね。
はい。あんまりに生意気なんで不覚にも感動しちゃいました。年下の男の子にしてやられるのってなんだか気恥ずかしいですね。
Despite her words, Ciel smiles bashfully. This means she's not angry, right?
私、がぜん遠野くんのことが知りたくなっちゃいました。何でもいいですから話してくれると嬉しいです。
いいですけど、俺の話なんかしてもつまらないですよ、先輩。
Nothing ever happens. She replies with a smile, letting me know that she doesn't mind. Guess I have no choice. I don't know if this will satisfy her curiosity, but maybe I can talk about things that have happened at school. I ended up talking for about an hour. It was fun, and Ciel was attentive the whole time. Still, it's not something I'm used to. I suddenly feel very tired. Her favorite parts seemed to be my story about the class trip in middle school. Apparently she didn't get one, as she caught the flu the day before and had to miss it.
中学2年生ということは14歳の頃の遠野くんですか。その頃の遠野くんも見てみたかったです。
Those words paired with that smile would make just about anyone turn red. I keep talking to Ciel forever, but the sun is beginning to set. As much as I want to stay, I eventually have to excuse myself and leave the tea ceremony room. My path home is different from the one My path home is different from the one I took yesterday. It leads me from a compact middle-class neighborhood to one where large, expensive houses line the street. Every step brings me closer to the tonal mansion. The area isn't completely unfamiliar to me. It may have been 7 years ago, but I have vague memories of this place from when I was 10. It's a strange feeling. This path feels both new and familiar at the same time. I climb up a long hill. The rows of houses disappear from view. The smell of greenery tickles my nostrils. I may be in the middle of the city, but this place feels anything but modern. Almost everything from here on is owned by the Tono estate. The mansion I lived in until the age of 10. The only things left for me there are old memories and relatives I never got along with. Though now, only one close relative remains in the mansion. Makihisa Tono, the father that hated me so much, passed away the other day. My mother died from an illness the year Akiya was born. The only Tonos left will be my sister and I. As the eldest son, I would have taken over as the head of the family, but I no longer have that right. Being a Tono heir means a restrictive and cloistered childhood. I don't know how many times I was told off by my father for trying to escape all that. That's why when I was left defective after my accident, he took the opportunity to cast me out. I'm sure he felt that even though I was the eldest, he couldn't leave the family in the hands of someone who could keel over dead any moment. To my father's surprise, I recovered, but Akiya had already been chosen as the next heir of the Tono family. Akiya had been raised as the prized daughter of the Tono, but after my accident, she had to endure a harsher education.
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
Befitting her new station. We played together in the gardens until I was 10, but I haven't seen her once since then. And now it's been 7 years. I wonder how the Tono mansion has changed. I won't have to wonder for much longer. If anything should come to mind now... Ooh, okay. My father, Makihisa Tono, my sister, Akiya. Someone else I played with as a kid. Yeah, what the pick here? I feel like, pardon me, because we've seen a bit of, like, I guess we could learn more about the dad and the sister a little bit here. Probably go with sister, because this is character multi-blood. But what about that? What about someone else I played with as a kid? There are actually quite a few people living in the mansion other than Makihisa and Akiya. Akiya, blah blah blah. A number of relatives occupy the main building. The servants, on the other hand, stayed in a separate one. They're vague, but I do have memories of playing with children other than just Akiya. I seem to recall... No. I can't quite remember. A lot of people came in and out of the mansion back then. According to Keiko, Makihisa was trying to aggressively expand the business at the time. She said it was so busy back then that it would be strange if I did remember everyone. It was like, fuck that option, go back to dad. Memories of my father spring to mind. Though I don't recall us doing anything together. Makihisa was a strict father. He was quiet, rarely showing much emotion. Do not leave the house, do not go into town. Always remember that people are born in their status, and those without our noble blood are of inferior stock. Such was the ethos of Makihisa, and the Tono family at large. I rebelled against their principles. I felt my father's teachings were wrong. It wasn't from any fault in his logic, though. He just couldn't convince me that his beliefs were right. It seemed strange, but they felt behind the times, even as a child. I wasn't the only one who disagreed with Makihisa, but I was the only one who did it to his face. As a result, I often left the manor in contempt of his rules, which ultimately led me to my accident. The world that lies beyond the manor is an unsightly place. It is a hemlock of the mind. How ironic. In the end, my father was right about that in a way. After waking up in hospital, he never came to visit me, not even once. My last memory of him is the day I was discharged from hospital, the day he commanded me to stay with the Arima family. And now he's gone. Not seeing my father before he died doesn't particularly bother me. That must speak volumes about our relationship. The main gate is shut tight. I remember thinking it was big when I was a child, but after living in a normal house, I realized how massive this place is. The mansion sits on a high hill overlooking the city, giving the Tonos a view of all they control. The grounds alone are bigger than my high school, including the forest behind the manor, and it's easily triple the size. Surrounding the perimeter is a wall of trees and a long fence preventing outsiders from peering inside. The entrance at the main gate is closed, turning away those who would seek entry. Next to the massive gate for cars to pass through, there's a smaller door for people. I hesitate for a moment before pressing the call button. It doesn't make any noise as I push it. After a few seconds, the lock opens with a welcoming click.
ここのドア全自動になったんだ。昔は守衛さんがいたんだけどな。
I open a heavy door and pass through the stone gate. The door gives a satisfying clunk behind me, locking itself again. I make my way along a gently sloped path deeper into the grounds. The walkway, surrounded by tall trees, feels almost like a tunnel. It stretches 40 meters east, then turns at a 90-degree angle to the north. Memories flood back with each step I take. I know this path. I've walked it many times. Just a little further. I reach the corner. My feet guide me towards the north, the rest of my body following closely behind. Then, on the left... there's that big mansion. The Tono Mansion. Its great white walls standing at attention. A sigh escapes my lips in a combination of wonder and resignation. The mansion looks just like it did back then. According to my father, the building has been the same since my grandfather inherited from his grandfather, though it was repaired once after the war. For the past few centuries, it's been a seat of power passed from one generation to the next. This is a holy ground for Makihisa. No, for all those related to the Tonos. I remember seeing different adults vying for a piece of it, sharing favor with the old man while staying at the mansion for a yearly family meeting. They were all extremely successful business people with their own fancy homes, but for whatever reason, they were obsessed with the Tono Manor. Getting to live there must have been a point of pride for them. It all sounds ridiculous. It's just a big fancy house to me. I've never been comfortable with being privileged.
さて。
There's no going back now. A small doorbell is placed next to comparably huge double doors. I shake off my nerves and ring the bell. There's no familiar ding-dong. The heavy silence continues for a few seconds. The sound of hurried footsteps come from the other side of the doors.
はい、お待ち申し上げておりました。
The doors swing open with surprising ease for their size. Oh. So red in here. I narrow my eyes at the waning afternoon light streaming through the windows. I had meant to prepare myself for the sight, but my breath catches as I look over the gigantic lobby. What astonishingly beautiful architecture. Feels like I traveled to a different country in a different time. The look of the mansion is so old-fashioned, even the very air itself seems foreign. Even so, the lobby still feels familiar. Yeah, oomph! 1 out of 2 of the mate oomphs here. It's Kohaku. Love playing this girl as a multiple as well. You got a broom. I find myself frozen as the girl who answered the door stands before me, dressed in traditional attire.
よかった。あんまりにも遅いものですから、お迷いになられているのではと心配していたんですよ。日が落ちてもいらっしゃらないようでしたら、こちらからお迎えに向かうところでした。
The girl wearing an apron over her kimono smiles brightly.
いや。
I find myself speechless at this unexpected welcome. I was expecting the stony-faced man who served on his father's assistant and butler to be the one to greet me. There was no whom there, like, maybe later, but the girl tilts her head, likely wondering at the reason for my hesitance.
四季様ですよね。
はい。様っていうのは、その、余計だけど。
ですよね。もう脅かさないでください。私また間違えてしまったのかと怖くなってしまったじゃないですか。
The girl wags her finger like a mother admonishing her child. She seems generally upset with me for having worried her. Yet even so, her smile never fades, nor does the warmth emanating from her. An apron draped over her kimono. Come to greet me and call me master. That must mean...
すみません。もしかして、ここのお手伝いさんですか？
The girl answered my question with a smile.
さあ、お疲れでしょ。遠慮せずに上がってくださいな。秋葉様がお手すきになるまで今でおくつろぎください。
The girl motions for me to follow her and begins walking. We move towards the hallway on the east side of the lobby, next to the giant staircase. I seem to remember that the parlor is just inside the hallway. I follow her quietly, call out to her and ask her name, get the urge to explore the mansion. Ask her name. Like, I already know, because I play Melty Blood, but, like, fucking... I decide to call out to her and ask her name. I can't just be calling her Miss Housekeeper the whole time.
すみません。名前を聞いていいですか？来たばかりで、今のうちの事情がよくつかめなくて。
I call out to her. The kimono-clad girl looks at me, surprised.
琥珀と申します。
Oomph.
このお屋敷で遠野家のご当主様に仕えさせていただいております。
The girl, Kohaku, gives a slight bow and a smile. It's a lovely kind of gesture, some evocative of a bud blooming into a flower. The girl leads me to the parlor. The parlor looks so much fancier compared to what I remember. It's like seeing it for the first time. Either I'm just too used to how things were with the Arima family, or they made this room even more extravagant since I was last here. Regardless, this place feels like someone else's home. I look around the parlor restlessly.
借りてきた猫ちゃんみたいですね。
Yeah.
お気持ちはわかりますが、どうぞ楽にしてくださいまし。ここは四季様の家なんですから。
I'm seeing her make this face and thinking of all the other, like, meme edits here or whatever here. Like, she looks so disappointed with that smile.
そうですよね。
Flustered, I lowered myself onto the sofa. It's pathetic how overwhelmed I've become from simply returning home. The kimono-clad girl makes her way over to the cart in the corner of the room and pours a cup of tea from it. She places the cup on a tray and carries it over to me.
どうぞ、そちゃですが。
ありがとうございます。
I can't help but feel a sense of embarrassment being waited on such a warm smile. I think that's just who I am, rather than something that comes from living with a more modest family.
秋葉様に声をおかけしてきますので、しばらくお待ちください。そうですね。おそらく10分ほどかかりますから、それまでお屋敷の中を見て回るのもよろしいかと。
いいんですか？勝手に歩き回って。
何をおっしゃいますやら。ここは四季様のお家です。あ、いえ、でも2階はちょっと行けませんね。1階でしたらお好きにご観覧ください。四季様にとっては7年ぶりのお屋敷ですもの。懐かしくて胸が弾んでいますでしょ。
She smiles mischievously. Oh. Kohaku gives a slight bow and leaves the room.
参ったな。
My muttering echoes sadly through the extravagant parlor. Do I stay here sitting nervously? Or do I take a look around the mansion? Think I'll just wait here. Think I'll stretch my legs. Thought we had an option to look around the mansion. We don't. Fucking... or I guess, yeah, this implies that here. Like, fucking... It's like, I'm just gonna stretch my legs in this fucking room, and that's it. Like... let's explore. 10 minutes. Guess I could fly in here. I'm like, fucking get away. 10 minutes, huh? Maybe I'll take a look around if I have that much time. I should have time to look around the East Wing at the very least.
ここにいても緊張するだけだしな。
I rise up from the couch. I think I remember the rec room had a billiards table and a dartboard in the West Wing. Ooh.
おや、
Oh.
来る前に立ち寄ったのだが、先客がいたとはね。
A voice calls out the moment I step into the lobby. I turn to the giant staircase to find... What the... Huh? Who the... Huh? What the fuck? Okay, I may have seen this guy before in some meme edits here a little bit. I didn't think it would just show up here. Like, just fucking... Hey, man. A strange man dressed head to toe in black.
こんにちは、四季君。塔の邸にようこそ。
Ah!
というのは間違いか。君の場合、お帰りというのが正しかった。
The man, who, based on his voice, I'd assume is in his 30s, descends the stairs calmly. There's not a trace of color on him. His entire body is wrapped in black bandages. Yeah, of all the fucking, like, normal kind of people we've seen so far here, a little bit just fucking... Yeah, he does look like he stepped straight out of a mystery novel. What the fuck? I'm curious if this is how it also played out in the original VN, because this just comes out of fucking... Why is he like that? A little bit. But I dig it. Jesus Christ. No. Yeah, Goto Saiki.
私だよ。佐伯ゴートだ。君が子供の頃に何度か顔を合わせたことはあったが、このなりではね。
Saiki? Was there a branch family with that name? More importantly, this man.
構わんよ。キーの視線には慣れている。私は事故で顔を焼いてしまってね。ずいぶん前からこうでもしないと出歩けない体になっている。秋葉にも煙たがられているが、こればかりは仕方のないことだ。彼女にも責任の一端はあることだしね。
Goto Saiki gives a self-deprecating laugh as he lifts his left hand up to shade his eyes. The glare from the skylight must be too bright for him.
しかしまあ、よくも帰ってこられたものだ。君のことだよ、四季君。牧久の言いつけを破って屋敷を抜け出した結果、くだらない事故に巻き込まれて脱落した。
Hey man, I was like 10 years old. Fucking.
脱落。そう、脱落だ。君はご両親からの投資を投げ捨て、自らの義務を放棄した脱落者だ。にもかかわらず、こうして屋敷に戻り、秋葉の兄として振る舞おうとしている。そんな自分が恥ずかしいと思わないのかね。
I resist the urge to confront him. The contempt in Goto's eyes is obvious, but there's no reason to escalate things further. Besides, he isn't wrong.
おや、反論はないのかな。
ないですよ。義務を放棄したのは事実ですから。でも脱落者とか投資とか家族の話にそんな言葉を使うあなたこそ。
家族の話だからこそ的確な言葉を選んだんだがね。養育は一族の将来への投資だ。市政の人間はともかく、選ばれた血筋、尊い家系において個人の自由は存在しない。自由？いや、自意識と言ってもいいな。それらは成人した後、一族を背負えるようになって初めて獲得できる権利のはずだ。君は遠野の子でありながらそれを理解していなかった。 秋葉とは似ても似つかぬ三流だ。まあ一度地に落ちていながら帰ってくる高顔さだけは一流と言えなくもないがね。そう、睨むな四季君。今のはただの客観論だよ。私個人の評価じゃない。誤解させてしまったようだが、私は君の帰還に反対はしていない。どちらかというと賛成派だし、そもそも遠野家現当主の決定でもある。よそ者である私にどうこう言えることでもないだろう。
An outsider? He isn't part of the branch of family?
佐伯家は祖父の代から遠野家とは対等の付き合いをしている。現代風に言うとビジネスパートナーというやつだ。今日は商談に来ただけでね。長引いてしまったが、色良い返事をもらえて上機嫌で帰るところだったのさ。ああ、この陰気な姿でせっかくの帰郷に水を差すのも忍びない。
Yeah, he seems cool. There's like maybe a chance we could have like walked into seeing Hisui, the other maid, and then this guy shows up instead, which is really fucking funny. The bandaged man, Goto Saiki, passes by me and walks towards the entrance, all the while his lips curled in a sarcastic smile. What a hater. I bite my lip thinking of the word Saiki used. Failure. He's right. The word describes my place in this house perfectly. Regardless, I should go back to the parlor and calm down. I'll walk around later. I don't want to ruin my first meeting with Akia in 7 years by feeling like this. Oh. Hello, Oomph. The girl returned exactly 10 minutes later.
四季様、何かお気に障ることでもありました？
Dude, there was a weird mummy over there. Like, she must be able to tell that Goto Saiki's words have affected me.
いえ、なんでもないんです。ちょっと気をされているだけで。あ、お茶、ありがとうございました。
お上手ですね。こちらこそお褒めいただきありがとうございます。
She smiles bashfully, brightening the room.
と、それより本題ですね。
There's like a little bug in here, and I just want to like fucking do that against it, but I'm missing here. Like, yeah. Anyway, thank you for waiting.
お待たせいたしました。秋葉様のご用事がお済みになりましたので、執務室においでください。
We ascend the large staircase in the lobby to the second floor. Akia's office, the heart of the Tono family. I was never allowed to enter Makihisa's office when I was a child. A room occupied by each generation's family head. And that room now belongs to my sister. In stark contrast to the bright white of the parlor, the office is colored a dark red. Luxurious curtains line the windows. A deep crimson carpet, immaculately capped, is placed on the floor. The refined air to the room is thick with a sense of history. This is where Makihisa Tono once presided as head of the family, and now it's where Akia will carry that burden forward.
四季様をお連れしました。ご苦労様。仕事に戻っていいわよ、琥珀。はい、それでは失礼いたしますね。
Kohaku gives me a slight bow before exiting the room. Oh, there she is. The only people left in the room are myself and 2 girls I don't recognize. Hello, Oomph. Sister
お久
Oomph.
しぶりですね、兄さん。
The dark-haired girl casts a dignified gaze at me as she speaks. My head is blank. The gears of my brain have stopped turning. All I managed to do is nod and agree. I'm pathetic, but I suppose it may be understandable. She looks so different from how I remember her.
兄さん、何かこの部屋に不審な点でも？
The black-haired girl narrows her eyes as if she were measuring up a stranger.
いや、
Nothing coherent escapes my lips as my mind struggles to catch up. I'm still trying to figure out if she's really my sister or not, even though she's clearly already accepted who I am.
話には聞いていましたが、本当に体調が不安定なんですね。時間は無駄にしますが、私からの話の前にお休みになられますか？
She frowns. Her words seem to have more bite to them than I expected.
いや、体調はそう悪くない。アキハがあんまりにも変わってたんで、びっくりしたというか。
7年も経てば変わります。ただでさえ私たちは成長期だったんですから。それともいつまでも以前のままだと思っていたんですか、兄さんは。
いや、それは。
My stammer crushed under the weight of her quiet ferocity. I feel bad. After all this time, it hadn't even occurred to me to think about how Akia may have changed. I'd only thought of her as the little girl who used to follow me around. The last 7 years haven't only been hard on me. I'm an idiot for her to only sink in now that she's right here in front of me.
面目ない。正直考えが足りなかった。でも、それにしたってアキハは変わったよ。昔より格段に美人になった。
Clear words finally filtered their way out.
ありがとうございます。兄さんは以前とあまり変わってはいませんね。
Akia speaks coldly, her eyes closed. Well, I had expected something like this. She must resent me for leaving the family. She's so mad. A silence falls over us as we take a second to study one another. I was unable to say anything worthwhile to a sister I hadn't been seen in 7 years. Akia stares at me with a guarded expression, inspecting me as if I were some intruder. Though to her, I very well may be.
まあいいでしょう。体調が良いのなら話を済ませましょう。今回の移転について詳しい事情は聞いていますか？
いや、詳しい事情は何も。いいから屋敷に帰ってこいって話だけだ。親父が亡くなったことは新聞で知ったけど。
It's not all that surprising that the death of someone presiding over a massive conglomerate would make the business section of most papers. We live in a world where a son disowned by his family learns of his own father's death on the internet. The news reached me after his funeral had already happened, like I was a complete stranger.
申し訳ありません。お父様のことを兄さんに知らせなかったのは。
Akia lowers her head quietly. Her hair is beautiful. That's not important right now. My wording was the problem here.
そこは気にしなくていいんじゃないかな。俺が言ったって死人が生き返るわけでもないんだ。逆に親戚筋に合わなくて助かった。
Can't imagine it would be kind to me.
そうですか。そう言っていただけると、私も少しは気が楽になります。
I'm lucky to have such an understanding sister. A funeral is an occasion that offers closure to those unable to accept the passing of a loved one. My relationship with my father ended a long time ago. I have no obligation or desire to attend something like that for Makahisa. I haven't once thought about how I'd say goodbye to him.
でも、そうなると誰が俺を呼び戻したんだ？親父の遺言ってわけでもないんだろ。
兄さんをこちらに呼び戻したのは私の決定です。いつまでも遠野の長男が有馬の家に預けられているのはおかしいでしょ。どんな欠陥があろうと、あなたは遠野の人間なのですから。
I accept the word defect without a second thought. My father used it often. It doesn't bother me anymore, and if anything, she's right.
お父様、遠野牧久が亡くなった以上、遠野の血筋は私と兄さんだけです。血は守られなければいけません。お父様がどのような考えで兄さんを有馬の家に預けたかは知りませんが、理由が定かではない以上、当の指揮をこちらで監督するのは家族として当然のことでしょ。
Akio's words are quiet but firm, as if she were shutting down any possible objections I could have before I even raised them.
監督するか。じゃあもし遠野の家に帰ることを拒否してたらどう？
そんな自由はあなたにはありません。有馬の人間にも本家からの決定を拒む権利はありません。私も兄さんも遠野家に育てられたものです。少なくとも成人し社会的に自立するまではあなたは遠野家に隷属する義務があります。
Makihisa used to say the same thing. Parents are responsible for raising their children and preparing them for
It's time to
society.
drink water.
Drink water as well.
It's time to drink water.
Just like any good business, a family can't be sending defective products to market. It would only serve to harm their good name and the great society as a whole. An individual unwilling to remove such a product has no right to be a parent, and the child unable to bear the responsibilities given unto them has no place in the family. Maki Satono spoke of this many times to Aki and I, almost like it was more for him than us.
親父の口癖だったな。じゃあ俺を呼び戻した理由は単に。
She cuts me off without any consideration for her poor brother, disowned by his narrow-minded father.
どのような経緯であれ、あなたが遠野家の長男だからです。それ以外に理由があるとでも。
Just another day of cleaning up loose ends for the head of the Toto family.
理解していただけて何よりです。言うまでもありませんが、私の発言は遠野家当主のものとして受け取ってください。戸籍上ではあなたは私の兄ですが、この家における上下関係はまた別のものです。兄さん、私はあなたを兄として尊重しますが、同時にこの家を預かる者としてあなたを遠野家の財産として扱います。7年前のことは忘れて、私たちは当主とその家人であることを肝に銘じてくださいますよう。
Akio speaks without emotion. This is a command from the head of the house, rather than my sibling. It carries an air of cold detachment. But...
それはそれでわかりやすい。はっきり言ってくれた方が俺もすっきりする。
This is the natural way of things. There's no reason for me to be offended.
私の言葉を理解していますか？私は兄さんより上の立場で、それを承諾しろと一方的に宣言したつもりですけど。
分かってるし、文句はないよ。だって、どう考えてもこの扱いになるだろう。今の、むしろ、7年間好き放題に生きてきた俺に、妹としてきちんと礼を取ってくれる明葉に感謝してる。けど、明葉の考えは別にして、親戚の連中がよく納得したな。俺を有馬の家に預けろって言い出したの、確か親戚の人たちじゃなかったっけ？
そうですね。ですが、今の当主は私です。親戚の方たちの進言は全て却下しました。この件に関して意見を挟むということは、私に、ひいては遠野に逆らうことだと明言しましたから。
I'm stunned. Even Makihisa wasn't able to ignore our relatives, but Akio was able to persuade them? No, if anything, she probably argued them into submission. I see. Akio's grown in more ways than one, and as a brother, it's a little terrifying.
兄さん、ぼーっとしたお顔をされていますが、何か？
ああ、いや、感心したというか、 感動したというか。
当たり前です。そうでもなければ兄さんを呼び戻せないでしょう。話を戻します。兄さんには今日からここで暮らしていただきますが、ここにはここの規律があります。今までのような無作法は避けていただきますから。
おそりゃ無理だよ、アキハ。今更俺がお行儀いい人間に戻れるわけないし。
いえ、何があろうと戻っていただきます。子供じゃあるまいし、試す前から泣き言は結構です。それとも私にできたことが兄さんにはできないとおっしゃるのですか？
Akio shoots a frigid glare in my direction. It pierces through me like an icicle. There's no doubt about it. 7 years worth of resentment is finally being blasted my way now.
わかった。できるだけ努力はしてみる。
努力はするですか。都合のいい返答ですね。努力をすれば誰であれ報われるとでも。私が求めているのは結果だけですので、そのつもりで。
I can barely unable. I'm unable to form any kind of response in the face of her ruthless assault.
いいです。兄さんは今まで自由気ままに暮らしていたんですから、すぐに生活を正せとは言いません。最短で1週間、最長で1ヶ月の猶予を差し上げますので、どうぞ死ぬ気で努力してください。
I don't think I'll be getting more time after that. This must be how Akia makes compromises.
ですね、そこまで無茶な話ではありませんから。現在、屋敷には兄さんと私しか住んでいません。うるさ型の親戚筋がいては、兄さんも落ち着けないでしょうし、私も煩わしいので、人払いは済ませました。
Wait a second. Had them leave? Then...
お前、屋敷に居候してる親戚全員追い出したのか？
ええ、どうぞお気になさらず。家と財産を失いながら何の努力もせず、お父様の温情にすがっていただけの方々です。あ、使用人たちも大部分に暇を出しましたが、私と兄さん付きのものは残しましたので問題はありません。
いや、問題ないってありすぎるだろ。そんな勝手をしまくったら次の親戚会議でやり玉にあげられるぞ。
もうつべこべ言わないでください。
I'll just kick him out of the meeting. It's not that hard. Like fucking...
兄さんだって屋敷の中に人があふれかえっているより、私たちしかいない方が気持ちは楽でしょ。
She's definitely right about that.
いや、でもだな。本当にそれでいいのか？親父だって親戚の意見には逆らわなかったのに、そんな暴君みたいなわがままを通しちまって。
そうですね。だからお父様は兄さんを有馬の家に預けたんです。けれど私、子供の頃からあの人たちが大嫌いでしたから。これ以上どうでもいい彼らの小言を聞くのはごめんです。
ごめんですって。
ああ、もういいから、私なんかの心配は結構です。そんなことより兄さんはこれからのご自分の生活を案じてください。
Akia says this curtly, forcing the conversation in another direction.
状況はご理解いただけたとは思いますが、兄さんはまだ有馬での暮らしが抜けきれていない様子。それもいいでしょう。そのための使用人です。この先わからないことがあったらこの子に言いつけて。翡翠。
Akia, without turning, calls the girl waiting at the back of the room. Hello, Oomph. That's a girl on Blue Sky that gives the updates on like Type Moon stuff or whatever. The girl named Hisui takes a step forward and gives a bow. It's a polite, though emotionless bow, like servitude made manifest.
この子は翡翠、うちの使用人です。これから兄さん付きの次女にしますが、よろしいですね。
So she's another one of the housekeepers. Wait, what?
次女ってつまりその。
わかりやすく言うと、召使いということです。
I don't believe it. Both Aki and the girl look like nothing out of the ordinary has been said.
ちょっと待ってくれ。召使いとか大げさすぎないか。自分のことぐらい自分で面倒を見れるっていうか。
食事の支度や洗濯もですか。
Aki is sure on point.
ともかくこの屋敷に戻ってきた以上、私の指示には従ってもらいます。有馬の家ではどう暮らしていたかは知りませんが、これからの兄さんは遠野家で暮らす遠野家の長男なんです。相応の待遇は義務として受け入れてください。
My gaze wanders over to the girl clad in maid attire. Hisui shows little emotion on her face. She looks like a doll as she returns my gaze.
それじゃあ翡翠、兄さんを部屋に案内してあげて。この人は右も左もわからない子猫と変わらないようですから。この広い屋敷でいきなり迷子にならないように。
Keep calling me a dog or a cat in this game a lot.
かしこまりました、秋葉様。
The fucking forward stare. Hisui bows to Akia and walks towards me quietly. She looks toward me, but her gaze is fixed in a way that ensures our eyes don't meet. Her steps are measured, but far from slow. I can tell she's done this for a long time.
あ、それと兄さん、長男といえど、この屋敷では禁止された事柄、立ち入ってはいけない場所があります。翡翠には兄さんのお守りも命じてありますから、翡翠の進言にはできる限り耳を傾けてください。
それ、お守りじゃなくて監視役って言わないか。
兄さんが規則正しい生活をしてくだされば、翡翠もそんな役割から解放されます。それではまた夕食の席で。
Akia must be busy if she can't spare any more time than this.
お部屋にご案内いたします、四季様。
Hisui moves towards the door, paying my obvious confusion no mind. I sigh as I leave the office. We make our way back out to the second floor lobby. The lobby splits the Tono mansion into two wings. It's like a giant bird in flight, extending its wings far in both directions. Each wing is roughly the size of a small hospital. I vaguely recall that the building is symmetrical, with the same number of rooms on both sides.
四季様のお部屋はこちらです。
Instead of descending the stairs, Hisui continues along the walkway overlooking the lobby, towards the west wing. I guess that means my room is on the second floor of the west wing. The sun has already set outside. Blue carpets line the hallway, extending in either direction. The uniform white walls bring a castle to mind. The maid walks down a hall lit by warm orange lights.
なんかおとぎの国みたいだ。
No filter between brain and mouth here.
四季様、何かご質問でも？
いや、ただの独り言だから気にしないでくれ。
Hisui gives a slight bow after glancing at me and continues walking again. I don't know what to say. And that's not the first time since returning to the mansion. Floors made with expensive teak wood. A ceiling that must be at least 3 meters high. I think I can see a sunroom further down the hall. The room Hisui shows me to isn't where you expect a high schooler to live.
俺の部屋ってここ。
Male living space.
はい。 ご不満がおありのようでしたら違うお部屋をご用意させていただきますが。
いや、不満なんてあるわけないけど、その
It's way too fancy for me.
四季様。
いいんだ。なんでもない。喜んでこの部屋を使わせてもらうよ。
はい。お部屋は7年前から手を加えていませんので、不自由はないと思います。
Does that
ちょ
mean
っといいかな。ここ7年前は俺の部屋だったとか。
yeah, hello, young boys?
そう伺っておりますが、違うのですか？
Hisui tilts her head slightly. I feel a little better. So she isn't completely devoid of emotion.
まあ言われてみれば確かに。少しは覚えがあるし、きっとそうだったんだろう。
This doesn't feel like my room at all, but I guess that's what happens when you've been gone for 7 years.
けど、やっぱり落ち着かないな。今朝まで4畳半の部屋で暮らしてたからさ、高級ホテルに泊まりに来たみたいだ。
お気持ちはわかりますが、どうかお慣れください。四季様は今日から遠野家のご長男なのですから。
まあ、そうだね。せめて外見ぐらいは笑われないように頑張ってみるよ。
Okay, I'm looking at the BG here, the background here. Is that like white dust on the floor? Why is that not cleaned up? But no, that's like part of like the text box, so to speak here. Like that, yeah, it's that now it's gone. It's like it's all cleaned up. Like was like, is that why is this not cleaned up here? Like fucking. I set my bag on a desk and stretch. I'm still a bit overwhelmed by everything, but I don't have much choice other than to just get used to it. At the very least, I need to be comfortable enough to relax in my own space.
それと、昨夜のうちに届いたお荷物はすべて運び込みましたが、問題はありませんか？
いや、別にないけど。あ、なんか持ち込んじゃいけないものでもあったとか？
いえ、お荷物が少なすぎるようですから。必要なものがあればご用意いたしますので、どうかお聞かせください。
そっか。いや、とりあえず足りないものはないよ。もともと荷物は少ないんだ。自分の荷物って言ったら、そのカバンとこのメガネと。
The only things in my bag are my textbooks and a white ribbon I've kept for a long time.
ともかく荷物のことは気にしないでいい。こんな立派な部屋だけで十分だ。
かしこまりました。では、1時間後にお呼びに参ります。
1時間後ってもしかして夕食？
はい。それまでどうぞおくつろぎください。
Hisui says, devoid of emotion as seems to be her usual. Now my problem is how to kill an hour. It's just past 6. If it were yesterday, I would just play my phone or watch some TV in the living room. I can't see the mansion having a place for people to get together and wind down.
つまらないことを聞くけどさ、この屋敷にテレビとか通信回線とかあるの？
テレビと通信回線。
Hisui narrows her eyes ever so slightly. Even asking the question gives me a headache. Asking about modern luxuries in a decadent, old-fashioned mansion like this seems wrong.
今にはありません。西館には娯楽室がありますが、こちらは鍵がかけられています。
Imagine being so wealthy, but you don't got internet. Like, fuck, you don't got YouTube or Twitch or anything here. Like, fuck, what else am I supposed to do? Like...
先日まで逗留なされていた皆様は私物を持ち込まれていましたが、出立される時に荷物はお持ち帰りいただきましたので、残ってはいないと思います。
アキハが追い出した親戚筋か。逗留って誰がどのくらいしてたんだ？
久我峰様のご長男とそのご家族の皆様が1階に士官の3部屋を、東崎様のご三女とその婚約者の方が2階に士官の角部屋を、 木島様のご長男が
Kishima.
1階東館の一部屋を
I'm trying to. Yeah, well, I think wasn't it Kishima? That's like the last name of like the one fucking brawler in Melty Bowl with the fire punches or whatever and shit. It's one of these names, I think, if I remember right here and shit like that. I don't remember at the top of my head here.
皆様3年ほどお過ごしになられました。あとは確か先代である牧久様の主治医様が屋敷に投留されていたと聞いています。
3年もか。なあ翡翠、そういうのって投留って言うんじゃなくて居候って言うんじゃないか。
Hisui doesn't answer. Her position as a housemaid must prevent her from voicing her personal opinions about the guests. Regardless, if they've taken all of their belongings with them, I can't expect to find anything I can use. Makahisa hated any kind of modern convenience. I can't imagine he would have allowed them access to the internet or TV. Akia must have taken after our father.
ないからって別に死ぬわけでもないか。
Nothing else. I still have my phone. I take it out of my pocket and check the time. Still, you'd think I was actually worried I might not get service here. May not be much, but I'm relieved to have at least some way of connecting to the internet. I expect to be stuck without one considering how out of this world this place is. Meanwhile, Hisui is silent. I don't know if it's just her trying to be professional, but Hisui doesn't speak unless it's necessary, or she's asked something. Not being used to having a personal attendant, it's a little unnerving. I'd like to try and make her smile somehow, but it's not going to be that easy.
確か1階の西館の方に書庫があったっけ。暇な時はそこから何か見繕うことにするよ。
Hisui, she just got closer and just stared harder. Hisui doesn't respond. She's looking in my direction, but her eyes are fixed on the empty space next to me, rather like a cat.
翡翠
Hisui says nothing, until she suddenly returns her gaze to me.
姉さんの部屋になら
Ooh, to ponder her.
あると思います。
は
I blurt out without meaning to. Could she mean...
ですからテレビです。以前姉さんの部屋で見かけた記憶がありますから。
Hisui says like she's recalling a memory from long ago.
よかった。ここでもそれぐらいはあるんだ。ってちょっと待って。姉さんってもしかして琥珀さんのこと？
はい。現在このお屋敷で働かせていただいているものは私と姉さんの二人きりです。
Now that I think about it, they do look a lot alike. Hisui is so different from her cheery sister. I didn't even consider that they might be related.
そっか。あの人なら確かにバラエティ番組を見てそうなキャラクターだ。
She's so silly. I stop short of asking to use it as I feel too embarrassed to go into her room.
ごめん。この話はなかったことにしてくれ。これからここで暮らすんだから、屋敷のルールには従わなくっちゃいけないしね。
I don't think Akia would ever let me live it down if I spent my first night back lounging in front of the TV. I'll act the perfect little student. Someone worthy of the total name.
夕食まで部屋にいるから、時間になったら呼びに来てくれ。翡翠だって他にやることはあるだろ。
Hisui nods affirmatively and puts her hand on the doorknob. The door opens with a faint squeak. Hisui leaves the room after a small bow. Big table. I dine with Akia. Both Gaku and Hisui are completely devoted to serving the two of us. Servants are allowed to dine at the same table as their masters. It goes without saying, but having grown up with the Arimas, this setup makes me uncomfortable. I've also completely forgotten about table manners. Humans have evolved the ability to remove useless pieces of information from their minds, which means any memories I had of table etiquette are far long gone. Every movement I make elicits a raised eyebrow from Akia. It's nerve-wracking, but it does spice up our mealtime. To be honest, the idea that I'll be doing this every day from now on is disheartening. Dinner ends in silence. I was so desperate to remember my table manners, I wasn't even able to come up with any small talk. Akio seemed displeased the entire time. Hisu and Kohako just finished taking away our plates when the reckoning comes.
やはり徹底的な再教育が必要なようですね。
Oh fuck. She says plainly. A cold, cruel comment reverberates around the dining room.
誰にどのような。
兄さんにふさわしい心構えをです。
I knew it. So that's what she was thinking about while raising her eyebrows at me.
その具体的には。
まずは生活習慣の改善。夜間の外出は当然禁止です。門限は8時とします。どのような理由であれ、外出の時は私か琥珀、翡翠の許可を取るように。
An 8 p.m. curfew? How old does she think I am? More importantly, I need permission just to leave?
待て待て、それは。
休日の学習スケジュールはこちらで立てておきます。報告によると、兄さんの成績は中の中だそうですね。まったく。相変わらず効率よく手を抜くのだけは得意なようで。
とんでもない。俺はいつだって全力だ。
ですが、この屋敷にいる間は本気を出していただきますから。兄さんはやればできる人なんですから、お体のことを考慮しても学年3位以内は当然でしょ。
My sister's painfully overestimating me. It's scary how much she knows about my grades.
他の習い事はもう少し落ち着いてからにしましょうか。それでは兄さん、本題のあれを出してください。
はい。
What does she mean by it?
あれといえばあれです。あるでしょ。兄さんのズボンにも若者の象徴のような汚らわしいあれが。
What?
それを隠さずに出しなさいと言っているのです。
いや、ますますわからない。これが上流階級のすることか。一般市民を何だと思ってるんだ、お前は。
ですから、携帯端末を出してください。兄さんだって持っているんでしょ。
なるほど。
I take out my phone from my back pocket. As soon as I place it on the table, Hisui wordlessly takes the phone and gives it to Akia.
これは没収します。当家ではこの手の電子機器は禁止です。健全な学生には不要なものですから。電話ならロビーの備え付けのものを使うように。調べ物がしたいのでしたら、図書室をどうぞ。
Akia cuts our one-sided conversation short and leaves the dining room. I find myself stunned in the silence for the nth time today. I was never super attached to my phone. I mostly used it for texting and check the news when I had some free time. Though, like most people, I consider it a basic necessity. It's another reminder of how strict the Tunnel household really is. I mean, banning phones in this day and age? I return to my room now that the dinner is finished. Just past 9:30 p.m. I spent about 2 hours in the dining room in the inn.
お帰りなさいませ、四季様。ご指示はありませんでしたが、就寝の支度をさせていただきました。
Hisui greets me as soon as I enter my bedroom. I see my bed waiting for me, neatly made. She was a step ahead of me, it seems.
ありがとう。
寝巻きはそちらのものをお使いください。
Yo, my PJs?
着ていらしたお洋服はそちらのカゴに入れ、廊下に出しておいてくだされば助かります。
A wicker basket is placed at the foot of the bed. A wicker basket is placed at the foot of the bed. Why is that sentence so hard to read? I assume if I put my dirty clothes in here and place in the hallway, then Hisui will clean them for me. This is starting to feel even more like some upscale hotel.
何かご質問はございますか？
Hisui stands there, as still as a statue. I have plenty of questions, but it dawns on me that I know very little about Hisui or Kohaku.
あまり関係ない話なんだけど、いいかい？
はい、何でしょう？
翡翠と琥珀さんがここでどんな仕事をしてるのか知りたいんだけど。
私が四季様付きで、姉の琥珀は秋葉お嬢様のお世話をさせていただいております。お二人が留守の間は屋敷の管理を任されていますが、それが何か？
お世話って、やっぱりそういうことか。
My shoulders feel heavy. Akio explained everything like it went without saying, but I'm just a normal high school student. I don't have much interest in being waited on hand and foot by a girl my own age.
四季様付きってことは、俺専用の使用人ってこと？
はい、何なりと申し付けてください。
Hisui bows deeply. My chest tightens with guilt.
わかった。秋葉のあの言いぶりじゃ、俺を一人にはしないだろうし、そもそも俺の気持ちの問題で君を解雇させるのは良くはないと思う。ありがたくお世
It's
話
time
に
to drink water.
Hisui, can I get some water?
何か特別なご要望でもあるのですか？
そんな大それたことじゃなくて、その四季様っていうのはちょっと、俺はそんな柄じゃないし、正直に白状すると分不相応すぎて首根っこをつかまれた気分になる。
ですが、四季様は私の主人です。
そうは言うけど、俺は今日まで普通に生きてきた身なんだ。帰ってきただけなのに、同い年ぐらいの子に様付けで呼ばれる生活とかちょっと難しい。
Hisui seems nonplussed.
俺のことは遠野さんとか四季さんでいいよ。こっちも君を翡翠さんって呼ぶからさ。
Hisui, though otherwise expressionless, lowers her eyebrows and bites her lip. Man, I wanted to make things easier for her, but looks like it may have had the opposite effect.
ですが、あなたは私の雇い主ですから。
俺が雇ってるわけじゃないだろ。
失礼ながら、それは同じことです、四季様。私どもは遠野家に仕える者。ご当主様もご親族の方も、共に尊ぶべき主であることに変わりはありません。ですので、どうか私のことは翡翠とだけお呼びください。お仕えする方に継承で呼ばれる使用人の心境を察していただければ幸いです。
Hard to argue against that. Her answer really does fit that of a manor servant.
俺にできないことをやってくれるんだから、ありがたがるのはこっちなんだけど。
Argue would only serve to trouble her further. I'll refrain from voicing my own opinions on the matter for now.
呼び方、翡翠でいいんだね。
はい。何としてもそのように。
Here, please, has a bit of punch to it.
わかった。じゃあそのように。
Trying to get cozy again real quick here.
でも、俺に対してあんまり堅苦しいのはなしにしてほしい。お姉さんの琥珀さんにもそう伝えてくれるとありがたい。
はい。四季様がそうおっしゃるのなら。
Hisui lowers her head gracefully. Alright, looks like we got a long ways to go until we can talk casually. Hisui leaves the room after bowing. Ugh. The moment I'm alone, a wave of exhaustion crashes over me. A lot happened today. My body is crying out for some much-needed rest. I turn out the light and lie on the bed. I can tell I'll sleep like a rock. I try to fight against the sleep creeping in. I'm somehow able to keep my eyes open, but it's a losing battle. No matter how hard I fight, I fall deeper. That's just how the human body is built. I stare at the ceiling, still in the space between consciousness and sleep. Back after 7 years. Seeing family again. It still feels like someone else's house.
でも帰ってきたんだろ
I say, trying to accept everything. My consciousness slips away as I sink into a deep slumber. A mansion on a high hill, far away from the bustling of the town. Like an island surrounded by a sea of trees. I come to the conclusion the instant my eyes close. It's like a prison. Oh. I awake suddenly. Nobody woke me, nor did I hear a sound. It just happened seemingly for no reason. I wonder how long it's been since I woke up in the middle of the night. I get up feeling like I've forgotten something. A shiver of unease creeps over me as I exit my room. I start down the hallway in search of a glass of water to slake my thirst. The long, moonlit hallway lies before me. The night is totally silent. This all feels so familiar. I must have done exactly this when I was younger. I find myself wandering to the stairs, aimlessly yet not. There, a hidden section of the mansion. The stairs connect not only the first and second floors, but also to an attic by the way of a secret passage. It seems even the people living here have long forgotten this place. The room, once used for storage, shows no trace of anyone having used it in years. Despite being midway through October, it's unseasonably cold tonight. I rummage through the room, hoping to find a blanket. An old cabinet catches my eye. I open each drawer.
Time to loosen up.
Felt the urge to loosen up a little bit while I'm at it. Like, alright, give me 1 second here. Okay. I find some odds and ends, but little of note. There's nothing worthwhile in the drawers. Even the giant chest I open has only a few scattered stones inside. A badge, a few trinkets, a pair of binoculars. All things a child might collect. Among them, a single thing stands out, different from everything else. Oh. Stained bandages, sealed in a clear plastic case. They're rolled up neatly, but so old that they can never be used. There's nothing here. I shut the drawer and start back to my room. Oh. Upon exiting the room, I realize my cheeks are wet. I wonder, could I have used this place when I was a child? Oh, Homecoming 1! We did it, everyone! Alright. Well, now it gives me a save prompt here for like 3 hours later. Yeah. Yeah, now we got some good old slots here. Okay. Yeah, back, confirm, delete, navigate, scroll. That's right there. Yeah, 2A. Day that was not. Okay. I guess that's like prologue part 2, and this is maybe where the big game begins here with 2A. I think that A stands for a certain someone we haven't seen yet here, maybe. Or like the main Patheron or whatever here. Hey, alright. Day 2! A day that was not. You realize one day that you don't dream. All you see is your past set on repeat. A tapestry of introspection, rumination. A refrain of what has happened, what will happen, through the lens of a lucid dream. You do not dream. I am not here. Shiki Tono has never known what it means to dream. I do not know you. And so the story is over. Yet you still continue to dream, unwilling to forget. Like the stars twinkling atop the falling snow. Like the sea roaring amongst the crashing of waves. Like the crumbling moon craving your shadow. Refrain, 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 refrain. Oh god. Where's my glasses? I hear an unfamiliar voice. My consciousness slowly returns. Thought I told her I didn't want her calling me master. Makes me super uncomfortable. I don't like him pulsating like that. That's a little weird. Yeah, now they're glowing a little bit. Well, I guess it's normal, but as normal as it gets. I open my eyes, grab my glasses from the bedside, and put them on. There we go. The lines fade instantly. I sit up, trying to shake away the remnants of sleep. Where am I? The maid bows.
あ、そうか。遠野の家に戻ってきたんだっけ。
はい。昨日はお疲れだったと存じます。
Hisui stands by the door to my bedroom, her posture perfect like a statue. My mind is still a bit foggy, likely from sleeping in a new place. Hisui calls out to me. I shake my head to wake myself up. I'm curious real quick, because we got save slots now. Jump to previous scene, hold the rewind, let the go stop, toggle on and off. Fast forward, let it go stop, jump into the next scene, quick save. Yeah, is there just a... Will this like quick load like the file we made, or just like the quick save only there?
おはよう、翡翠。わざわざ起こしてくれてありがとう。
Yeah, real quick. Like,
そのようなお言葉は不要です。
why does the cursor just like go to the right, change like flips over here a little bit? Guess maybe to advance it there, maybe? I don't know. And like go down here, like make the background go and shit. Yeah, Hisui thinks wake up call. Please, there's something to thank me.
四季様をお起こしするのが
At some point after this stream, I'll probably look up like what the buttons are. I'm not afraid, but it's like I press one button, it skips to the next day. It's like, wait a minute, like, or look up right now, but I don't wanna. But either way, Hisui answers flatly. It's too bad, I think. Hisui would be unstoppable if she had just half the brightness of her sister. Not that I have any right to judge someone's character.
何かご用でしょうか。
Hisui speaks up, perhaps aware of my
い
gaze.
や、なんでもない。翡翠の顔を見て、ここが遠野の屋敷なんだって実感しただけだよ。
I get out of bed and take a deep breath. The clock says it's a little before 7 a.m. It's a bit earlier than when I usually wake up.
着替えてから下に行く。今じゃなくて食堂に行けばいいのか。
はい。食堂においでください。朝食の支度ができていますので。
わかった。ありがとう。
Hisui bows and leaves the room. I ventured down to the first floor lobby. I've already changed my underclothes and put on my uniform. The dining room is just inside the west wing, mirroring the location of parlor in the east wing. It's the large room to the left of the hall, on the opposite side of the stairs.
おはようございます。四季さん
Hello, Oomph. Good morning, Oomph.
早速朝食をご用意しますね。
Gohaku had been waiting for me, it seems. Hisui must have told her last night that being called master makes me uncomfortable. Seems Gohaku is a little bit more flexible when it comes to that sort of thing. They really are about as different as two people can be. Gohaku quickly sets the table. Prepared for me is a full traditional Japanese meal. A 1 soup 3 side set with rice. Except...
しまった。昨日のうちに言っておくべきだった。
もしかして苦手なものが入っていました？四季さん、カブはお嫌いですか？
Not a fan of turnips?
いえ、好き嫌いはあまりない方だと自負してますけど、なんていうか。
There's a little too much. I've always been a light eater, especially when it comes to breakfast. The more I eat, the worse my heartburn gets until my appetite is totally gone. I feel pretty good today, so I could probably eat a full bowl of rice, but on bad days, I'll only manage a bite or two.
そうですか。小食だとは伺っておりましたので、これでも控えめにしてみたのですけど。
すみません。事故の後遺症のようなもので、こればかりはどうしようもないというか。あ、でもすごく美味しそうなのはわかります。この朝食は完璧ですね。
I quickly blurt out my honest impression. I don't want to seem ungrateful after Kako cooked a wonderful meal for me. None of this is her fault.
とにかくいただきます。残してしまったらごめんなさい。
いえ、お気になさらず。私もこの道のプロですもの。四季さんの適量を測らせていただきますから。では、どうぞ召し上がれ。お口に合わないようでしたら遠慮なく言ってくださいましね。
ごちそうさまでした。大変美味しかったです。
I bring my hands together and express my thanks. Kaku's breakfast was a feast for the eyes as well as the stomach. It was delicately seasoned, with none of the flavors overpowering one another. Each bite served to not only whet my appetite more. I'm sure most high school guys would have helped themselves to seconds or thirds.
けどすみません。せっかく用意してくれたのに残してしまって。
いいんです。先にお話を聞いておかなかった私の失敗ですから。それに十分嬉しゅうございます。四季さん、本当に美味しそうに召し上がってくれるんですもの。この日のために腕を磨いていた甲斐があったというものです。
Kaku smiles sweetly. I think she's got things wrong. The joy's on mine getting to see a smile like that.
いけません。もうこんな時間です。どうぞ私にお構いなく今の方に行ってくださいな。あちらで食後のお茶を用意いたしますから。
Kaku giggles as she continues tidying up. It's already 7:20 a.m., so I should start getting ready to go to school. I thank Kaku one last time and leave the room. Hisui and Aki are already in the parlor when I arrive. Aki is wearing the uniform for Asagami Girls Academy, a prestigious school for young ladies.
よう、おはよう、アキハ。
おはようございます、兄さん。今朝は起床時間が遅かったようですが、ま、よしとしましょう。初日につき、よく寝つけなかったということにしておきます。
Snippy is the first word that comes to mind. Probably not a good idea to tell her that I actually woke up earlier than usual this morning.
すい、 兄さんに食後の紅茶を。私ももう一杯いただきます。かしこまりました。四季様、お砂糖はお入れしますか？
ああ、うん。じゃあ一つだけ。
Thus begins an inexplicable morning. Isui places a cup on the table and returns to her position by the wall. I take a sip of the ruby-colored tea and... Hold on, what is this?
めちゃくちゃうまい。
Okay, I thought I was like, no, this sucks actually.
苦いのに甘い。複雑なのに喉越しがすっきりしていて、そもそも
It smells like Christmas.
こうクリスマスっぽい。
Christmas boy. Flabbergasted, I ramble on nonsensically. I didn't care much for the lavish of the mansion I saw yesterday, but this tea is something else entirely.
今朝はマリアージュのエスプリドノエルで
The
す。
spirit. Shut up.
紅茶の名店といえばイギリスですが、こちらはフランスの名店です。創業そのものは1850年頃。日本に上陸したのはつい最近。15年ほど前だからメジャーではないものの、品質に問題はありません。クリスマスという表現は曖昧すぎて評価しづらいですけど、不思議とニュアンスは伝わりますね。
Akia laughs, seemingly having found my reaction amusing.
お値段もお手頃だそうですし、庶民派な兄さんに合わせてみた甲斐がありました。上質の葉には黄金に等しい価値があると勉強になりましたか？
She looks down on me as if I'm the Neanderthal to her sophisticated queen. Even the way she returns her cup to its saucer is refined. I guess saucer, rather. I hate to admit it, but she's right. So this is what real tea tastes like. What have I even been drinking up until now? I don't understand why all those trading companies sprout up just to get their hands on this stuff. 10 minutes have passed since I came to the parlor. Akia and I spend most of the time enjoying our tea. Few words were spoken. Every time our eyes met, we both turned our gazes back to our cups. Honestly, I never felt more awkward. But even so, it wasn't a bad way to spend time. Having abandoned it for so long, seeing Akia able to pass time peacefully like this fills me with emotion I can't quite explain. Relief? Is that what this is? Regardless, it makes me happy to see Akia here in front of me. Just as I'm enjoying things, a strange noise comes from the hall. Oh!
乱雑乱暴最後に乱心スタンピードに地獄
Off to hell. The sound of someone's horrendously off-tempo humming creeps through the wall. Oh! Ah!
Good morning!
Good morning!
ちゃんたらおはようちゃん
The thing that slams open a door is decked out in an outfit that's just as outrageous as her entrance. Oh god. A top that doesn't leave much to the imagination, and a tight leather skirt. Her long hair is cruelly bound together. She doesn't seem to be wearing makeup, but her lips are strangely captivating. Her reddish blonde hair, combined with the fact that she's taller than me, tells me she's not Japanese. I glance at her unmistakable curves. She does have a great figure. She gives off the impression of a woman, the kind of person that would be more suited to lounging on the beach somewhere instead of standing here in this old mansion. At least she would if it weren't for her white coat, which strangely suits her.
おはようございます、アラク先生。
Dr. Arak.
今日は何のご用でしょう。定期診断は昨日のはずでしたが。
Oh.
昨日はちょっと乗り気になれなくて、夕日を見てたらムラっと来ちゃって、調査ほっぽり出して街に飛び出したのよ。まあ率直に言えばサボり。なんで今日こそきちんとお仕事したくて朝からやってきたわけ。あ、メイドちゃん、私にも紅茶プリーズ。砂糖は4さじないし5さじ、気分的には6さじみたい。
More spoons? Oh, 6 spoons rather. The woman in the white coat barges into the parlor. Her eyes naturally meet with mine.
あれあれれあれれれれ
Moo. She stares at me. After scanning me for some time, I catch the woman smirking at me when... Ugh! The woman is doubled over, howling with laughter. All I can do is frown. What'd I do? Like fucking who is this person? Akia called her doctor, but
アラク先生、兄さんに紹介をしてもよろしいでしょうか。
Akia coughs and chides the woman, seeing my predicament.
紹介って私のこと？それともしきちゃん？いいわよ、そんな無駄なこと。しきちゃんのことなら脇久くんから聞いてるし。しきちゃんだって私みたいなよそ者の事情なんて興味ないでしょ。つうかそんな解消があるならトウシちゃんに向けてあげろって話。
From Makihisa? Then this woman knew my father?
そうそう、私はもともと気ままなデラシネ、風に漂う砂しの雲みたいな女だったんだけど、牧久くんとはちょっと縁があって、行くところがないならうちで一緒に暮らさないかとかクールに口説かれちゃったわけ。でも残念、牧久くんはちょっとタイプじゃないんで、あっさり断って今はトウシちゃんのお友達なのかしら。
I look over to Akia to confirm if what I've just been told is true. I don't have the courage to talk to this woman directly.
ええ、アラク先生はお父様の大学時代の後輩です。今は父の友人として私の相談役になってもらっています。
私その呼び方嫌い。はかせ。私のことは親しみと愛情を込めてアラク博士って。
I'll do it right now.
博士泣いちゃう。
Arak laughs, not looking even the least bit sad. Except, even amid the laughter, I notice that her eyes have never left me since she entered the room, like we're connected by a thread.
どうぞ、アラク様。お茶が入りました。
His sweet intervenes. Either unaware or unfazed by our conversation, she serves to calm Arak's energy.
もうメイドちゃんったらほんとメイドの鏡ね。
She's unhappy to be interrupted. Arak puts a hand on her hip as she downs her sugar-filled tea in one breath.
Oh, nice sugar. 糖分が五臓六腑に染み渡るっていうか。
What? Oh, Jesus! You got sugar in there? Like...
大浴場の空調がおかしいんでしょ。わかってるわかってる。ささっとチェックしてついでに4クラスターとか足してみましょう。
Arak saunters over to the door of the hallway, laughing all the while. She turns to face me, her hand on the doorknob.
よろしくね、しきちゃん。よそ者同士仲良くしましょう。これからいろいろあるでしょうけど、もう本当にどうしようもなくなったらダメ元で私に相談しにいらっしゃい。
The intruder leaves the same way she arrived, humming to herself. She seems nice. Yeah, I think that's like one of the new characters in this remake. She wasn't in the original, if I remember right here. She seems quirky. Sugar goes into her ovaries a little bit, like, whoa. An awkward silence pervades the parlor.
なあ、アキハ。
アラク先生については私もよくは知りません。お父様の遺言の関係で
屋敷本館への出入りと手入れを一任されている方です。お父様は建築家として重宝をなさっていたとか。ご本人曰く建築業は副業だそうですが。
Akia explains the situation curtly. She answered before I could even ask who the woman was. As of to say, she doesn't want me to ask any more questions.
失礼いたしますね。アキハ様、そろそろ登校のお時間。おや、何やら緊迫した雰囲気ですね。はあはあ、朝から無理難題を言って早速四季さんを怯えさせてしまったのですか？
あなたね、早速とは何ですか？早速とは。第一、私は理不尽な決まり事は口にしません。常識的な範囲でのお願いをするだけです。
Kohaku seems amused by Akia's defense. It's only the second day, but I feel like I'm starting to understand their relationship.
それでは私は学校に向かいます。兄さん、昨夜も言いましたが、門限は厳守するように。昨夜のニュースはご覧になっていますか？
なってないよ。携帯電話は誰かに取り上げられたからね。
そうですか。では明日から朝刊を今に用意させます。早めに帰宅。
It's time to drink water.
一日のニュースに目を通すといい。
It's time to drink water.
There she goes again. My sarcasm is quickly rolled back into my face by her cold, pointed response.
ニュースによると、昨夜宗谷駅北口で不老者の遺体が発見されたそうです。栄養失調による凍死とも出血による衰弱死とも報道されています。真相はどうあれ、このところ繁華街の治安は良くないようです。そんな時に出歩いてくだらない事件に巻き込まれては遠野家の恥ですから。学校が終わり次第、日が落ちる前に屋敷に戻ることを心がけてください。
Akio leaves the parlor after reminding me of my curfew. But if she wants me home before the sun sets, that means I have to be back by 6. Why even make my curfew 8 o'clock then? The clock in the parlor puts the time at 7:30 a.m. I can make it to school as long as I have 30 minutes to spare, but will Akio arrive in time? I think I remember Asagami Girls Academy being pretty far away. Huh?
四季さん、四季さん、聞こえますか？そう、あなたです。アキハ様の容赦ない
Are you talking to me, Couch?
絶望に膝を折っているあなたに話しかけています。
Oh! What is she doing? Hidden behind the sofa, she gestured for me to come over to her.
聞こえていますけど、何ですか、琥珀さん。
Why she give me to look like I don't own an air fryer?
違います。私は使用人であって使用人ではない曖昧な存在。なので、これをあなたにお返しするのです。
Kohaku pulls out a cell phone from the sleeve of her kimono. That's my phone that Akia confiscated yesterday.
いいんですか？
はい。でも、アキハ様には内緒ですよ。見つからないように注意してくださいね。あと、屋敷内で使うのもお控えください。まあ、電波の通りがあまり良くないので、使いたくても使えないとは思いますが。
琥珀さん。
At least someone in Tono Manor is on my side. I take the phone and quickly slip it into the inner pocket of my uniform.
あとはこちらもどうぞ。正門の認証カードです。ブザーを押していただければ私の方でロックを解除しますが、警備室まで行くのにどうしても時間がかかってしまいますので、ご面倒とは存じますが、お急ぎの時はこちらで正門の鍵を開けていただければ助かります。
A key card for the gate? The Tonos sure don't slash when it comes to security.
それでは私はアキハ様をお見送りしてきます。後のことは翡翠ちゃんにお任せしますね。はい、いってらっしゃい、姉さん。
Kohaku is off after Akia.
四季様のお時間はよろしいのですか？
ああ、ここから学校まで歩いても30分だからね。今7時半だろ。途中でちょっと走れば間に合うよ。でも気にかけてくれてありがとう、翡翠。
Hisui nods, seemingly satisfied with my explanation.
それでは外までお見送りいたします。
ああ、うん、どうも。
Having a personal maid really is embarrassing. I rise from the sofa in response to Hisui's urging. Disregarding the intruder earlier, my first morning in the mansion after 7 years passed without much issue. Hisui sees me as I leave the mansion. The Tono estate rests atop a high hill on the outskirts of Soya, quite a distance from the station. From the vast stretch of forest in the area, it's easy to think that the manor was built simply to be an entrance to it. It only takes a little more than 30 minutes to pass the station to get to school from here. I should be able to make it in time for homeroom if I hurry a bit. I make my way down the long decline. It's my first time taking this route to school, as I always took the train when I was with the Arimas. It almost feels like I'm going to an entirely different school. I don't see many from Soya High in this area. 7:30 a.m. I seem to be the only one wearing a school uniform. Unlike the south exit yesterday, the north exit is crowded with commuters. Men in suits rush by on their way to work, the kind of sight that's entirely common. They appear unbothered by the recent happenings in the city, or at least it's not enough to warrant changing their day-to-day schedule. Regardless, there's no obvious change to the town. I guess few would avoid going out at night based on a bad feeling like Arahiko. I head to the residential district, away from the station. Unlike before, the road here is packed with uniformed students. My phone tells me I have 5 minutes till the school gate closes. I quicken my pace, dashing down the asphalt path so I won't be late. It took me around 30 minutes, just like I told Hisui. I did have to run once or twice, so I should leave it before 7:30 if I want to have plenty of time. Arahiko wasn't here today. I guess him coming yesterday really was a fluke. I walk over to my desk, greeting my classmates on the way. I check my phone for the few minutes I have until homeroom starts. I scan the morning news as well as both school forums. The official one created at the behest of the younger teachers, an anonymous board made by the students. You can just do that, actually? Okay. There's nothing particularly interesting this morning. I look up and find that the vast majority of other students are spending their time in a similar fashion. Apparently, most teachers over 30 say we don't have any real friends. A common misconception by the previous generations. All that's changed is how we define our friendships. We value our friends behind the monitor as much as those we talk to in person. Our class gets along just fine. If anything, it used to be difficult to make friends outside of your own class. But that's not the case anymore. It's easier than ever to find people you click with. Homeroom doesn't need to be like a family anymore, as long as people get along okay. The rapid growth of the internet has bridged any gap in knowledge caused by age. We might not share the same wealth of experience. I say we're pretty even when it comes to day-to-day things. They say we have no passion, no dreams, no hope. But I don't think that's our fault. The world is smaller than it used to be. Even elementary schoolers know just how stalled our society has become. Which is why it's become difficult to have dreams in this day and age. And that's what it means to share information. The larger our collective knowledge grows, the smaller the lives of the people who pass it seem to become. People used to look beyond the horizon to learn. There's no need anymore. You don't need to go anywhere. People may be free, but they lost all reason to venture outside their narrow world. Whether that be the classroom, school, or city, people feel trapped. At least that's what people say, and that's just their personal opinion. I don't feel that sense of being trapped. I don't have any problems with our society or feel like we're stuck. The only thing I'm worried about is enjoying every day I have as much as I can. To start with, it's probably wrong for someone dreaming of this simple life to drone on about the complexities of society. I bet I'm full of misconceptions. The bell for Homer rings while I'm lost in thought. The students who had been chatting away return to their seats. I put away my phone and ready my mind for class. Thus begins my second day of school since returning home. It's been 3 minutes since homeroom began. A replacement for Miss Toyama is yet to arrive. Murmuring spread through the room. Class isn't far from crumbling into disorder. The students have completely lost focus. Everyone preferred to goof off until the first period if we're going to be forgot about anyways. Just one more minute. We'll behave for one more minute. After that, we can do whatever we want, just so we all make the unspoken agreement. Door rolls open.
Hi, 皆さん静かに静かに。ホームルームを始めますよ。
Oh, whoa! Is that other girl in fucking Melty Blood? Type Lumina specifically. The classroom falls silent. We stare at the complete stranger who just entered the room. She obviously isn't Japanese. In fact, she looks more like a college student than a teacher.
あれ？何かしらこの空気。皆さん揃ってカチンコチンになっちゃってるけど。何？
Oh!
私ったらバジ系女子？ああ、いけない。ちょっと例えがマイナーよね。日本風に言うとリング系女子？でも先生、名前は貞子じゃないんだけど。
I cringe. Still a pretty ancient reference. The woman doesn't seem bothered by it. She stands behind the teacher's podium and gives an exaggerated cough.
はじめまして。富山先生が転任なされた
Well,
その
Aizomi.
代行としてやってきた新任の藍染ノエルです。1ヶ月だけのお付き合いになりますが、皆さんよろしくお願いします。担当学科は体育と英語。好きな食べ物はモンブラン。もらって嬉しいプレゼント
gift cards on your birthday?
現金ないしウェブマネーで NG ワードはペットショップ。
Oh.
質問は随時受け付けますので遠慮なくアタックしてください。
How do you say that with your mouth like that? How do you do that heart? The wink. A thunderous crash breaks the silence. The sound originated from a male student who jumped up from his chair after seeing Miss Noel's wink. I have to admit, it got me as well. Miss Noel isn't what I call an absolute stunner. It only adds to her charm. I guess you could say it makes her more approachable. She's the kind of slightly older woman guys my age are really into. Her charm is hard to put into words. But there's something about her that I think tickles every high school guy's fancy.
質問です。
Oh!
先生はおいくつなんでしょうか。それよりどこにお住まいなんでしょうか。
I want you.
休みの過ごし方とか趣味が知りたいです。
つうか好きな高校生のタイプは誰です
Jesus.
か。
A wave of questions comes flooding from the boys. Stuff like this would usually be safe for the anonymous message boards, but after that wink, it seems the guys couldn't wait. The girls look at the boys like they're human trash, but this doesn't seem to bother them, now feverishly bombarding Miss Noel with questions.
トビウオみたいな反応ありがとう。年齢はどうせ女子の皆さんが暴いちゃうだろうから言っちゃうと25歳。住まいは2駅隣の賃貸マンション。好きなタイプは大人の頭の文系男子。趣味は日曜教会でお手伝いをしています。隣町の教会だから興味があったらお祈りに来てくれると先生嬉しいな。
教会？何先生シスターなの？っていうか趣味でシスターやってるんですか？
ええ、私の国じゃそう珍しいことじゃありません。 ああ、まだまだボランティアレベルで悩める子羊の告白を解決してあげてるだけですけど。
Whoa. Whoa. Miss Noah's surprisingly openness creates a stare among the male students. If being honest, the word none has piqued my own interest. The girls, on the other hand, are playing with their phones in silence. I casually check the anonymous student forums to see what they're saying. The boys are so gross. Do they actually think anyone be into them? They're not even that pretty. I wish she'd do that, oh, look at me, I'm French thing somewhere else. She's like not even hiding how much she's loving this. About what I expected. More and more gossip is posted to the forum. Before long, the class has been bizarrely split along gender lines. The tribes are firmly divided into disgusting boys and nasty girls, or we're cliques right out of the middle school. Miss Noah smiles wanly as she watches the chaos unfold.
この子たち、頭の程度は大丈夫なのかしら?
Not something you expect to hear from a teacher. Unable to keep up with what's happening, I take a look around and meet eyes with Yumizuka. It looks like she feels the same as me. What is happening? The classroom is lively. What should have been a normal day now feels anything but. Morning classes have ended. The classroom feels even more restless than usual. Tensions have been simmering between the guys and the girls since third period, Miss Noel's class. It seems that the girls have put Miss Noel in the teachers we don't like category. In any case, it's lunch now. Most of the class is making their way to the cafeteria or the school store. The only ones left in the classroom are Yumizuka and her group of friends. Now, where should I get lunch? What do we got here? Eat at the cafeteria. I'll buy some bread and eat in the classroom. I'll go in the hallway and think about it. Maybe in the classroom, hang out with Yumizuka, hang out with Saki Oomph over there a little bit. I'd do that. I'll get some bread at the school store and have a simple lunch. My financial prospects from here on out are looking a little grim. You're rich, though. Like, the head of the Tona family does not fool around, so I'm not even going to try asking for extra allowance. That's not to get my hopes up. Fair enough, I guess. So I need to keep my expenses as low as I can. It would be pathetic if I ended up going broke. I got the usual from the school store. Some filled bread and a carton of tea. It was a madhouse since they just started selling some new kind of bread, so it took me a while to get my lunch. The packed lunch crowd has already finished eating and are just chatting now. Hello.
これからランチ?
そう。うるさいのもいないし、気楽にね。弓塚さんは？
私はもう済ませちゃった。それでちょっとおかずが余っちゃったんだけど、これからお昼ならサイドメニューとしてどうかな?
I shoot a surreptitious glance at Yumizuka's gaggle of friends. It looks like they're whispering with each other about what's happening between us. Whatever's going on here, if I refuse her offer, Yumizuka's sure to be ridiculed for it later.
それはありがたい。パンだけじゃ味気ないし、ありがたく
Just me and my bread.
そうになります。
I clap my hands together in appreciation.
そうだよね。パンだけって寂しいよね。はい、これ。唐揚げとアサリの佃煮。
Ooh. Just thinking of like 13 sentences what the bread thing's like. No, this is some good yakisoba pod here a little bit. What an odd combination. Her mom made the karage, but Yumizuka made the clams. You have to say, it wasn't bad. Thanks to her, my lunch has become a lot more appetizing.
ごちそうさま。美味しかった。次に機会があれば、次はこっちがおかい。
いいよ。今日はたまたまだから。それより、そうそう、富山先生の話聞いた？
富山の話って 昨日のやつか。不幸にあったとかそういう噂の。
あのね、あれ間違いなんだって。
Oh.
何でも自動車事故に巻き込まれて足を骨折したから入院することになったらしいよ。
Okay.
そうか。
Good for her. Not the big getting hit with a car, just still being alive still. Oh, yeah, even Shiggy's like, well, that's good. Wait, no, it's not.
足を怪我して入院ってことは歩けないってことだもんな。富山からしたらふざけるなって怒られそうだ。
Oh.
そうだよね。私ったら何喜んでるんだろう。ごめんなさい。考えが足りませんでした。
Yumazuka's smile turns to a remorseful frown. And I get how she feels. Even if it was just a rumor, people are saying that she died. It's only natural to be relieved after hearing that she was actually just injured.
気にしないで。俺も弓塚さんと同じだったし。けど、それじゃあしばらく担任不在か。いなければいないで寂しいもんだな。
早く直して戻ってきてほしいよね。
I feel the corners of my mouth turn up. Yumazuka's smile must be contagious. She might not be a head-turning beauty, but she makes up for it with her ability to put people at ease. This charming trait has made her our class's go-to confidant. Yumazuka is quiet and easygoing, but she's become very popular regardless. Everyone tactfully agreed to recommend her for the role of class rep. And despite her modest protest of, I want to be good at that, she's been nothing but a natural at it. Before I know it, there are only 2 minutes left until lunch ends. I got some good news, and Narihiko isn't here to make a ruckus. This has the makings of a peaceful afternoon. But I'm sort of unclear as to why she's hanging around me.
弓塚さん、もうすぐ5限目だよ。
知ってる。あと1分でチャイムだよね。
ああ、みんなチャイムが鳴ってから席に戻るだろうからまだ余裕はあるけど。
いや、どうかな。私的には余裕はないんだけど、でも乾くんがいない今がチャンスというか、
Oh. With the bell about to ring and our classmates starting to take their seats, Yumazuka struggles to articulate what she's trying to say.
そのですね。これ余ってるから遠野くん使うかな。
Yumazuka holds out a small card. It's a rewards card for a diner?
ありがとう。でもいいの？
ポイントは溜まってるから。いや、
There's so many points in it.
アルバイトに応募したら店長さんにカードいっぱいもらっちゃって、気が向いたら食べに来てね。夕方7時とかそういう時間に。
Yumazuka hastily retreats back to her seat. The bell rings. Truth be told, this is a nice dinner event, but the situation is a bit too complicated for me to simply feel happy about it. All because Arahiko went and brought that stuff up during lunch yesterday. We had just wrapped up our conversation about the Tono family and we're about to finish our lunches.
ところで弓塚のことだけど、お前あいつに気があるとか付き合う気とかあんの？
Just like that, I find myself in an unsolicited life counseling session.
なんで今そんな話を？
いや、今朝もアプローチされてたでしょ君。ちょいと気になってな。弓塚一応クラスのアイドル扱いだろ。万が一にもお前さんに脈があるなら止めておこうと思ってな。
はあ？なんだそりゃ。俺が弓塚さんをどう思っていようとお前には関係ないだろう。
そりゃねえけどよ。どっちも不幸になる組み合わせとか見てらんねえって思っただけ。弓塚はああ見えてなんつうか、まあいいや。確かに俺が口を挟むことじゃねえ。でどうなんだよ、あいつと付き合う気あんの？あんだけモーションかけられてたら普通は即彼女確定だろう。
それは難しいと思うけど。
ほう、 弓塚タイプ。
そうじゃなくて、断っておくと、俺弓塚さんタイプだからな。お前が粉かけようものなら全力で止めるぐらい。
パパかてめえは。じゃあなんで距離取ってんだよ。
いや、それがなんていうか、弓塚さんを見てるとなんでか悲しくなるんだ俺。
そりゃひでえ。脈なしとかありとか、それ以前の話だったか。
I bury my face in my hands, frustrated by my own selfishness. But I've always been like this, and I've never been able to do anything about it. Every decent person I meet, it's like I subconsciously put them on a pedestal and keep them at arm's length. It's not that I dislike them or anything, I just get scared and can't let myself get close to them. And now I have this card worth exactly 1,000 yen that I have no idea what to do with. The name of the restaurant is Lindbergh. It's a run-of-the-mill diner by the north exit of Soya Station. School ends. I didn't have any dizziness or anemia. It was a good day today. Well, if you discount the emergence of a strange new virus rampaging through our classroom. The girls have taken to calling it Noel fever. Noelitis is another one. Not even lunch served to cool the tension between the afflicted boys and the girls side-eyeing them. It's looking like the battle will continue into tomorrow. The boys who managed to break the fever are showered with praise by the girls, but labeled idiots, traitors, and worse by their still feverish former brethren. Just another day at high school. Still, I don't understand why everyone is so obsessed with her. I mean, Akia was way fucking... What was that about your sister, buddy? Like... Did she telepathically detect me roasting or something? Like...
あら、口から心臓でも吐き出しそうな顔なのね。何かいけないことでも考えていたのかしら?
No.
いえ、そういうわけでは決して。
Not thinking of that one meme that's like that I'm pretty sure it's from this fucking game. Like, at least the original anyway. I swallow the guilt I feel from comparing Miss Noel and Akia and try my best to change the subject. And then a smile flickers across Miss Noel's face, like she's seen straight through me.
ノエル先生という響きはいいものね。日本にはまだ慣れていなくて不安だったけど、あなたみたいに純朴な子に先生って呼ばれるのは癖になりそう。背徳的でちょっとドキドキしちゃうもの。
ノエル先生、ちょっと近いんですけど。
気にしないで。というか、こういう時は鈍いふりをして黙っているものよ。ほら、ね、私の首筋、綺麗でしょ?
I don't know if it's nerves or the power of the setting sun. I hear her voice not from in front of me, but behind me, like she's whispering directly into my ear.
そう警戒しないで。ただ指と指を重ねるだけ。体温を伝えるだけ。私の体を預けるだけ。
Groomer alert?
そう。あなたに私を食べてもらいたいだけ。
Her breath nears, her legs entwine. She wraps her arms around my back like she doesn't want me escaping. Right in front of me, a woman's smooth, seductive neck.
心音だけでとろけてしまうでしょ。だから忘れて。あなたを忘れて。邪魔なものは全部取ってしまえばいいの。その建前も、そのメガネも。
Her fingers slither. Uh-oh. Her fingers slither up to my glasses. The moment she touches them, I jump away. My entire body revolts against the idea of seeing the lines.
なんて新任記念の冗談でした。日本風に言うとちょっとしたスキンシップ
I don't know if you should do that.
どっちにしてもまだまだ形だけの付き合いってことね、私たち。
冗談ってノエル先生。
I don't think that's what you would call it, what just transpired. There's a limit to the kind of jokes you can crack as a teacher.
そもそも要は何なんですか？俺を探してたような口ぶりでしたけど。
おお、それはもういいの。ちょっと手伝ってもらいたいことがあっただけ。それももう終わったわ。それじゃあさようならしきくん。富山先生みたいにならないよう気をつけて帰ってね。
Miss Noel leaves with a wave. Something about that last remark bothers me. Choose nothing about it, ask. Might as well!
ノエル先生。
I call out to her. I can't help but ask.
富山先生みたいにってどんなです？
I ask a question that shouldn't be asked. Uh-oh. Miss Noel, the substitute for Miss Toyama, softly places her index finger to her lips.
富山先生はね。
It's time to drink water.
お亡くなりになったのよ。
It's time to drink
This is not
water.
the time for this hydrate command. Like, well, it ain't cool if she's dead. Like, all right.
公園の外れで体の
Ooh.
が焼け落ちていたんだって。
Half of her body burned to a crisp outside the park. She responds almost like she's singing. Well, what do that mean? I leave the school. The left side of my throat hurts a little, like something has scratched it. I don't have anything to do. I go straight home or go to that diner. Akia's gonna be pissed if I go to that diner, but we got those points though. We got that reward card though. Let's do that. Maybe I'll drop by that diner. The rewards card that Yumazuka gave me is still in my wallet. I'm not hungry, but I could have a cup of tea. And I don't want to make her gift go to waste, so I'll check out where she works. Did that billboard say cut her? Like fucking... The nape of my neck is strangely warm. It feels swollen. Maybe that's why I don't remember where I'm going. Night covers a city like water from a leaky pipe. It's far more lively than this morning. The shining headlights of cars. The throngs of people at the station swallows up and spits out. The number of uniformed students has dropped drastically. And brightly clothed people now own the streets. I rise from the bench I was sitting on. It's time. I start towards the shopping district, though I have no reason to go there. I slip into a side street away from the main avenue. It's more of an alley than a street. There's no one around. Completely silent. No sign of life. Nothing except the rustling from in there. The light from the vending machine is blinding. A modern convenience at odds with this place. I hurry past the glaring brightness. I make for the darkness. Darkness befitting of the night. The shadowy place is more confined and further from prying eyes. I place my hands on the rusted fence. If I could open this and go inside, I can...
ちょっとそこの人。
The voice stops me in my tracks. I come back to my senses in a daze. I don't understand. Why did I come here? And why was I trying to go in there?
すみません。
Hello again.
100円持ってませんか？
I turn around and find a strange girl standing in front of the vending machines. It seems she wants to buy a drink that doesn't have any change. I'm not sure if it's the guilt I feel at losing myself or if I just can't bring myself to refuse, but I hand the girl 100 yen.
どうも、助かりました。
The girl pushes my money through the coin slot and presses a button. She picks up the can that's dispensed, then scrunches her face into a frown.
こんな時間に散歩とか、のんきですね。お家の人、待ってるんじゃないですか？
I check my phone. The clock informs me it's 7:40 without a hit of mercy. I only have 20 minutes until my curfew. In a panic, I make it to a dash out of the alleyway. When from behind,
待ってください。
the girl calls out to me again.
何悪いけど急いで。
Oh, the girl tosses the canned drink to me. Surprised, I catch it. Didn't she buy this for herself, though?
それ、あげます。
なんで？
どれも飲めない味でした。
The girl voices her displeasure and walks past me briskly.
いや、呆れてる場合じゃない。
I rush away as well. What kind of human being breaks his curfew on the first day? I gotta get back now or else Aki will rip me a new one. Oh, Jesus. I open and close the door as quietly as possible and sneak into the lobby. I make sure my greeting isn't too loud or too quiet. It's 1 minute before 8. My mad dash from the station nearly got me home on time, but I feel like I'm going to throw up. That hill is a killer. I totally forgot that my downhill path to school means I have to climb uphill to get back home.
お帰りなさいませ、四季様。お疲れとは存じますが、お部屋に戻る前に執務室においでください。
Oh, jeez.
秋葉様からお話があるとのことです。
執務室ですか。
I should have guessed that being called to the office meant Aki wasn't happy with me.
寄り道をするのは金銭に余裕があるからでしょう。今回の罰として兄さんの月々の交友費を2割ほど減らすことにします。
Yay. My punishment. Doled out to me the moment I entered the office, without any chance to explain myself. Guess I didn't realize I'll be getting money each month for my sister. And now it's already been slashed. I hope you're happy, old man. Aki is even stricter than you are.
でもそれはないだろう。俺は門限は守ったんだぞ。まあ日が暮れる前にってのは守れなかったけど。
Yeah, my bad.
あら、それは意外でした。私と約束を交わした自覚はあったんですね。
I got a gift card.
いやー、それがつい忘れてたみたいで。
兄さん、私も言い忘れていました。罰の追加として、今夜の夕食は抜きとして。
Oh, cool. She's a tyrant. She's this thing when I actually make my curfew. I don't know whether I'll survive actually miss it. And no one ate dinner that night. I trudged back across the lobby on my way to my room. Despite my protest, I was unable to convince Aka to let me have dinner. Though she did agree to only decrease my allowance by 10%. A singular but important victory as an older brother.
四季さん、四季さん。
Hey, Kohaku calls out to me before I arrive at my room. Hidden in the corner of a hallway, she seems to have reverted to her conspirator mode from this morning.
もうダメですよ。今日ぐらいはちゃんと帰ってこないと。いくらなんでも1日目なら言うことを聞いてくれるだろうって、もうありえないぐらい早めに帰ってきてたんですから。
帰ってきてたって誰がですか？
そんなの決まって。いえ、なんでもございません。それはともかくとして、夕食抜きは使用人として見過ごせません。ですので、お部屋の方に軽食をご用意しておきました。おにぎりとお味噌汁という簡単なものですが。
What a thoughtful housekeeper. It was the same with my phone this morning. She's being so nice to me even though I might get in trouble with Akia.
でもいいんですか？俺はすごく助かりますけど。
はい、四季さんの健康に関わることですもの。それにこれは翡翠ちゃんも同意していますから、秋葉様に見つかっても2人で謝れば許していただけますよ。
そうか、あの子も。
Despite how stoic she looks, she's pretty thoughtful. I guess she took pity on me having to go without dinner, though she didn't show it.
四季さん、あの子じゃないのです。
ああ、うん、分かってる。でもまだうまく話せないから、気軽に名前で呼ぶのは申し訳ない気がして。
いいえ、それはいけません。ひどいお話です。翡翠ちゃんはああ見えてとっても優しいんですから。四季さんもどうかこれからは気軽に家族と思って翡翠ちゃんと呼んであげてくださいな。
Kohaka looked straight at me. Maybe I have been a little unfair to Hisui. She's looking out for me just like Kohaku is. Should give her a break.
わかりました。これからは何があっても翡翠ちゃん、あ、いや、ちゃん付けはさすがに恥ずかしいんで、翡翠の名前を呼びます。
はい、それは大変ようございます。
Kohaku bids me a good evening and returns to the first floor. In my heart, I gave thanks to my guardian angel, the nightingale of the Tonal Mansion, and returned to my room. Onigiri, huh? No doubt they're delicious if Kohaku made them.
いいお湯だった。
After I scarfed down Kohaku's onigiri, Hisui came to tell me the bath was available. And by the time I return to my room, it's 9 p.m. It's a little too early to sleep. I only have to read his textbooks. And I'm not feeling particularly tired. If I have time to kill anyway, what do we got? Go to the parlor and talk with Akia, stop by Kohaku's room, relax here in my room. I want to hang out with Kohaku. I'll try to stop by Kohaku's room. I'm away to the bathroom earlier. I think I figured out roughly where Kohaku's room might be. I make for the end of the hallway on the first floor of the west wing. The kitchen should be down the end of this hall opposite the lobby. And from what I understand, Kohaku's room is just in front of the kitchen.
琥珀さんの部屋はここかな。
I knock lightly on the
琥
door.
珀さん、います。
はーい、ちょっと待ってくださいね。
A cheerful voice comes from inside the room. After a couple of minutes, Kohaku's face appears from behind the door. Whoa.
四季さんじゃないですか。どうしたんです、こんな時間に。
いえ、実はテレビを見せてもらおうかなって。
はい。
ああ、ですね。この家ってテレビがないでしょ。今まで普通の家で暮らしてきた俺にしてみると、寝る前にのんびりテレビを見るのが日課だったりするわけで。
The more I talk, the more I realize how stupid I sound. What kind of person tries to get into a girl's room by asking to watch TV? Even Kohaku can't hide her disgust at my... Or maybe not.
言われてみればその通りです。四季さんは今まで有馬のお家で暮らしていたんですもの。いきなりこの屋敷の空気は重かったでしょ。ですね。このこと秋葉様と翡翠ちゃんに話しちゃいました？
このことって琥珀さんの部屋に行くってこと？
Kohaku nods.
いえ、誰にも話していませんよ。
大変結構です。もしお話しされていたら四季さんを追い返さないといけないところでしたから。
Kohaku offers me a smile, then glances up and down the hallway.
幸いあたりに人
Ooh,
影
the
なし。
schemer.
さあ見つかると大変ですから上がってくださいな。
Kohaku grips my arm.
うわ
Ooh. The view that greets me inside is not at all what I was expecting. Half the room is floored with tatami, with a cabinet placed flush against the inner wall. Japanese architecture through and through. The other half of the room is a Western style, though. So simple. Looks more like a school infirmary than a room you expect to find in a giant mansion like this.
適当なところに座ってください。私お茶を入れてきますから。
Kohaku leaves the room. I clear my throat and take a seat on a sofa in the Japanese half of the room. Kohaku's room looks more like a meticulously organized office than the room of a young woman. The cabinet in the back is filled with little drawers. They're so small, whatever they contain must easily fit in my hand.
あのタンスってもしかして。
One of those cabinets to store medicine? It must be. The local doctor I visited when I was with the Arimas had a similar one in his house. Wait, could that mean Kohaku has a medical license? No, that's just not possible. She's way too young for something like that. I look away and spy the TV remote resting on a floor cushion. I wonder if she was watching something earlier.
はい、お待たせしました、四季さん。ソチャですが、どうぞ。
あ、どうも。お構いなく。
いえいえ、こちらこそ気の利いたおもてなしはできそうになくて。
Kohaku smiles as she sits out on the green tea and Mizu Yokon sweets to go with it.
テレビでしたね。四季さんはこの時間何を見ているんですか？
特に決まってないけど、基本的にはニュースかな。
そうなんですか。四季さんは落ち着いていますから、食後は読書をなさるのかななんて思っていたんですけど。
残念ながらそんな殊勝な心がけはないんです。よく勤勉な学生と見られがちなんですけど、根はぐうたらで。メガネのおかげで真面目そうに見えるんでしょうか。
あ、そうでした。四季さんったらメガネをかけていらしたんですもの。実は昨日お出迎えした時に心の中でびっくりしていたんですよ。
それはどうして？
だって明葉様は四季さんがメガネをかけているなんて一度もおっしゃりませんでしたから。てっきり明葉様に似た涼しげかつ鋭い目をしたお方が来るんだって身構えておりました。
Kohaku smiles as if to say she had nothing to worry about. Huh. Now that she mentioned it, I never saw Aki after I got my glasses.
けどこのメガネは伊達メガネなんですよ。目は悪いといえば悪いんだけど、視力は平均よりいい方だし、別に勉強のしすぎで視力が落ちたわけじゃないんです。ああ、知的なイメージがあったのに幻滅させちゃいました。
そんなことはありません。私だって本よりテレビの方が楽しいですもの。四季さんが思った通りの元気な方で嬉しいです。
そうですか。それはどうも。
I find myself trying to look anywhere else. The carefree smile that Kohaku beams my way sets my heart racing for some reason.
あ、ごめんなさい。ニュースを見に来られたのにおしゃべりをしてしまって。
Kohaku switches the TV on. Images flash onto the monitor. It's a little past 9:30, late enough that the news has shifted from lighter topics to more serious ones.
ありゃ、また通り魔殺人ですか。
Not that Soya slasher. They're running a piece about the murders. While the slashing started in a neighboring ward, the most recent ones have all been here in Soya. The piece covers just the basics. They describe the crime. Young women walking late at night are taken indiscriminately, killed, and finally have their blood drained from them. There are already 8 victims, and the police are being criticized for their consistent failure to turn up any leads. The media doesn't report anything else in detail. They skip over any commonalities between the victims, or exactly how they died, simply stating that their blood had been drained. Probably trying to prevent any copycats from appearing.
怖い話ですね。おまわりさんは何をしているんでしょう。
突発的な犯行なんで犯人の動機が絞れないとか。深夜の通り魔的な犯行なら見つかりさえしなければ後を追えません。
単に襲われてしまった方たちの運が悪い。いえ、目撃者の出ない犯人の運がいいとおっしゃるのですか？
まあそうでもないと2週間近く犯人が見つからないのはおかしいでしょ。
どうでしょう。しっかりとした準備があるのなら、それはおかしな話ではなくなると思いますよ。想像でしかありませんが、殺人というものは数を重ねれば重ねるほど証拠を残してしまうものです。行方不明者が8人いるというのなら証拠は積み上がりませんが、遺体が8人分も発見されているのなら十分な状況証拠は揃っていてしかるべきです。なのに犯人が捕まらないのは、捕まらないだけの理由を犯人が作っているからと推測できます。
That was unexpected. In my awe, all I can manage is a quick, yeah, that makes sense. Regardless of whether her speculation is right or not, I didn't expect her to be the type to think so hard about things like this.
しかしそうなると犯人は突発的な通り魔じゃなくて用意周到な殺人鬼になりますね。仮にそいつが通り魔のふりをして計画的にことを進めているんなら、殺された人たちは無関係に見えてやっぱりつながりがあるとか。
ないんじゃないでしょうか。そんなつながりがあったら、それこそ2人目ぐらいで警察の皆さんも気がつくでしょうし、結局のところこれは陰徳性に関しては超人的レベルの用意周到さなのに、目的性に関しては極めて薄い理解不能の事件ですね。
Kaku says all this with a smile on her face. Looks like she's not too concerned.
琥珀さん、これってこの町で起きてる事件なんですよ。琥珀さんだって若い女の子なんだから、少しは怖いって思わないんですか？
嫌ですね。大丈夫ですよ。通り魔さんは深夜に出現するだけですから、夜は外に出なければ会うこともありません。
Looks like Kahaku's actually thought this through. This all just seems too gruesome to think rational like that. But maybe that's how most people treat news they see on the TV.
お邪魔しました。また見たくなったらやってきますから、その時はよろしくお願いします。
はい、ぜひお待ちしておりますね。
Kohaku glances up and down the hallway again.
このままお部屋までお見送りしたいのは山々ですが、四季さんのお部屋には翡翠ちゃんが待ってますから、ここで失礼させていただきます。
はい、それじゃあおやすみなさい。
Good night, Oomph. I had no idea that the mansion had a 10 p.m. bedtime. In addition to the 8 o'clock curfew for coming home, there seems to be an unspoken rule that prevents people from leaving their rooms after 10.
まったく、親父がいなくなっても堅苦しいのは変わらないんだな。
Though I suppose it makes sense. The Tono family has functioned like this for hundreds of years despite any technological advances or shifting trends. I don't expect anything to change just because Aki has taken over.
むしろよくしてくれてる方だよな。少なくとも親戚筋をよそにやってくれたんだから。
Everything here is so different and has me exhausted. I'll head back to my room for tonight. It's 10 o'clock. The lights in the room go out automatically. Apparently, things are set up so that all lights in the mansion go out when it hits 10, aside from those in the office. Manually flipping the switch should turn a room's lights back on and again. That's intended for emergencies only. They'd probably catch me if I tried to use my room's nightstand light. I'm not allowed to go outside my room after 10 either.
こっそりスタンドライトでも買ってくるとか
They have little foldable ones about the size of a cell phone these days. This is just way too early for lightouts any way you slice it.
ま、必要はないか。基本、夜は寝るものだし。試験期間の時なら、就寝時間も伸ばしてもらえるだろう。
I changed into clean pajamas set aside for me and crawled into bed. Ever since I was injured in that accident, part of me has resisted lying down like this. I used to hate letting my body get comfortable, and even more so if it meant sleeping in a soft bed. From what I hear, it caused a lot of trouble for Keiko when I first stayed with the Rimas. I always slept like a rock, but I hated going to sleep.
よし、寝るか。
I announced to myself, even though it should go without saying. I take off my glasses and close my eyes. I only had trouble sleeping when I was a child. Now, once I close my eyes, I can fall asleep just as well as... They like sleep mid-sentence there? Like fucking... Awoo? Oh no, there's actual woo there. Whose wolf is that? Is it a wolf or is that a siren? A strange cry washes over my ears like a wave. The howl of an animal. It sounds too high to be a dog. It rings in my eardrums. Is it howling at the moon? There's a gnawing pit in my stomach. The howling brings on a headache. The sound doesn't stop. It's like a bullet rattling around the inside of my skull. I throw on my glasses and open my eyes. The dog is still howling somewhere outside the window. The clock has just struck 11. How am I supposed to sleep like this?
くそ。なんなんだよ、この鳴き声。
It sounds like it's coming from outside the mansion. I seriously doubt I can fall asleep like this.
仕方がないか。犬がうるさいなんて、警察に電話しても取り合ってもらえないだろうし。
I get up from bed and change into my school uniform. The others must be having trouble sleeping too. I'm the only man in the mansion, so I should go see what's happening. I head outside. The night is eerily still, like it's been frozen in place. The moon is hidden by clouds. Even the light from the lamppost is perfectly constant, like splotches of fallen paint on a canvas. Strangely enough, the howling seems weaker now that I'm outside. Or is it fading away? It doesn't matter. The nagging pain it's causing isn't in my ears, but my brain and eyes. Hearing it sets my heart pumping, my whole body on edge. A feeling I can't control at all. Each step feels heavy. I've lost some feeling in the tips of my fingers. Then I realize something. I can see my breath, a pale white against the cold. It's quiet outside the estate, like someone hit the pause button. My shadow's the only thing moving in the motionless world. I feel thirsty for some reason. The high walls bordering the estate stretch alongside the darkened road. I warm my numbing fingers to my breath, walking towards where I suspect the dogs have gathered. All thought ceases. Under the distant streetlight is something I've never seen before, something no one should ever see. An incomprehensible sight. A dog, half melted. What is that? Oh. A long blade pointed downward. What is that? A howl dissolving with the dog. What is that? A blade stabbing down. What is that? Oh, okay. A roar that makes me question my sanity. Or maybe a sudden gale. As the wave threatening to rupture my eardrums disappears, so does the howling and the dog along with it. Like they never existed in the first place.
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
Hey, there's that. I was saying I was thirsty earlier. There's that water fucking. Dissolved into nothingness without a trace. Is this an illusion? What I'm seeing is an hallucination. That or a dream. Is this an illusion? A strange figure stands under light, cut out from the darkness. Is it wearing a coat? The silhouette in the thick coat doesn't seem to have noticed me standing here yet. My throat grows dry. My whole body is sweating. The night air sticks to my skin. Despite just standing here, I feel a pressure like I'm at the bottom of the ocean. What? A language from a far-off land enters my ears. I'm so dizzy it feels like I could pass out. I'm narrowly able to muster some strength in my legs and prevent myself from falling. Then... all I see is an ordinary empty public road. I gasp as my lungs hungrily suck in oxygen. I hadn't noticed, but it seems I had been properly breathing ever since I left the main gate. There's no howling to be heard anymore. I leave behind the terrible vision I've seen. You okay? I'm sure we don't have to worry about that later. I return to my room. It didn't seem like the others are still awake. I guess I was the only one bothered by the howling. It's strange. My head is still pounding. My fingers are quivering. My whole body shivers. My spine is freezing. If I were to compare it to something, it's like my spinal cord has been torn out and replaced with a pillar of ice. Nausea hits me like a sack of bricks. Is this my usual anemia? It feels like the contents of my head are being dumped out onto the floor. I see something I don't want to see on the way down. Even with my glasses on, I can see the lines. That's not good. Bile rises in my throat as my eyes recoil from the sight. The result of trying to avoid seeing them these past 7 years. My mind can't take this. I feel sick. The dizziness from my anemia has my stomach trying to escape through my throat. I don't understand. As long as my eyes are open, the scribbles continue to invade my senses.
悪い夢だ。
I somehow make it to my bed. Yes, I should just go to sleep. That's the quickest way to deny the reality in front of me. My body won't move how I want it to. So I'll stay like this, like a corpse. I'll just sleep like a puppet with its strings cut. Yeah, that sure was a day that was not, huh? I'm curious how much of this kind of like, in terms of like the choices and what flows out of them or whatever and stuff like that. Because as far as I'm aware, this should still be the arc raid route, the arc route or whatever here, the starting route. I could be wrong a little bit. Like we're on something else now, like maybe, but I don't know. But yeah, I'm curious how much stuff might change or whatever. Like I guess the different options gonna be like different contextual like story beats or whatever and stuff like that, maybe even. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. We'll go and save. Probably right here. Yeah, now we're on 3, impulse inversion. Yeah, we still don't have the current route and no notes for that matter. Looking on the right there, it's like, oh. Yeah, let's keep going. Day 3, impulse inversion. I'm gonna keep going. This might be the final 8 minutes because I want to keep going until we see a certain character here. Like the thing that's like at part 1 of the certain route here a little bit. Like fucking didn't think it would take this long. It was something Master once told me. The lines that I see are the parts that break more easily. The same as how a human body has weaknesses, like at the joints or the eyes. I can cut anything without worrying about resistance or friction, just by lightly tracing the lines with a blade. Whether it's a human body or inanimate objects, there are lines in all that I see.
よく聞いてね、シキ。あらゆるものは壊れてしまうという運命を内包しているの。形がある以上、こればっかりは逃れようのない前提でしょ。
In other words, the world is stitched up. It's only ever a step away from breaking apart. Say the scribbles run across the earth. Then one day, for maybe no reason at all, the ground could come apart and everything would break. That's what my reality is like.
そして、私たち人間はさらに細かく壊れやすい。怪我も回復も、老化も成長も、流星も衰弱も、すべては終わりに近づく変化だから。
I never felt more thankful for Master's glasses than when I first came to understand those words. I couldn't have survived if I had to see those lines all the time. Fragile lines in all things. An unbound, unstable world. Nothing can be gained from seeing them. Nothing at all. I awake from an old memory. Feeling a light through my eyelids, I reach over to the other side of the bed. My glasses are gone? As worry creeps in, I try the other side of the pillow, where I find my glasses waiting for me. I usually make sure to place them on my left. Must be because of that awful headache I had last night. I put on my glasses before I open my eyes. The ritual probably looks strange to anyone who saw it, but I try to avoid seeing the lines even from the moment I wake up.
おはようございます、シキ様。
I look over towards the source of the voice to find a girl in a maid uniform standing by the wall. I didn't even notice her. Seems like she's been there for a while too. She must be here for the same reason as yesterday. Make sure I don't oversleep.
そっか、ごめん。驚くのはおかしかった。 おはよう翡翠。起こしに来てくれてありがとう。
それが私の役割ですから、どうかお気になさらないようお願いします。
Hisui lowers her head solemnly. She stops and raises it back up in one fluid motion.
いえ、驚かすのが仕事ということではなく、明日は四季様を驚かせないよう努力いたします。
Hisui can be a little strange sometimes. I get the impression that, while she's a perfect maid, she's not quite used to speaking with people.
いや、翡翠には何の問題もないと思うよ。まだ慣れていない俺が悪いんだ。
I get up from the bed and realize that I'm wearing pajamas. I remember changing my uniform to see what was up with that howling, and I passed down to bed after coming back.
おかしいな。俺、制服のまま眠ったと思うんだけど。
はい、あのままではお体に悪いので、姉さんに来てもらって寝巻きに着替えさせていただきました。
Hisui plainly explains what happened. Oh, that makes sense. They changed my clothes for me. I don't know if there's anything especially unhealthy about sleeping in my uniform, but I guess it could get wrinkled. They sure are professional maids. Hold up.
着替えだって。
I quickly check my pants and underwear. Both look brand new.
翡翠。
はい、何でしょう。
気を使ってくれたのは嬉しいんだけど、これからは何としても起こしてくれ。着替えっていうのはほら、やっぱり自分でやるものだし。
I look down embarrassed. Hisui, on the other hand, simply nods in affirmation.
学校の制服はそちらに畳んであります。着替えがお済みになられましたら今においでください。
普通なら気がつくもんだけど、そんなに疲れてたのか、俺。
There's no point dwelling on it. Can't change what's already happened. I should change and head down for breakfast. My uniform is folded up neatly. She's even gone to the trouble of ironing the shirt. Feels like putting on a new shirt for the first time. Hakia and Koaku are already in the parlor. Having probably finished breakfast some time ago, Hakia is gracefully sipping a cup of tea. I greet them both.
二人ともおはよ
おはようございます、四季さん。
Koaku smiles radiantly, her only white apron accentuating the warmth she naturally exudes. Hakia, on the other hand, only glances my way.
今朝は随分とゆっくりなんですね、兄さん。まさかとは思いますが、休日と勘違いしているとか。
No mercy, not even in the morning.
う。ゆっくりってまだ7時を過ぎたばかりじゃないか。ここからうちの高校まで徒歩30分ちょいなんだ。今日は早起きした方だよ。
つまり朝食にかける時間は10分だけですか。お腹を空かせた犬じゃないんですから、朝食はゆっくりとってください。
Hakia wastes no time in pummeling my defenses. Her lightning quick reflex and razor sharp rebukes ought to be feared. Like playing tennis with a wall, everything I throw at her comes right back at me.
兄さん、何か今不審なことを言いかけましたか？
いや、何も。それより犬じゃないんですからって秋葉。
That reminds me. I should ask about the dog from last night.
なあ、秋葉。昨日の夜のことだけど、ここって毎晩ああなのか？
はい。
だから、昨日の夜の話だよ。あれじゃあ、秋葉たちだって眠れなかっただろう。
昨夜はきちんと熟睡できましたけど、何の話でしょう？
何の話かって、犬の話に決まってるだろう。夜の11時頃、野犬が吠えっぱなしだったじゃないか。
Aki and Kohaku share a glance before casting a concerned gaze in my direction. They look at me like I'm a madman.
いい、秋葉には聞かない。琥珀さん、 日の夜はうるさかったよね。
どうなんでしょうか。確かに昨夜は風が強かったとは思いますけど、深夜の見回りで発見した異常は四季さんが制服のままベッドの上で眠っていらしたことぐらいですよ。
ああ、それですか。これからは気をつけます。
何かあったの、琥珀？いえ、別に何もありませんでしたよ。ちょっと四季さんの寝相が悪かったと。
Gohaku dodges a question with a smile.
本当に二人とも気がつかなかったのか。昨日の夜30分ぐらい外で野犬が吠えてたのに。
はあはあ、それはワンワンパニックですね。
Let me just do a little bit I can't quite tell if she actually believes me or not.
まあ、わかりやすく言うとそういうこと。
私はそんな覚えはありませんけど、琥珀もないでしょ？そうですね。四季さんには申し訳ないのですが、そのようなことはなかったと思います。決まりね。あと考えられるケースといったら、兄さんは犬に吠えられる夢でも見ていた。
Without confident they both seem, I'm starting to doubt myself now. Now that I think about it, it was weird. There wasn't even a dog when I went to look. There was... No, there can't have been anyone. When I say it like that, it really does start to feel more and more like a dream.
兄さんはまだ屋敷に慣れていないから、そんなたちの悪い夢を見たんでしょう。そうですね。今夜も野犬に吠えられるようでしたら、とびっきり獰猛な番犬でも飼うことにしましょうか。
A malicious smile creeps onto Akia's lips.
私は時間ですので、お先に失礼します。兄さん、登校中に犬に襲われないよう気をつけてくださいね。
Akia leaves his parlor with a graceful stride. Kohaku bows to me before leaving to see her off. I eat breakfast in a dining room and exit the lobby. Hisui follows behind me with my bag in hand. I told her I could carry it my own, but she insisted she hold it at least until the entrance. I guess Akia isn't the only one that has me at a disadvantage. Or maybe in Hisui's case, I'm just soft. Akia beats me over to the head with the ironclad logic. It's also hard to fire when her status holds more weight around here than mine. It's the opposite when it comes to Hisui. I'm in a position where I can boss Hisui around, but I can't possibly bring myself to. There's something about the way she looks at me. I just want to listen to whatever she says. Kohaku hurries down the steps from the second floor. Hisui draws back as Kohaku approaches.
あれ？琥珀さんはアキハと一緒じゃなかったの？
アキハ様はお車で学校に向かわれますから、今朝は四季さんにお届け物があるので、屋敷に残らせていただいたんです。
お届け物って俺に？
はい。昨日有馬家の方から荷物が届いたんですよ。
Ooh. A bright smile flashed across Kohaku's face.
いや、俺は自分の荷物は全部持ってきたよ。もともと向こうで使ってたのは有馬の家のものだったから、自分のものなんて着てる服ぐらいで。
そうなんですか？こちらが届けられたお荷物ですけど。
Kohaku hands me a narrow wooden box about 20 centimeters in length. It's light.
琥珀さん、俺はこんなの見たこともないんだけど。
四季さんのお父様の遺品とのことですけど、四季さんに譲られるようにと遺言があったとか。
あの親父が俺に？
That hardly seems real. Why would a man who forced me out 7 years ago leave me something in his will?
まあいいや。琥珀さん、これ部屋に置いておいて。
Kohaku's eyes are fixated on the box. Curiosity plastered all over her face. She's like a kid staring at a birthday present. Oh.
じー
Or maybe she is a kid.
わかりました。
She inches
中身が
closer
気
a
に
little
なるん
bit.
ですね
Fucking.
琥珀さんは。
いえ、そんなことはないですよ。ただ、どんな贈り物なのか興味があるだけで。
Yeah, sure, whatever you say.
なら開けてみましょう。せーの。
The box opens with a dry clack. Oh! Inside is a thin iron shaft about 15 centimeters long.
鉄の棒だ。
It's a plain thing, unadorned, but it seems to show signs of heavy use. My father must have really not cared for me if he left me something like this. I seem to recall the rod he used to being thicker and even less decorated.
違いますよ、四季さん。これ、果物ナイフなんじゃないでしょうか。
Yeah, a little fruit knife. That was a little butterfly knife for a second there. Kohaku takes the iron shaft out of the box.
ほら、飛び出しナイフってあるじゃない
Yeah,
ですか。
switchblade.
あれと同じみたいです。せーの。
Nice. With a metallic noise, a 10 centimeter blade shoots out. Huh. It really is a knife.
中の構造は今風のようですが、外側は随分と古いものみたいですね。ほら、裏に年号も書かれています。
Kohaku retracts the blade and hands me the knife. She's right. There's a number just below the grip. The character for 7, read Nana or Shichi, and the character for night, Yoru or Ya. Yeah, Nana, Yoru, Shichi, Yoru, Nana, Ya. Oh, yeah. Fucking. Do you remember that name? Not sure Shichi, yeah, a little bit.
姉さん、これ年号じゃない。七つ夜と書かれているだけよ。
Nanatsu Yoru, 7 nights. I look back to see Hisui standing directly behind me, sneaking a glimpse at the knife.
びっくりした。脅かさないでくれ、翡翠。そんな後ろから覗かなくても、見たければ、ほら。
失礼いたしました。その担当があまりに綺麗でしたから、つい。
綺麗？これ、綺麗って言うかな。どっちかっていうと鈍いというか、古臭い感じだけど。
そんなことはありません。由緒正しい鼓動だと思います。
そうなの？俺にはガラクタにしか見えないけど。
Seeing Hisui so resolute about it has stirred my own curiosity. Yeah? Not a bad memento now that I look at it.
七つ夜ですか。その果物ナイフの名前でしょうかね。
I don't think many people bother naming a knife, but it does seem like a relic from a different time. I stowed away my bag. It may technically be against the law to carry it around, but one day it couldn't hurt. I'll brag to Arahiko about it, though that depends on if he actually comes to school or not.
四季様、お時間はよろしいのですか。
まずい、そろそろ行かないと間に合わないか。それじゃあ琥珀さん、届け物ありがとう。
Kohaku waves as we leave. I notice a commotion nearby after we exit the main gate.
なんだろう。なんかあっちの方騒がしくないか。
それが、今朝方あちらの路面で血痕が発見されたそうです。
血痕？血の跡ってことか。
はい。屋敷の塀にも血の跡がありました。四季様がお眠りの間、警察の方々が昨夜の様子を尋ねにいらしたようです。
それって人が死んでたとか？
いえ、発見されたのは血の跡だけだそうです。
The road on the east side of the estate. That's where I went to look last night. blood. A crimson red that stains anything it touches. I don't remember seeing anything that vivid last night. The only things here were the black of night and the biting cold. The warmth of blood was nowhere to be found.
四季様。
いや、なんでもない。それじゃあ行ってくるよ。見送りありがとう。
行ってらっしゃいませ。どうか、みちみちお気をつけて。
Hisui bows deeply. All I'm doing is going to school, but I suppose this is Hisui's way of showing concern for my condition.
ありがとう。なるべく気をつける。翡翠も気をつけて。
I thank Hisui as I wave goodbye and leave the front gate behind. It's just before homeroom. The classroom is as lively as always. The boys and girls are still locked in battle over Miss Noel. Thankfully, I don't belong to either camp. I amble over to my desk in the middle of no man's land, and... Oh, hey, man. Waiting at my window side desk is someone who looks totally out of place in the morning. Not only that... Oh! Oomph. He's with someone even more unexpected.
先輩、なんでうちの教室に？
あれ、そんなに珍しいことですか？遠野くんが教室にいるかなってちょっと寄ってみただけですけど。
珍しいことです。普通、上級生は下級生のクラスには来ませんよ。下級生のクラスとか、もろ異分子って感じで恥ずかしいじゃないですか。
そうですか？遠野くん、割と細かいところに気が利くんですね。でも私はへっちゃらですよ。みんな同じ学校の人たちですから。
What a saint. I'm at a loss for words.
いや、それでも3年と2年じゃ距離が離れすぎです。ホームルーム、遅刻しても知りませんよ。
Seal nods seriously.
その点でも大丈夫です。私、こう見えても走るのは早いんです。下の階の自分のクラスまで1分もかかりません。
She puffs out her chest with pride. Though in both body and soul, I mean tough in both body and soul.
いいじゃんか、先輩が好きで来てるんだからさ。
Arahiko, being Arahiko, is just sitting at my desk without a care in the world, fully immersed in this chat with CL.
いいけど。じゃあ、ホームルームが始まる2分前になったら、自分のクラスに帰らないとダメだよ、先輩。
Suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue, I voice my discontent and sit down.
乾くん、遠野くんはご機嫌斜めみたいですね。
ああ、引っ越し先の生活が性に合わなくて感触を起こしてると見ました。遠野は大抵のことは気にしないですけどね。なんかよくわからないことがあると暴れ出す悪癖があるんすよ。
そうなんですか？遠野くん、あんまり怒りそうにないですけど。
いや、そんなことないんだな、これが。遠野はおとなしそうに見えるだけで爆発するときは爆発するんすよ。
はあ、パチッ。
He snaps, you say.
そうそう。一度切れると見境がなくなるから、先輩もこいつを信用しちゃダメだぜ。
Arahiko and Seal continue whispering in front of me.
あのさ、内緒話なら廊下でしてくれないか。人の机でそういうことされても丸聞こえで頭痛いんだけ
ど。なんと聞こえていたというのか、遠野。
Yeah, I can. I didn't just hear you, I could see when you tried to slip a hand around Seal's waist under the guise of having your own little discussion. Now she immediately slapped it away. If anything, I'm less angry, more disappointed at the shame of performance. Seal's covering her mouth with her hands, unsure of how serious we are. She may have actually intended to trade secrets.
おう、これだから文系のメガネ君は俺と先輩のラ・マンな話を盗み聞くとか哀れにも程がありますな。 そんなに日々欲求不満なんですか？新しい妹様はそんなに美人なんですか？今度
アリヒコ、要するに俺に喧嘩を売ってるんだな。
そんなわけないだろう。俺と遠野は輝かしい友人じゃないか。気に食わなけりゃ親とだって殴り合うが、親友とだけは戦わないってのがポリシーなわけ。基本今日に生きる男なんだ俺。
Wow. A code that puts classmates over your own parents? That's messed up.
なるほど。腐ってるな、お前のポリシーは。
なんだ元気のないふりしやがって。根はいつもの遠野じゃんか。たく心配して損したぜ。
My bud pats me hard on the back.
お前、もしかして気を使ってたのか？
バッカ、そんなつまんないこと聞くなっての。こういうのはさりげなくやるのが美徳じゃないのさ。
He thwats my back some more. I've known Arahiko for a long time, but there's still a lot about him that surprises me.
それで新しい絵はどうなんだ？見たところヘビーにストレス溜まってそうじゃんか。
さあ、どうだろう。とりあえず昨日は妙な夢を見て、家の人たちに白い目で見られたけど。
そうか。それは災難だな。
Arahiko nods in sympathy. I turn to the source of the silence. Cio's watching our stupid conversation unfold with a serious look on her face.
先輩？
遠野くん、やっぱり乾くんと仲がいいんですね。
本気です
It's
か？
time to drink water.
今の
Time to drink water?
It's time to drink
その
water.
メガネは度が合ってないですね。
そんなことないです。遠野くん、乾くんの前だと気を抜いてるじゃないですか。無謀。
For some reason, a bright smile stretches across her face. Yeah, they don't say. Yeah, I imagine like the original Japanese was like ellipses and the question mark here. I'm having to say whom they don't. Like, what? Where is it? Arahiko and I look at each other and tilt our heads.
羨ましいな。そうやって何の気負いもなしで分かり合える友人がいるのって憧れます。
Cio lets out a sigh of genuine admiration.
そうか。
Seriously? Arahiko and I grimace in unison.
と、そろそろ時間ですね。私は戻りますけど、遠野くん、今朝のニュース見ましたか？
と、忙しくて忘れてた。まだ見てません。
そうですか。それじゃあ率直に聞きますけど、今朝のニュースで大きなお屋敷が映っていました。あれって遠野くんのお家ですか？
え？
Hisui didn't mention that the police came around to ask some questions.
ああ、それはきっとうちのことかもですね。今朝警察が話を聞きに来たって言ってたし。
そうですか。遠野くん、あんまり夜遊びしちゃダメですよ。
Cio dashes out of the room. We watch her leave in silence.
さて、なあ遠野。
なんだよ。つまんないことなら聞かないからな。
つまらなくはないぞ。大きな疑問として、お前はいつの間に先輩の方から会いに来るほど親しくなってたんだ？
俺に聞かれても返答に困る。話をするようになったのはここ最近だし、今日だって単なる気まぐれなんじゃないか。そういうお前だって親しそうだったじゃないか。
そうでもない。俺は7日もかけてやっと名前を覚えてもらったレベルだよ。
ほう、そりゃ珍しい。一日でなびかない女はめんどくさいから相手にしないってのもお前のポリシーじゃなかったっけ？
波の女はな。だが先輩は別。秘密にしていたんだが、実のところ俺の好みやだな。
メガネの似合う上級生だって言うんだろ。
Arahiko blushes.
わかりましたか親友。
わかるよ。眉唾だけど先輩が言うには俺たち親友らしいし。 お前が本気かどうかぐらい読み取れる。先輩は本気で可愛いしな。あの人と話して好意を持たない方がおかしい。俺だってそうだ。
そうかそうか。遠野も先輩の良さがわかるのか。ってなんですと？
親友なら気が合うものだし、何より趣味も似通うもんだろ。好きな女の子のタイプなんてもろかぶりになっても不思議じゃない。
Our eyes meet. After a brief but meaningful moment, Haruhiko nods solemnly.
短い友情だったな、遠野。
ああ、まったくだ。
I send him off with a wave. Just then the bell for homeroom rings. Morning classes end and lunch break begins. Where should I grab lunch? Eat in the classroom or eat in the cafeteria? Yeah, we can just pick whatever here. But like, there's no like character context here or whatever. We did classroom last time. Let's do the cafeteria. And nothing happened. I eat in the cafeteria and return to the classroom. There's still some time before 5th period. The only people in the room are a couple of guys and a friendly group of girls. I only just realized Yumazuka isn't with the girls. She's one of the top 3 standouts in the class, if not at the absolute top. It's strange not seeing her there. Can't believe I only just noticed. I like to think I'm a little more perceptive than that. Oh, my depth perception. Our teacher didn't mention anything, so it must just be a cold or something. Fifth period begins. I fight off the temptation of sleep as I scribble down notes during our classic literature class. Our school still doesn't allow note-taking on devices. They said they'll switch to using tablets eventually, but it seems like it's going to take another couple of years. Either way, people rarely get into trouble for using their phones in class. One of those unspoken agreements. There are plenty of students who use their phones to check their texts, look up information, or just browse the internet. I've always preferred doing things the old-fashioned way, so I write everything by hand. Why is it bright? It comes on without warning. A heightened, accelerated sense of awareness. My vision begins to bend, folding and twisting around a single point. My sense of equilibrium shifts, as if my brain were spinning on its axis. Everything morphs into a blurred mess. Feels like something is lurking at the back of my head, trying to drive me out of my own skull. I know this feeling. This is the dizzy spell right before my anemia hits. Should have seen this coming. Always knew this was a possibility. Damn it, this hardly ever happens. But I'm going to pass out in class. Darkness shrouds my vision. I fumble for my desk, grabbing the side of it to steady myself. But it doesn't help. I can't put any strength into my fingers. All I can do is brace for the fall.
Sensei, ちょっといいっすか?
Just when I expect to lose control, I feel a hearty slap on my back.
遠野のやつ、調子が悪そうなんで保健室に連れて行きたいんですけど。
Before I know it, Haruhiko is standing at my side.
遠野、具合が悪いのか?
I heard a teacher speak to me from the front of the room.
いえ、これぐらい平気で。
ああ、全然ダメだそうです。こりゃ早退させた方がいいんじゃないですか?
Haruhiko's booming voice overshadows my attempts at a reply.
そうか。先生も遠野の体のことは聞いている。遠野、体調が優れないなら保健室で休むか、早退して帰っていいんだぞ。
I can't tell if he's just nice to a fault. He seems to have believed Arihiko wholeheartedly.
ほら、帰っていいとよ。そんな青い顔しやがって。まずいと思ったらすぐに言わねえとわからねえだろうが。
Arihiko scowls and slaps me across the back.
それじゃあ早退させてもらいます、先生。
The teacher nods approvingly.
悪い、アリヒコ。いらない心配をかけさせた。
気にすんな。中学からの腐れ縁だからな。お前が貧血でぶっ倒れそうな雰囲気ってのはすぐにわかんだよ。
Arihiko returns to his seat. Somehow I get up from my seat and carry myself out of the room. I exit the school. I decide to pass on resting in the nurse's office. At this time of day, there's a good chance I just end up sleeping until dark. Instead, I decide it would be better to make the trip back to the mansion.
ちょっとは楽になってきたかな。
It must be thanks to the fresh air. 7 years ago, I survived a life-threatening injury, and the price I paid is my chronic anemia. When I first left the hospital, I used to collapse just about every day. And while I've lost a lot of opportunities from this, I never felt like I missed out on anything important thanks to the support of the other people around me. After reaching adolescence, most of my symptoms stopped surfacing, at least as long as I didn't move around too much. Though every now and again, I'll still get dizzy and lose consciousness for no reason. I'm lucky Arihiko was around today. I probably would have fallen on my face if he weren't. I breathe deeply, sending a volley of fresh air into my lungs. Struggling against the dull water swirling my head, I make my way from school. I turn onto the street leading to the station. I don't believe it. Part of my brain must still be spacing out. By force of habit, I almost went through the ticket gate. I don't live with the Arimas anymore. I live in a Tono mansion now. And it's fucking flying. Jeez, get this bug out of here. It's been flying around this whole session. Need to kill it. Slap it away. It can't. It's so dark now I can barely see it sometimes. Like, god damn it. There's no need for me to catch a train. I still don't feel well. I put a hand to my forehead and realize I have a slight fever. No point heading home if I'm going to pass out on the street before I get there.
しょうがないな。ほっと。
Disappointed by my own frailty, I carefully prop myself down on a bench. Maybe I'll just rest here until I feel better. Absent-mindedly, I watch the crowds in front of the station. It's just past 2 in the afternoon. The city is as busy as ever. People stream past in waves. Each and every one of them is far too absorbed in reaching their destination to bother looking at who's around them. The place is swarming with people, yet everyone's too immersed in their own little world to notice. They reach the main character in their own story. Today is just another day in the story of their lives. Despite seeing perfectly well, they spend every waking moment in willful ignorance. Their days never intersect, nor do their respective paths deviate. Preferring to expend as little effort as possible to reap the most basic level of comfort. It seems people have chosen a life of individualism to only interact when absolutely necessary. I don't know if it's my fever, but something has me feeling sentimental.
帰ろう。
I'm feeling better anyway, and the longer I sit here, the longer I'll dwell on this stuff. Lifting myself from the bench, I join the masses. I start from the mansion, my head still heavy from the anemia. Right now, all I want to do is lock myself in my room, close my eyes, take off my glasses, and just breathe. Oh my goodness. It's her. Until I see her. Is this in a different font? I'm almost certain time itself has stopped. Every part of me is being drawn in. The moment forever imprinting itself onto my memory. Golden hair, crimson eyes, white clothes against porcelain skin, pure as driven snow. Not a blemish to be found, like a sacred summit yet untainted by man. My pulse skyrockets. Bodily rhythms go haywire. My veins and arteries dilate. Every nerve in my body fires as this phantasm ferociously warms my spinal cord. To say I'm captivated would be an understatement. I stopped walking what feels like ages ago. As she leaves my peripheral vision, I turn around to not lose sight of her. I realize I haven't been breathing. I feel nauseous. Can't breathe. The pain is unbearable. Can't remember how to breathe. My throat is on fire. My eyes feel like they're about to burst. My palms are slippery. Yet deprived of blood, my fingertips are so cold they're numb. I'm drenched in sweat. I recall that I'm still an animal, still alive. That gets me breathing again. But my will... I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't choose anything. All I wanted was to go home. My will snaps like a tightrope, and I plunge into the depths below. I have to follow her. I have to follow that woman. I have to follow her and speak with her. Dragging my frozen feet, oh, Jesus Christ. It was almost a word there for a second, then it got censored. I pant like a... I follow after my fair prey. The woman walks slowly. She has no idea I exist. Questions, one after another, graze the back of my mind. She doesn't know I exist? That's so goddamn stupid. Could she be the one? She hasn't noticed me yet. She must be returning from something, must be. She's probably exhausted, out of strength. Which means, this is it. My chance to... her for sure. Why is it backwards? If I knew how to read backwards, like a cool little thing there, I would say it like that, but I'll read it normally here. I want to taste this ripened fruit, yeah. When was I last satiated? I want to pursue her to tear her apart. Not for self-gratification or mere sex. Something more primal. I want to savor her. To bring her low. I can't remember. I still... every fiber of my being wants to her. Can't remember the first time. I sigh, but the breath doesn't feel like mine. I claw at my chest to stem my emotions from bursting. The woman weaves through the crowd, looking delectable. My throat is on fire. I haven't been breathing. What about it? Of course I haven't. Like that would get anyone going. I take it out of my bag and slide it into my pocket as I walk. My fingers trace along the iron. I can't believe my luck. I even have the necessary tools. Incredible. I'm so close. Our secret rendezvous has me nearly over the edge. I should keep my distance, so she doesn't notice, so no one gets in my way. We're total strangers, so I need to track her scent as naturally as I can. She enters an apartment complex. Automatic glass doors, tight security. Non-residents can't even enter the lobby. I wrap around to the emergency exit. Stash my jacket in the shadows. Cut. Enter. The lobby is empty. I look at the elevator. The light is stopped at the top floor. Click. I call the elevator with a button. Enter. I shiver as soon as I cross the threshold. Her scent remains, causing my lips to curl. This is exciting. Cage in this cramped box, I grip the weapon in my pocket and wait. She's so close. In just a few moments, I can finally... her. Exit the elevator. The hall should be empty. I vacate the box to the other end of the corridor. Still empty. I can't think. Only a single word lingers in my brain. Woman. That woman. I'm going to... I arrive at the third room. This is the one. All the other rooms are empty. Are you sure? I'm sure. All animals have a decent sense of smell, whether we like it or not. Some have simply forgotten how to use it. Pitiful. Unforgivable. Worthless. Civilization's obsession with compassion has instead dealt us an invisible, fatal blow. I move to ring the bell, but stop myself. My glasses are in the way. I can't do anything unless I take them off.
いい決して軽はずみな気持ちで物を見ちゃダメだからね
A woman said that to me a long ago. Right now, I can't remember her name or what she looked like. I slowly remove my glasses. The lines squirm, wrangling my vision. Even I don't understand. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? What does Shikitono want to do with that woman? I don't know. I don't know, so I ring the bell.
はい
I hear a voice. The door opens. In that instant, I slide through the gap and into the room. The woman tries to speak, but it's too late. Never will I hear the voice of the woman I so craved. Everything is finished before it can reach me. The sound of metal on metals rings the moment I enter the room. Was it the sound of the door? The grinding of my thoughts? A siren signaling the end? All wrong. Then what is it? The answer is obvious. There's only one thing it could be. It's the climaxing sigh of my knife leaving its sheath. I pass through the lines running across the woman's body. I stab. I cut. I slice. I grave. Severing piece after piece, until nothing is left untouched by death. All in all, 17 lines across her body. Throat, back of the head, Right eye to the lips, right upper arm, right forearm, right ring finger, left elbow, left thumb, middle finger, left breast, lower ribcage to the heart, 2 from the stomach to the belly, inner left thigh, outer thigh, left shin, across the toes on the left foot. It takes less than a second, no longer than a mere passing glance. In the blink of an eye, it's over. She's dismembered into 17 lumps of flesh. Well, oh god. Jeez. So, this I kind of knew about a little bit. Feel like at some point when you're going to like Melty Blood, like they talk about this, like Shiki just does this to a white woman a little bit. Still, goddamn, dude. The fucked up factor was going crazy there in a cool way there. It's like, oh my god. And then the gore. That's Gore, the root character here. Sheesh. Huh? A dumbstruck voice reaches my ears. The reality hasn't set in, that voice belongs to me. I feel another flurry of dizziness take hold. Chunks of something are scattered in front of me. The marble floor is covered in an ever-expanding red liquid, like someone tipped over a bucket. The smell of blood assaults my nostrils. No intros have been spilled. The cuts are clean. This is good ass music here. Like, oh yeah, we fucked up here. We did something really fucking... But a red mess creeps steadily over the ground. It's strange. There's nothing in the room except for me and the woman's scattered remains. The pool is a vivid crimson. The knife is still in my hand. Of course she is. No human can survive something like this. Who gives a shit about the why? Just now with his own 2 hands, Shiki Tono butchered a woman he's never seen before in his life. I must have. Or am I wrong? I don't have a reason, so this can't be. It can't. I never had a reason to do this, so this can't be. It can't. I'm the only one here. Someone else might have been here before. I'm the only one who left alive, so this can't be. It can't. No, I had no reason to. I didn't mean to. I wasn't in my right mind. Maybe I never was. So this can't be. It can't. It can't. It can't. It can't. The pool of red continues to swell. A slow, slick wave. It's almost at my feet now. I try to lift my feet, but it's too late. The woman's red blood is viscous like tar. Threads stretch from the floor, clinging to my raised soul. Red blood. It's oozing red because you butchered her. That's right. It wasn't me. It can't have been. It wasn't me. This must be... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm trying to choose number 2. It's not letting me. I can't even, like, select it here. Oh, yeah, this music is fucked up. I love this. Forced to say this is some kind of bad dream. That's it. This is just a terrible dream. But for some reason, the smell of blood feels so fresh. So real. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, you didn't kill her. Or no, you did kill her? Of course you had a reason. When you saw her, you could only think of one thing. Yes, Shiki Tono wanted to kill that woman. In that moment, that was all that mattered. My mind had just melted away, so I couldn't put it into words. The stench of blood is making me sick to my stomach. The contents of my stomach flow up. Crimson seeps into my eyes. My head spins. I kneel in the sea of blood. Bile rushes up my throat. I empty the contents of my stomach. Sobbing, I throw up every last bit of food, every last drop of fluid in my body. There's nothing left in me. But as if to deny what had happened, to undo everything and turn back time, my body forcibly continues to heave. It hurts. My innards feel like they are burning. Tears continue to stream down my face and I collapse in the ground like garbage. I am awash in red. Pain seeps through me as I see crimson everywhere. It all feels like a dream. My tears keep spilling. I'm miserable because I killed someone. No, that's not right. I mercilessly butchered someone for no reason whatsoever. I turned their body into chunks of flesh in a flash. I don't understand what's happening. Why do I feel like this? Why did I kill her for no reason? I don't understand. None of this feels like reality. Yeah, I had one of my usual dizzy spells. And I've been dreaming this whole time. How can just one little knife do this to a person? Even with a butcher.
It's time to drink water.
I should really drink some water right now.
It's time to drink water.
Even with a butcher saw, I'm pretty sure this should have taken all day. This can't be possible with just a knife. Those lines never existed in the first place. I've been fooling myself into thinking. Bile drips from my lips. I'm covered in it from my chin down. There's crimson mixed in. My stomach, despite being empty, continues to squirm and contract, causing my esophagus and throat to bleed. Ow. It hurts. That's how I know. This isn't a dream. I'm just lying to myself. I knew all along. I craved the wound from the moment I saw her. The same goes for my eyes. I knew the lines meant I could cut anything I see like paper. And I knew deep down that this applied to humans as well. But I never gave it a second thought. I was intent on living an ordinary life. If I was capable of killing a person like this, I should have gouged my eyes out, or at least shunned human contact. I'm so sorry. It was such a simple promise, yet I couldn't keep my word. I don't know. The impulse that was so strong just moments ago seems to have faded entirely. But the thought of fighting the urge didn't even cross my mind. As if it were perfectly natural, I followed through, thinking nothing else. So the answer is simple. I must be insane. It probably began 7 years ago. Ever since the accident that should have killed me. Ever since I miraculously returned from the brink of death. I hear the distant sound of rain, the long and gentle hiss of rainfall touching down. My head is hazy. My throat aches with every breath. Can't help but wince. Suddenly I sense a person, a voice by my side. I find myself lying in my own bed. I put on the glasses that are placed next to my pillow.
おはようございます、四季様。
翡翠。
はい。お体の具合はいかがでしょうか？
What a strange question to ask. How am I feeling? Why would I...
なん。
That's a good question. Why am I sleeping here?
俺は人を殺し。
I don't think I want to say it out loud, buddy. I stop short of saying it. The reasoning part of me hits the brakes, impelling me not to utter that word.
翡翠。俺どうしてここに。
覚えていらっしゃらないのですか、四季様。
His refers her bro ever so slightly.
学校の方から四季様は早退したというお電話がありました。ですが夕方になっても帰ってこられず、姉が探しに行ったところ、公園でお休みになっていたそうです。
公園って近くの公園。
はい。四季様はベンチで休まれており、その後ご自分の足で屋敷までお帰りになられました。
嘘だろ。そんな覚え全くないんだけど。
四季様の記憶が定かではないのはそうおかしなことではないと思います。貧血による衰弱で四季様は意識が混濁していたようなので。
I don't remember anything. Still, I can't deny of what Hisui has told me.
もう夜の9時なんだ。全然記憶にないや。
はい。お屋敷に戻られた四季様は眠りたいとだけ告げてお部屋で休まれたのです。お医者様をお呼びしようとしたのですが、四季様はいつものことだからと。
そうか。確かに貧血で倒れるのはいつものことだけど。
But this time was different. I killed someone. No, wait.
翡翠。俺どんな格好をしてたんだ。
は？
だから服装。俺のシャツとか靴とか、その血で。
They should have been soaked in it.
四季様の制服でしたら汚れていましたので洗濯をしておりますが。
洗濯ってあんな血だらけの服を。
確かに泥にまみれてはおりましたが、血液らしきものはありませんでした。それに汚れていたのはシャツとズボンだけで、上着は特に何も。
That can't be right. I was kneeling in a sea of blood. My arms and legs should have been stained red.
四季様、何か良くない夢でも見られていたのですか？先ほどまでうなされていたようですし、今もお顔の色が優れません。
Hisui looks different directly at me.
夢って。
Could it have been a dream? That sensation. That smell of blood. That woman in white. A miracle given flesh.
いや、そうだよな。あんなのは悪い夢だ。
I let out a relieved sigh. That's right. It was nothing more than a horrible dream. I'd never do something that would break my promise of master, especially without a decent reason.
目が覚めた。
四季様のご気分さえよろしければ夕食の支度をいたします。
いや、夕食は。
I know it was only a dream, but I still can't get the color or smell of blood out of my head.
ごめん、いらない。今晩はこのまま眠ることにする。それより翡翠。
はい。何でしょうか、四季様。
そのさ、俺夕方に帰ってきたらしいけど、秋葉はなんて言ってた？
秋葉様ならその時間はお帰りになられてはおりませんでした。 2時間ほど前にお帰りになられた折。
Hisui gives me an inquisitive look as if to say, what about it?
いや、別に何でもないんだ。帰ってきてまだ3日目なのに迷惑をかけて呆れてるだろうなって。
確かに秋葉様はご気分を害されておりましたが、呆れているというわけではなさそうでした。
Hisui takes a step back after she speaks.
それでは失礼します。何かご用がおありでしたらお呼びください。
ああ、ありがとう。もう一つ聞き忘れてた。
はい。何でしょう、四季様。
外、雨が降ってるんだね。いつから降り始めたのかな、これ。
四季様がお帰りになられる前からです。姉が見つけたとき、四季様は雨に濡れていたとのことです。
Really? I don't remember that either. I guess my anemia was particularly bad this time. I should have just rested at school.
おやすみ。今日は本当にすまない。琥珀さんにもお礼を伝えておいてくれ。
かしこまりました。それではおやすみなさいませ。
夢だったんだ。
The words feel bleak coming from my lips. Nothing feels real. Not the horrible dream, nor the fact that it was a dream. The rain outside falls hard. My head is still a little heavy. I peer at my chest. My scar from 7 years ago stands out starkly against my skin, like burn marks. The knife my father left me is sitting on the desk in my room. It was a dream. There's no way it was anything else. I repeat those words in my head to convince myself, and close my eyes. I exhale deeply like I'm trying to expel some deep-seated odor from my lungs. My consciousness fades, and I'm ushered into a deep, dark slumber. When I was a child, I remember someone urging me to never tell a lie I didn't believe myself. Well, yeah, that was kind of impulse inversion, all right. Okay, alrighty, yeah, we're pretty much at a good stopping point. We saw the girl on the cover, got sliced up. That's good enough for me, because this has been a one beefy session here a little bit. Yeah, I think if I remember right, yeah, let's see what's happening safe here. Is it still, yeah, Fire and Blood Eye? Yes, I'm not really sure if this is still like all prologue stuff or like it's at some point the save will mention like we're on route, like some arc ride route. So it's supposed to be on that's one of the two routes or whatever and stuff like that and shit. Well, no, we in it though. We are fucking in it though a little bit. Goodness gracious. Oh my god. But yeah. We're gonna go and call it here, there, and stuff like that. Feels a good stopping point. We've seen the other main girl a little bit get sliced up. That's like the protagonist or something. Fucking, she's dead. What the fuck's gonna happen now? A little bit. I wonder. But yeah, no, I'm liking the vibe with this so far. It's definitely like a slow burn before the things happen a little bit, but yeah, things are kind of happening a little bit here as we get like just get to the role of Shikitono here, who may or may not kill that woman there a little bit. But yeah, I'm liking a good bit here, and just seeing like, oh yeah, these are the characters from Melty Blood or whatever here and shit like that, you know. But yeah, so yeah, if we go back here, this is gonna like take back in the game here. Yeah, Fire and Blood 1 or I. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, wakey. Yeah, that's just a text there. Okay, yeah, let me mess around here. Yeah, why is the pause button the quick save button? Like, how do I leave? Oh, square. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here's a flow chart right there in the config setting there. Yeah, all right. Then what does other buttons do? Yeah, triangles to bring up the log here. Okay. Circles to make the background go away. That's fast forward button. Oh, I can rewind a little bit. Yeah. Probably skip to a scene with the shoulder buttons here and shit like that. Okay. Yeah, and I think it stops skipping. Yeah, turn that off, please. There we go. Yeah, I'm assuming it stops skipping at once you see a new red thing there. So okay. Yeah, let's look at that flowchart here. See how we're doing on this. Oh my goodness gracious! Look at that shit. No, I don't want to rewind. I just want to I want to zoom in on this. Can I zoom in a little bit here? Like fucking. Like, oh, look, we got like 3 options here, but they all go this way here. Yeah, all right. God, it's weird how this fucking scrolls by this quickly here a little bit. Yeah, no, it's all. This looks like Because, yeah, some of these just don't really connect. I imagine they do no matter what, because I think you're on a set path no matter what here. Oh, look at these 2 squares over here. It's like, why are they just so over here and not fucking connected to the thing? This implies it goes off to a different thing here a little bit. You're probably looking too deep into it, though. Yeah, I might look at, like, the flowchart for, like, the stuff we've been through. Not, like, anything past this, because I still want to, like, keep this like semi-blind a little bit, you know, and shit like that. But yeah, I'm curious if we could do like other stuff here, or like at least I could, see what happens and shit, maybe. Because I'm more or less just going with my choices here a little bit. Like maybe I'm missing something, we like backtrack a bit or whatever, and see like the other options here. Because I know we're gonna believe in the path we set for ourselves here, even if it means killing a fucking woman right here. But I think it's just guaranteed to happen here a little bit. But yeah, no. Yeah, no. Interesting. Alright. Alright. Go to the title screen here. Yeah, I'm good. I am good. Yeah, we got a gallery here even. Can see like probably depressed CGs or whatever here. Yeah, like so. Got a music player, the movie, the ending list there. Oh my goodness. Alright then. Alright. Yeah, this is pretty much as good as stopping one here. Because yeah, I think in total there's like what? 10 days as for like the chapters or whatever here and stuff like that. We already got through like 3 of them. We got like good 7 more, and we could save that for like the other sessions here, so. Oh yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Like my time with this one. Just interesting to like read this, since this is kind of like the big primo VN, you know, and stuff like that and shit. So, oh yeah. But yeah, probably gonna like the adjust the music here because it sounds super low on my end or whatever here. It's like go like the home screen here. Hold on, I'm gonna like do this. Yeah, it's a little bit louder here, and this is probably more appropriate for outro music here. So, but yeah, all right. Yeah, that is going to be it for today. For our first 3 days as Shiki Tono. A little bit, and we'll see what happens after that weird hallucination dream thing of us killing a woman. That probably don't happen, or something else is gonna happen because of that or whatever. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, that is gonna be it for today. So yeah, friends, guildmates, thank you so much for watching. We'll probably do this again on Tuesday, I want to say. So the day after tomorrow a little bit. If I feel up to it, we could do it tomorrow. But yeah, probably better off doing it on Tuesday a little bit. So I'm probably going to do that. And yeah, probably just go through it throughout the rest of the month here until we beat it and stuff like that. And shit like that. We'll see how much, like, because yeah, at least, yeah, ending wise, it would be neat to see like the other endings or whatever. So we'll probably go for those at least, and not like every option, you know, and stuff like that and whatever. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, as far as like other streaming plans go, this weekend I'm probably gonna get to doing like another like regular game playthrough setup going for that, and on like the side with this here and stuff like that. Because I might have a funny special PNG to go with that if you've been keeping on my Blue Sky. You probably know. Yeah, I think, what is it, like July 2nd? That's like Thursday a little bit. Yeah, Thursday. Yeah. I know RoboKai is coming out for Guilty Gear Strive. So we might do just a one-off of that to look at RoboKai and shit like that, just play fighting games a little bit. But yeah, that's currently the plan for this week a little bit. Do that. And yeah, we'll just be in a little Tsukihime mood a little bit here. I'm very much enjoying my time this year. But yeah, until then. Until then, as I adjust my mic arm. Oh my goodness, come on, man. Fucking... That is going to be it for the stream. So... I have been your host, Laguo Jadeheart, your favorite little fishman VTuber. Yeah, good night, Blastertron. Thank you for lurking there. Thank you so much for watching. Have yourselves a good one. And take care. I will see you guys next time. Change the world. My final message. Goodbye.